Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
Hello, hello, party squirrels of the world. How is everybody doing? The weather has just decided all of a sudden it went from summer to winter like in one day here. It's pretty insane. It's like 38 degrees outside right now. So pretty crazy. And we are on like a frost warning and all this stuff. And anyway, it's just so funny. I was just letting Frodo outside and I was like, wow, this is wild. So, but yeah, it is, middle of October. So there you have it. I wanted to say real quick, for anyone who didn't hear the big news about Charlie Adelson, there's some big news in the Adelson case. It's kind of a huge bombshell. Anyone who's been following probably is aware that there was, Don Adelson was about to go to trial, and then there was this problem with the attorney, the conflict of interest with the attorneys. And, for me anyway, I was thinking to myself, what's the deal with Charlie, right? Like, why would Charlie be motivated to, initially say that he, consented to Dan Rashbaum representing Donna, and that he waived privilege and all that, right? And then to rescind that right before the trial, when it was clear that his mom was very upset. We know they're close, and didn't his attorney quit? Whose attorney? Charlie Adelson's attorney? So Dan Rashbaum didn't quit. So Dan Rashbaum essentially what's the right word? He voluntarily removed himself from representing Donna because of the fact that Charlie didn't end up signing that waiver. And what he ended up saying in that hearing right before they were supposed to go to trial is like, he had thought there was like a verbal consent or whatever, but there wasn't a written consent. And then when it was time for the paperwork, Charlie didn't consent or whatever. And so, and part of the issue was because of the fact that if Charlie testified in Donna's trial, he would be cross-examined by his previous attorney. And so part of the try to remedy that, they had brought in another attorney who could have done the cross-examination of Charlie. And initially that was considered to be, a fine remedy. And then as it turned, and then that dude was I forget his name, that dude was going to represent Donna, but just fairly recently they went back over it. We don't really actually know what all happened, but something happened. Judge Everett went back over everything and realized that it was all tainted. It was all conflicted. So, so Donna is having to seek new representation and lost all the attorneys on the case. But it didn't make any sense to me. Like, I kept thinking to myself, like, why would Charlie intentionally throw this for Donna? Okay. So here's what I was thinking initially, because I was like, why would he say he consents or he waives the privilege, but then he takes it back right before trial? I was like, this is weird, because why would Charlie do that when him and his mom are so close? And, she was like crying when Dan couldn't represent her and stuff like that. And I was like thinking to myself, I don't see the strategy here, because he's already convicted, and, there weren't any obvious appellate issues in terms of like this hurting his appeal. Like, for example, if he were called to testify in Donna's trial, it couldn't hurt him because his case is on appeal, but he's already been convicted. So it's not like there would be anything. So my thought was, why would he be concerned about this. It all makes sense now, because just as of today, it came out that Charlie Adelson's brilliant appellate team, Michael Offerman, has found that basically this whole thing was conflicted from the get-go because of the fact that Charlie, there's an evidentiary issue. Basically, Charlie's more than likely going to get a new trial. And now it all makes sense. Because initially he might have actually said, okay, fine, I waive privilege, blah, blah, Dan can represent Donna, blah. That would have been before he had his appellate attorney, right? Now his appellate attorney, going over everything, found this issue, that there was a huge conflict of interest the whole time, and no one caught it. And so essentially what he's saying is, hey, before we continue on with the appeal, we need to remand this back to the trial court for a new trial. And that would explain why, when it came time to sign the form for the waiver, he didn't sign it. Because, think about it. Now, it's actually brilliant. It's brilliant because now it's actually been ruled. The judge has already ruled that there's a conflict here. Like, that is on the record. There is a conflict. So now it's not even a question when it comes to going back and looking at Charlie's case, because the thing is that Charlie didn't call Donna or Harvey to testify, and Dan Rashbaum was representing both of them. So it's actually, so I think what it was is that his appellate attorney found this error, which actually isn't an error for appeal. It's an error remanding it back to the trial court. In other words, I don't know if for anyone who remembers what happened with Murdoch, right? With Murdoch, where he was in the appellate process, right? And it's unusual that you have the same attorneys for your appeal and your trial, but there's nothing normal about Murdoch, so he had the same attorneys. But if anyone remembers the whole thing when Miss Becky came out, what did they have to do? They had to first say, we need to pause the appeals process, right? Pause that, because there's a clock ticking on everything. Pause that process. And now we need to have an evidentiary hearing to decide if we need to have a new trial, right? And of course, that was all denied. And now that decision in and of itself is up for appeal or on appeal. But it's the same thing here, where they found this evidentiary issue. Now, having said that, to me, the difference here is this evidentiary issue, the evidentiary issue being that Dan Rashbaum was conflicted the entire time with everybody. And these are co-conspirators, mind you, now, right? See, Donna hadn't been charged yet when Charlie was on trial. She wasn't charged until like a week after he was convicted. See, now she's been charged. Now they're co-conspirators. It's a mess. This is a mess. And the other thing is that, I'm sure he's going to get a new trial over this. There's no way around it. And the state could even try them together now as co-conspirators. But here's the thing: Dan Rashbaum can't represent anybody now, and this is such a shit show. He's going to be in trouble, I would think. There's no way around it. Like, this is huge. This is huge. He's fucked it for this entire family. In terms of, well, I say that could it end up being a good thing for any of them? Well, I don't think so. It's just going to take longer, basically, because now they're going to have to all have new attorneys, and those attorneys are going to have to start from scratch. It's just an absolute disaster. So it was smart. His appellate attorney did the right thing. Absolutely. This was a huge conflict, because what could have happened here is you could have had Charlie wanting to call Donna and Harvey, right, at his trial. And because Dan was representing the entire family, he could have recommended he not call them. Because again, he was having to be loyal to everybody, and you can't do that as an attorney. That's why there's such a thing as a conflict of interest. And the other thing that's crazy to think about too is like that money, right? Thinking about how much money, I don't know how much they paid for Dan, but that money's, you don't get that back, which is wild. It brings the question, could they possibly sue him? I don't know. Maybe. This is such an unusual situation, I feel like. If it were me, I would feel like you should be able to sue. Just because like now it's like you've wasted all that money, Now, having said that, the money he paid for his appellate attorney, Michael Offerman, money well spent, right? So if that appeals process is going to be paused, and I'm sure he's going to get a new trial. But the funny thing is, or not funny, but the irony is, like, you still have Donna, who still needs new counsel. What a mess. What a mess. What a mess. What a mess. And it does change things for Charlie in a way too, because remember when Charlie was being tried, he was the only one. There weren't co-conspirators yet. The difference now is because they charged Donna after, it doesn't change the fact that now they're co-conspirators. So that changes it for everybody. It also changes it for Donna. If her trial, she's going to her trial, and her co-conspirator is now also has, like, it's, for example, if Charlie is granted a new trial, which I think he will be, and then Donna goes to trial first or whatever, the jury's not going to ever learn that Charlie was convicted and it was overturned for her, and there was a mistrial. The jury's not going to know that. They're going to know he's a co-conspirator, and it's going to be like, he's still innocent, right? He hasn't gone to trial yet, and it's like as if none of this ever happened. It's just insane, man. Dude, I know, right? Maybe you can get James Owens to represent him. Yeah. So I know, right? Speaking of which, I don't think I downloaded it. Let me see if I can do that. Hold on. I've made my thumbnail, or I've been working on it. I'm sure I'll be tweaking it, but I've been working on my thumbnail let me see if I can pull it up. For Sarah Boone. And let me see if I can download this real quick. I'll show you what I got so far here. It is the thing about this with Sarah Boone that's interesting is that it will be interesting to see what happens with this affirmative defense, because it remains to be seen what's going to come in. We still don't know. And we heard, actually, just as of today, we heard new information about the thing with the hand coming out of the suitcase. That's new information. And it was a finger, and now it's a hand. There's still, I was thinking about it today, and I was like, there's still so much we don't know, right? Like, even though this case has been going on for so long, like, we still don't really know, like, fully, like, the circumstances of him getting in the suitcase. Like, how does him fold oneself up like that, right? I mean, and then we know that the suitcase was like went down the stairs at one point, and then there was like the flipping over of the suitcase and stuff like that. And so there's like, there's still, I was thinking about too, like, even it'll be interesting to hear from the medical examiner, because, we still don't have all this information, right? But also, again, just in terms of the affirmative defense, because that we still don't know yet what all is going to be able to come in. And some of this is, or actually a lot of it, it sounds like it's going to be based on her testimony, which who knows what she's going to say at this point, right? So let me pull up, hold on. Let me see if I can pull up my my thumbnail. I agree, it still does not look good for her. I definitely agree with that. Assessment. Make an assessment. I'm old Greg. Yeah, I agree, it doesn't look good for her. But it will be interesting. I mean, just for my own edification, there's still so much information we don't have yet in terms of what happened. And I will be interested to learn that information. Let me see if I can share this thumbnail, show you what I got so far here. Okay. There we go. Let me zoom in. Yeah. So that's what I got so far. I've tried to find a font that matched her handwriting. I think I got pretty close. I still have to tweak it a little bit, but that's just what I got so far. And of course, I feel like, I feel like I live in Orange County right now, right? Because Casey Anthony, same courthouse, they're going to be in the same courtroom. And so I want to get a better picture of Judge Kranick, but for some reason when the camera's on him, it's always, the lighting's always weird. It's funny thing. So we got the Woodbridge Chardonnay, we got the suitcase and Dr. Pepper. But scratches on him. Yeah, I think I've heard that. I mean, scratches could kind of be from anything though, right? The other thing too is the baseball bat was kind of relatively new information, I think, about her hitting him with a baseball bat. I think that came up today in the hearing as well. But dude, this Charlie Adelson, this is insane. This is so insane. This is so insane. Because again, the landscape is actually going to be so different this time around because of the fact that now there's a co-conspirator, like because Donna's charged, where she wasn't the first time. So this is actually going to really affect his entire trial strategy. I mean, this is wild. And it could affect the way the state, again, because the state could try them together. This is just, it's so insane. Charlie was just transferred out of, oh goodness, where did he go? He was just transferred somewhere else. He's still in Florida, but he's not I don't know that he's in Orlando, but they're going to keep him nearby in Florida because of the fact that they're going to need him for this evidentiary hearing. This is the whole new thing. I mean, from what I heard, he was going to be going to South Dakota. They were going to be shipping him out to South Dakota, but that's all on pause now. He's going to get a new trial. This is insane. I wonder, I'm just like, what's going to happen? Is Donna going to go to trial first? Is the state going to try them together? Like, what is going to happen? And now you're going to have, I mean, it's so crazy because for anyone that heard those jail calls, right? Charlie and Donna are so close. This is going to really change things because, it's like every man for himself now, right? If you're co-conspirators, and usually people turn on each other. What a mess. Judge Everett. Yeah, I like Judge Everett. So anyway, so this is what I got so far for the thumbnail. I replaced the tower. When I say the tower, I mean the tower as in, let's go back to this real quick. Where is it? Where is it? There it is. So that tower right there. So this is like not the exact same picture, but similar pictures. So there's the tower, right? And now, so that tower I replaced with her flyer. But my plan for Sarah Boone anyway is to do, basically I was going to just say that I don't know yet. I don't think I'm going to be, I don't really plan on doing it gavel to gavel or anything. I want to cover opening statements because those are important, right? For any trial, obviously. And then other than that, it might just be kind of like highlights or recaps, of pertinent and most relevant testimony, that's what I'm kind of thinking. And then I'm sure I'll cover her on the stand, and then like closing arguments and whatnot. So, it'll be interesting too. The other thing I was thinking about today when I was listening to the hearing is I would imagine the state's going to have a rebuttal case because a lot of stuff here is dependent upon what Sarah says. And then that is going to determine, it sounds like, what all is going to come in for her affirmative defense. So there might be for example, the experts that might testify for her, right, about the battered spouse. It sounds they're not going to be allowed to do that until she's taken the stand. So in other words, it's I was just thinking about how it affects the state's case, because so much of this question upon the jury, right, about is this self-defense, is it battered spouse? It's going to wait until the end of the defense's case in chief, right? And then at that point, the state is going to definitely, in this case, want to respond because we don't always see rebuttals. I think there's going to be rebuttal here. I mean, there's going to have to be. So it's going to be very interesting. Yeah. And, it's so funny. I could not for the life of me find anything about who the lead prosecutor is on this case. I Googled it, and the way the algorithm works, and I clicked on like everything for the, first whatever, however many anyway, it's like you do a Google search for like lead prosecutor, Sarah Boone case, and it just gives you not that, it's just so stupid sometimes the way things are. But so if anyone knows, okay, thank you. So I was going to say, if anyone knows who it is, let me know. Thank you. Dave Cacciatore. Okay. Yeah. Couldn't find that with a Google search. So, interesting last name. Sounds like a Italian pasta dish. Isn't that a dish? Chicken cacciatore? Anyway. But I will say, I did like her other, I don't remember this person's name either. Her other defense attorney, Sarah's other defense attorney that just hopped on last minute, did some arguing today. I thought he did a much better job than Owens did. He was arguing as it came to the, what was it? The, oh my gosh, I'm blanking on what it was. The thing that she needed, oh my gosh, what are they calling it? The thing that was like the causation. Oh my God, what was the term? The impetus for the self-defense. Oh my gosh, what was the term? I can't believe I'm blanking on this. They only said it a bazillion times today. The thing in which she would be responding to. What was the term? Tony Henderson. Yeah. Do you remember the term, Flash fan, that I'm looking for here, of the thing? Oh my God. The thing that was like, here's why you need, oh my gosh, I can't even. The impetus, that's not the word. There was another word. Anyway. So, but it was this guy, to Mr. Henderson, who was arguing about that. And I thought he did a really good job. It was so there was a specific term that was an issue here that the prosecution was asking for, that they needed to state this, fill in the blank. I can't think of the term. Oh my gosh. They needed to state this, fill in the blank. This is what they were arguing over. And he said, no, we don't have to show that card right now. And, we can wait until that's going to come out in her testimony. But then they ended up having to say it. Oh my God, what was it? I'll think of it when I'm not trying to think of it. That's what'll happen. When I'm not trying to think of it, I'll remember. So anywho, so yeah, so lots going on. And I don't know when we're going to get, I don't think anyone knows when we're going to get to opening statements for Sarah Boone. But whenever we get to those, I'll cover them and probably just do, like I said, like kind of like recaps. But then I'm for sure we'll watch her on the stand. Any especially important witnesses and stuff like that we'll watch. But and then yeah, Charlie Adelson, and then I think tomorrow, are they having another hearing on this matter? I can't recall what the judge said. I think it sounded like maybe they were having another hearing tomorrow. And then, of course, Delphi, they've got a jury ready for that. And I hate that there's no cameras. That really pisses me off, to be honest with you. I think every trial needs to have cameras, but of all the ones, right, to not have them, it's just, this case needs it. I'm not even going to start. I'm not even going to. Yeah. Okay. Okay. There's another motions hearing. Okay. Yeah. So it's just really messed up that there's not cameras. So if there were cameras, I would definitely be covering that for sure. So, all righty. So lots going on in the world. So let's jump on in. How about that? To the next episode. Woo!
It's a house.
Yeah, I agree. Delphi's like Karen Reed. Yep.
So when you arrived at that residence on Hope Spring, were you under the impression that this was the type of call that you would initially be handling
From the initial information provided, it was a stolen vehicle coupled with some type of verbal altercation between the caller and their adult daughter.
Okay. How many people were inside the house at that point? Do you have a recollection?
Initially, there were 3 adults inside the home.
Okay. Do you remember an individual by the name of Cindy Anthony?
Yes.
Was Cindy Anthony inside the home?
Yes, she was.
Do you remember an individual by the name of George Anthony?
Yes.
Was George Anthony inside the home?
Yes, he was also in the home.
How about an individual by the name of Casey Anthony? Was
Yes.
she inside the home?
Casey was also inside the home.
All right.
Where was Lee? Because Lee gets to the house first. So that's what I'm wondering, is because Lee gets to the house first, and we don't hear that Lee leaves. We haven't heard testimony that he leaves. Anyway, it's just interesting. So he says he sees 3 adults, and he names Cindy, George, and Casey, but no Lee.
All right. And do you have a recollection as to the demeanor of these individuals upon your arrival?
George didn't say too much initially. Cynthia was quite upset.
At that point, what actions do you take?
Began to just ask, why was she calling? What was the nature of the call in relation to the vehicle? She explained that situation. Later, we gathered more information on the whereabouts of her granddaughter, and her granddaughter was missing at that time.
Okay. How soon after your arrival do you speak with Casey Anthony, if you do at all?
I mean,
I spoke with her shortly after that. I can't.
Imagine being law enforcement, okay, and you show up and you're used to dealing with well, maybe you're not used to dealing with reasonable people, but you're hoping you're going to deal with reasonable people. And you show up, you're responding to this call about stolen car and stolen money or whatever. And you get there, and it turns out yeah, actually neither of those things are true. However, we do have a missing toddler on our hands. You'd be like, what is wrong with you people, right? I mean, it's just so surreal. It's one thing that it's like there's toddler that's missing and no one's reported it, but it's even weirder when you know that this entire interaction with law enforcement was premised upon lies from Cindy and making up these other issues. And it's just, to me, there's something really interesting about that, right? It's only after these other made up issues that then it comes out about CAYLEE being missing. I don't know. It's interesting. And to that end, I'm adding this now here too, that, again, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. We talked a lot about this with Cindy on the stand, just how fascinating it is, right? It's just wild because, again, the whole thing, how comfortable Casey is to lie with law enforcement, right? Or lie to them, and how easy it was for her. And then but where do you think she got it from, right? I mean, Cindy did the same thing. And I still think it's so crazy how there were 2 big lies from Cindy before we got to the missing child. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah. Well, once we get to the end of the trial, we'll definitely go through and look for things with the jury and for anything that came out from them. While I do have it paused, also that's kind of a cool pause right there. I will say another thing that's interesting is that so Laurie, has that, I guess it's on his podcast, but he had an episode the other day. He brought on what's her face, Annie Elise or whatever. But what was so crazy? Okay, so I was driving and I was listening to this. It was like towards the end of the episode, right? And she was asking him questions about, they were talking about verdicts, right? Jury verdicts and whatnot, right? And so I can't remember how it got to this, but it was so funny because, he was saying things like, we don't want to invade the province of the jury, and we have to trust the jury verdict and blah, blah, and hope, that they do their job, etc. And he said something about like, do juries get it wrong? Like, sure they do, but we trust their verdict or whatever it was, right? And I thought, oh, that's so funny because of like, this trial series, did the jury get it wrong or whatever? And as I was thinking that, and I was like, oh, that's so funny. I need to put something in the comments, but I was driving. And as I was thinking this, homegirl responds and says, I still remember where I was the day. So the first thing that in other words, the first thing her mind went to was Casey Anthony. And so she responds by saying, I still remember exactly where I was when the verdict came in about Casey Anthony. And she was like, I'm still so mad. I can't even talk about it, or something along those lines. I'm paraphrasing, right? But what was so interesting You know what was so interesting is just like everybody else, you know what she didn't say is that she watched the trial. It's just like literally everybody, and I include myself in this, right? Where she talked about how she kind of got into true crime, and it's like, you know, she grew up watching, or she was watching, you know, the documentaries and Investigation Discovery and stuff like that, or whatever it was. But I mean, any of us who are law fans, like LawTube fans and like trial watchers, know the difference, right? Like, you know, it's just, you know, so you can't even compare the two. And it really seems like a lot of people, what all they knew from Casey Anthony was what they heard from Nancy Grace. So it's just, so I heard that and I'm like, oh my God, she needs to be watching the series, you know, because like, I'm like, oh my gosh, you know, another person who's like who's a big name in the true crime world, quote unquote, right? But it didn't sound like, and she didn't indicate or give anything that she watched the trial. It doesn't even sound like she really watches trials gavel to gavel, from what I can tell. It sounds like she just researched, you know, to do the true crime stuff. So it's just, you know, and again, it's like still the first name that comes to mind, Casey Anthony, you know. So it's just interesting. Anyway, yeah. I mean, she definitely attacks people. Well, and it's just, how can one say it? You know, it's more about shocking people and, you know, getting them stirred up emotionally than bringing them information, I feel like, right? When you're trying to get people riled up, you're trying to get people angry, you're trying to get people upset, you're trying to get people sad. It's preying on people's emotions instead of providing them with information and letting them come to their own conclusion. And so that's not my thing. You know, it's like, let's all get really upset about this thing, blah, 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 and guilty and whatever it is, you know, but like, and then everyone's like, yeah. And then it's like, but that's it. You know what I mean? So yeah.
You saw the white Pontiac Sunfire?
I did see the Sunfire in the garage, yes.
And the trunk was open.
I believe so, yes, the trunk was open.
And you were in and out of the garage.
I wouldn't say I was in and out of the garage, no.
You've been in the garage that evening.
I know we went through the garage one time to talk to different parties, actually to walk outside with Casey.
You did not observe any odors of any decomposition coming from that car?
No, I couldn't say that I did.
When you arrived, the Mrs. Anthony, what was her demeanor like?
She was upset.
Okay. And Mr. George Anthony, what was his demeanor like?
It was calm, quiet.
And what about Casey Anthony's demeanor? What was she like?
She was fairly quiet.
That's exactly what the other
Just like Mr. Anthony.
Yes. The individuals in the house
Now,
with
great question. If Sarah Boone had Jose Baez, wow, thinking about that, I think we'd be looking at a very different trial. I think the outcome, I mean, dude, it's funny to think about, right? If ever she had a chance, that would probably be it. I think.
these armed deputies would include George Anthony, correct?
Correct.
Cindy Anthony.
Correct.
And Lee Anthony. Do you remember Lee Anthony being there?
Yes, I do.
Wait.
Do you remember Lee?
Okay, so now I've been mentioning this. Like, I was like, what the fuck happened to Lee Anthony? So Lee Anthony's there. The other deputies did not see him there. And I was like, where's Lee Anthony? Lee's supposed to be there.
Lee Anthony leaving and returning.
I don't remember him leaving
Oh, interesting.
and returning.
Interesting. Where did he go? We have not heard anything about this. This is the first we've heard
It's another reason it's interesting because he already testified and he was not asked anything about this.
So I actually wrote this. So from this past episode that we're seeing, we're recapping now, I had three main things that I was like, interesting. We need more information about this. That I was kind of like, what? This is new information. The first of the three is this Lee coming and going thing. What the fuck? Because, this is one of those things where if I was on the jury, I would feel like the state's hiding the ball because he already testified and he gave, they went into detail forever and ever. It felt like with him about, what happened that night. There was nothing about him coming and going, but that matters. And even if it was, he came and went because he needed to go do whatever thing, right? Let's say it was something that doesn't matter. I feel like it still should have come up. Like the only thing I can imagine though, here's the only thing I can imagine. I can only imagine it if he was charged with a crime or something like that to where it couldn't come in, right? If there was some sort of motion in limine where there was something, I don't know though. Because technically it's not like his rights need to be protected. He's not a defendant. So anyway, him coming and going though is interesting. And it's weird that it didn't come up. And it's just weird that it didn't come up. Like God, if I was on the jury, I'd be like, well, how come we're not getting answers as to what was the deal with that?
Did you make any effort to stop Lee Anthony if he left? If he wanted?
Interesting. She's bringing this up for a different reason than, okay, she's not bringing this up to answer the question of what the fuck happened to Lee Anthony, which is probably what the jury is thinking, right? Because that's what I was thinking. Like when you have all these other deputies that are like, yeah, we saw three people, Casey, George, and Cindy. And it's like, well, where's Lee? She's not bringing it up, unfortunately, to answer that question like she should. She's bringing it up to try to point out he was free to come and go. So therefore, Casey shouldn't have felt like she was in custody, which that doesn't even make sense anyway. But that's her goal here. It's not really to clarify information for the jury. It's to try to make it seem like, like Lee Anthony wasn't a suspect, which, again, what good does that even do? But where was he going?
July 16, 2008. The time right now is 04:11 hours. I'm Detective Mellish with the Orange County Sheriff's Office, present here at 4937 Hope Spring Drive. I reference Orange County case number 08-069208. I am with Casey Anthony, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Casey, you understand this is being recorded?
Yes.
Do you have any objection to that?
No.
All right. Casey, I got called here by Sergeant Reggie Hosey with the Orange County Sheriff's Office in reference to a missing child. We sat here and talked for a short moment before we went on tape because I wanted to make sure that your sworn statement, which I'm looking at, was accurate. I'm looking at 4 pages of a sworn statement. On the bottom appears to be your signature. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you're saying that everything contained in these statements are true and accurate?
Yes.
Also, before I turned on the recorder, I gave you a chance because I wanted to explain what happens if you make a false report or if there's something about this incident that you're not telling us the truth of. Mm-hmm. And I wanted to make sure I made it perfectly clear that, if you want to go ahead and rescind this statement, and if you want to tell me a different story about what happened, mm-hmm. if you're trying to fabricate a story to kind of make something look a little bit better, mm-hmm. Now's your time to tell me. Are you telling me that this is the story you want to stick with?
That's the truth.
Okay. How long had you known Zenaida?
Almost 4 years. It'll be 4 years Christmas this year.
And where did you meet her? Who did you meet her through?
A mutual friend. His name is Jeffrey Michael Hopkins. I met him at Nickelodeon at Universal, and I met her through him.
No, the real
She
Jeff
was
Hopkins.
his son's nanny at the time.
When was the last time you spoke with him?
Will the real Jeff Hopkins please stand up or take the stand? I agree. That's a good question. I wouldn't, where they are. So I can answer that question as far as, what's his face? Mr. Ashton. Jeff Ashton. That's the prosecutor who we haven't heard as much from. He's the one, though, who did the direct examination of George Anthony. So Mr. George is the one that looks like he has eyeliner on. and Mr. Ashton's like the taller dude with like the white hair or whatever. He's a judge now, so I can answer that part. He's a judge now in Florida. I don't know where. Oh wait, what did Miss Drain Burdick? I think she ended up doing something like they're all still doing stuff in Florida from what I remember, but I just know that Mr. Ashton specifically, I saw that he's a judge now. So she does sound so matter of fact. I agree. It's wild, right? And that's where it matters too, that remember, as I keep saying, these lies had been going on for so long. It's like Alec Murdoch, right? And like the Tangled Web. She'd been lying about these people for years before Kaylee went missing. This is like, at this point, she might even think it's true in a way, sort of like when people lie to themselves for so long and then it's almost like they can just say it and it's like true in a way, right? Because they almost believe it, right? It's like fake it till you make it or whatever. But that's the thing. She's been practicing it for so long, whether she is lying intentionally or again, there's the thing of like the imaginary friends. But the fact that she had all these imaginary people, and we're going to talk more about it, but like the whole slew of imaginary people, all of them had existed for years and they're like household names. It's just so bizarre. Yeah. Yeah, he's a judge. But think about it, right? Like it's such a big difference. Like if she had been making all this stuff up on the spot, I think it could have been a very different situation. But, she'd been talking about Zenaida and Annabelle and Zachary and all these people for Gloria and her heart condition. I mean, it's just wild for years. So
A week and a half ago.
And when did she start watching over your child?
It's been within the last year and a half, 2 years that she started watching Kaylee. I had another friend watch Kaylee that I've known since middle school. When she went back to school, I was looking for a new nanny. Jeff offered to have Zenaida watch both kids. She agreed, and they kind of went from there.
Okay. And right in April 2006, roughly, is when Zenaida started watching over? Go back to your statement. You dropped off Kaylee on June 9th, and walk me through. You dropped her off to go to work? Mm-hmm. Okay. Get off of work and go from there.
I got off of work, left Universal, driving back to pick up Kaylee like a normal day, and I show up to the apartment, knock on the door, nobody answers. So I call Zenaida's cell phone, and it's out of service. It says that the phone is no longer in service.
Have you talked to anyone about Kaylee, about your incident with Kaylee? Or the fact that she's missing?
A couple people, a couple mutual friends.
Who did you talk to about it?
I talked to Jeffrey Hopkins. Mm-hmm. I also attempted to contact Zenaida's mother and never received a call back from her.
Do you know Zenaida's mother's name?
Wow. Man. I think it's Gloria.
Do you know a telephone number for Zenaida's mom?
I do not know.
So after a full year of dealing with Zenaida and having her babysit, and you don't remember...
Switching numbers back and forth. Zenaida's number has changed a couple different times. She switched services between having Sprint and having AT&T or Singular.
What about Jeffrey? You've known him for at least 4 years.
His number's changed a couple different times from when he moved from Orlando up to North Carolina and back down to Jacksonville. I know I do have a current number for him.
Who else did you talk to about this besides Jeffrey? You said you tried to call Zenaida's mom. Did you talk to Jeffrey? Who else did you talk to?
I talked to Juliette Lewis. She's one of my coworkers at Universal.
Yeah.
She works. You still work at Universal?
Yes.
What do you do at Universal?
An event coordinator. Recent numbers. Her number just changed.
I don't see any similarities between Sarah Boone and Casey Anthony. The person that does come to mind sometimes when I think about Casey Anthony, is, well, okay. So just in terms of like, when it comes to the lying, or like thinking of making up things and then believing them in reality, thinking they're reality. Lori Vallow would be someone who kind of falls into that category. I mean, of course, completely different situations and different types of lying, but just in terms of like, convincing yourself of some other reality potentially. And then also Ezra McCandless, you know, again, Ezra, I don't think actually believed in her lies, so it's a bit different. But she did lie so matter-of-factly, and she convinced everyone around her. That's the other thing too, right? Like, she was lying and telling different people different stories, and everyone believed her. Like, in terms of like the skillful lying, I would say Ezra and Casey like win the prize, I guess. Jody, Ari, I'm trying to think. Can you be I'm trying to think of how, like, what is it that you think that makes them similar? Is like their manner of speaking? I'm trying to think, because I see I kind of understand that sentiment, but I can't put my finger on how, you know, what that similarity is, the reason for the similarity, but it makes sense in a way. Yeah, I think Casey, though, again, they're with Ezra, there's a lot of overlap too, even just when you think about how they lied to law enforcement. And, you know, again, the difference potentially just from a mental standpoint is that Ezra knew she was lying and making bullshit up, right? Again, the difference being Ezra made up her lies on the spot to try to get out of murder. And she made it up on the spot. The difference, of course, again, here, like I keep saying, is that the lies that Casey's telling, they're all about things that actually have nothing to do with the murder or the death, rather. Like, it's like her job and these people that don't exist. It's like, I work at Universal Studios. Here's all these people, right? The only thing that's related to Kaylee is Zanny taking her. But the vast majority of the stuff that she's on the hook for, that, you know, it's like when you think of all the things she lied about, they actually have nothing to do with Kaylee missing or not. They're really completely irrelevant, right? And again, they're all things that she'd been saying for years. So again, it really is kind of in its own category for that reason.
She just moved back up north. She, within the last 2 months, has finished moving up to New York.
I do see the pathological liar thing, and that's something I've actually been researching because of Casey, because it is, I just find it so fascinating that all of these lies that served no purpose, right? The imaginary friends and whatnot, they served no purpose for her. There was no reason for her to come home in 2006 and talk about Zanny's new haircut or her new puppy or whatever the fuck. Like, there's no reason for it. It's like just to make it up for no reason. And that's the difference, right? Because it's like, it's one thing when you lie to try to, it's like self-serving, right? Like when it's like you get caught doing, so then you lie to get out of it, or you lie for some benefit to yourself. That's one thing. But we're talking about lying that has no purpose. So it's just a different category. And from what I had read, that really does sound like pathological liars, where it's like, it's almost like in the category of OCD, where it's like they can't help it, right? It's like, it's really not even normal. It's not so much like a moral thing of like lying and knowing you're lying. It's like they can't not lie, you know? It's almost like it's not lying anymore at that point. It's almost like it's just like storytelling or something. I don't know. It's just weird.
Subleasing her apartment.
So Juliet doesn't work at the Universal anymore?
No, she does not. Tried to find out just information from people, going out to different places like Fusion Ultra Lounge and a couple bars that I know Zenaida had gone to downtown before to see if, just kind of random talk, if anybody heard about my nanny or talked to her lately.
Did you tell anyone specifically that Zenaida took your child?
No. The only two people that I specifically told were Jeff and Juliet.
And you don't have a number for Juliet?
Not offhand, no.
I asked you this before, and I'll ask you just for the record. What's the reason you didn't call the police before? Since right now we're here because your grandparents or your parents asked you about the child, and they were concerned, didn't get an answer as to where the child was. They called the sheriff's office. Mm-hmm. Why didn't you call prior to today?
I think part of me was naive enough to think that I could handle this myself, which obviously I couldn't. And I was scared that something would happen to her if I did notify the authorities or got the media involved, or my parents, which I know would have done the same thing. Just the fear of the unknown.
I asked you this at the onset and asked you before we went on tape, and I'll ask you again just to make sure we're clear. Is there anything about this story that you're telling me that is untrue, or is there anything that you want to change or divert from what you've already told me?
No, sir.
Did you cause any injury to your child, Kaylee?
No, sir.
Did you hurt Kaylee or leave her somewhere, and you're worried that if we find that out, that people are going to look at you the wrong way?
No, sir.
And you're telling me that Zenaida took your child without your permission and hasn't returned her?
The last person that I've seen with my daughter, yes.
And have you talked, and when you talked to Jeffrey afterwards, I'm assuming that Jeffrey's child is still with him?
His child is still with him.
Okay. You said Zenaida had family up in New England, up in New York or
Yes,
something?
she has family down south. Her mother and her sister. Her brother's in New York. She's originally from New York.
She born and raised in New York? She have family outside of the country, or?
I don't know. As far as I know, she pretty much grew up there, moved down here, went to the University of Florida.
Is she Puerto Rican? Is she Dominican? Is she white?
She's mixed. She's black and Puerto Rican.
Could you raise your right hand for me?
Yes.
Do you swear and affirm everything you just told me is the truth?
Yes.
What information, Mr. Baez, of record evidence that would be introduced that shows this was an accident?
The fact that Mrs. Anthony had informed him within 24 hours of him being involved in the case that they had accidentally, or that she had noticed that the ladder was left up on the pool. There are also multiple statements from.
Yeah, so this is important. This is where they're talking about the fact that the pool was not examined. Yeah, so I just looked it up. That prosecutor from Jodi Arias, he was disbarred, which is such a rare thing, as we know. But he was accused of sexual assault or sexual misconduct, and also leaking a juror from the trial. He was disbarred in 2020, looks like. So
both George and Cindy Anthony, where they have clearly advised this officer that, in their opinion, this could have been an accident that was covered up, and that accident would have centered around the pool of this case.
okay.
This officer did absolutely nothing with this information, did not inspect the pool, did not do anything, or did not even question Miss Anthony when he had the opportunity to.
What evidence, Mr. Baez, would one glean from inspecting a pool?
Well, if you never look, you'll never know.
Yeah, but let's say you look. What would you see to determine whether someone drowned?
Typically, the answer to that question would be inspecting the body, right? Because they can tell if, they had ingested water into their lungs and whatnot, right? However, here, because Kaylee was found almost 6 months after she went missing, we haven't heard from the ME yet, but we know it's undetermined. I'll be looking forward to that information. If they can say for sure that she couldn't have drowned, that would be interesting. But what he's saying is, here, because they're talking about the pool, so what would you have determined by examining the pool? And it's a good question. I mean, but the thing is that a detective would be able to answer that better than an attorney, right? And that would be kind of the point in asking the detective the question. What could you have gleaned from examining the pool? But right now, the judge and Mr. Baez are going to try to answer that question.
If a body's not found in a pool, how do you determine if it was drowned in that particular pool?
There could be spatters of blood around the pool. There could be any number of there could be actual hairs, other trace evidence that could have been found.
Yeah, I think hairs is better, more likely than blood if someone drowned, right? Unless you're suggesting they were like beaten over the head and then drowned or something. But if they just were drowned, or just drowned in an accident, by themselves, unattended, then yeah, hairs. That's potentially helpful.
Not necessarily indicating the cause of death, but certainly, as the state will want to later on argue, that there is post-mortem banding on certain hairs. There's any number of things.
I mean, another thing too that could have been done is measuring him, as I've said a million times, measuring of the pool, measuring of the ladder. it's so crazy that it's still a mystery, right? We still haven't seen pictures of that and stuff and have no measurements.
One could glean from that type of information or by investigating. And here's the point. You don't look, you'll never know.
So my question for you guys there in the chat is, so what are other things you think that could be determined by examining the pool? Like just thinking it through. Again, you know, ideally a medical examiner could say, looking at, you know, the cause of death, you know, can they or can't they rule out drowning? You know, what does the autopsy say? We don't have that information yet. But in terms of the question here before us with examining the pool, or rather, really, again, the judge is asking Mr. Baez. So what else? What else could be gleaned from examining the pool?
And in this situation, they looked at a car and they were clever enough to come up with something new like air tests.
Right.
Who knows? Who's to say that they couldn't find something just a bit more clever when it came to surrounding around the pool? But if you don't look, you don't investigate, you're never going to know. It's
one thing that I would imagine could be gleaned from the pool is examining the pump, because the pools, they have the pumps and the filters and stuff. I would imagine that there could have been trace evidence potentially, you know, collected in the pump or the filter of the pool, right?
Did you see the car that evening?
Which car?
The Pontiac Sunfire.
I don't recall what I saw parked where.
Were you made?
This is interesting. Listen to how much stuff he's like, I don't recall at this part about the car. It's very weird.
Aware of anything going on with that car?
At some point throughout that evening, and I can't recall when, I remember there was a comment made about an odor coming from a car, but I don't recall who made it or at what point throughout my time there that occurred.
Wow.
So immediately upon getting this information, you went and inspected the car?
No.
Okay. You were told that there is a missing child?
Yes.
In your investigation at that point, or that entire evening, you didn't find it necessary to secure that car in any way?
No.
Overrule, that's the last question.
You may answer, sir.
No.
So
Again, please remember.
here's the thing that matters, because the point is this, right? There's been this whole issue with the smell with the car. We've heard some law enforcement officers say they didn't smell anything. We've heard other people say they did smell things. We have George Anthony, you know, saying he smells things, you know. So that's a whole part that's an issue. But beyond that, it's like, so he's like, yes, I heard from somebody at some point, I don't remember who, somebody said they maybe smelled something or whatever. So it's like either that's true and you didn't do your job, because you should have gone and investigated the car at that point, right? Like if there's a missing child and someone's like, yeah, there smells like there's been a dead body, and you hear that, when you're like, you should have taken into the car at that point, right? Because they didn't take the car yet. Or either that, or the whole thing with the smell is, you know, it didn't really happen and it's not credible, right? So either way, that's why that's a good line of questioning. Either way, something's not right. You know what I mean? It does seem like they were fighting over the cadaver dog evidence in pretrial. I get that impression because of the video that I'm currently editing is getting into all of the finally getting into all the forensic people and stuff like that, and about to get into the cadaver dogs. And, you know, just from the languaging, it's like you can tell that they've already spent a lot of time going through this stuff. But the issue, we heard about some of the issues with that in opening statements, that like they didn't follow the protocol. Like they didn't follow the protocol with the cadaver dogs that you're supposed to follow. And that's not the dog's fault. That's the people's fault, right? Dogs are always doing A+ job at everything. Always, every dog. You know, so, and actually the part that I'm editing right now is with Dr. What's his face? Arpad Voss on the stand. Oh my God, that dude. Wow. Y'all buckle up for that. We heard a lot about him also in opening statements. So I was like, I never look ahead, right? So like I heard about him in opening statements, right? And he's the one who, what was it? He attaches, or he has an invention to attach like lasers to flies or something crazy like that. Some crazy shit like that. And I'm like, all right. So now I'm sure the jury has the same thing. Like they're going to be like, what's this dude going to be like? Because he's been painted as kind of a nut job, And boy, it is. I don't even know. I don't want to spoil it, but I'm excited for when we get to that episode with him on the stand. But he's a unique bird. I'll say that.
All of my previous admonitions, and have a good evening. I understand one of you has a new name, Johnny Depp. Okay, have a good evening.
This is so cute. He has a great rapport with the jury. That's one thing I will say too with him. He's got a great rapport with the jury. There's ongoing sagas with the jury. The initial ongoing saga was like the Lightning Game, and the current ongoing saga that we're going to hear more about is with the restaurants. It sounds like the jury wants to have more food choices, and so there's an ongoing saga with that. But he's got a great demeanor with the jury, and you can tell. But it seems like one of the jurors must look like Johnny Depp,
You may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Mr. Hopkins, how old are you?
26.
Do you know Casey Anthony?
I do.
When did you first meet her?
Probably middle school.
Did you stay in touch from middle school up until 2008?
Through passing.
How would you characterize your relationship with Miss Anthony?
More or less acquaintances.
Weren't very good friends?
Not very good friends.
Did you ever introduce Casey Anthony to a woman by the name of Zenaida Gonzales?
I did not.
Did you ever use Zenaida Gonzales as a nanny?
No, sir.
Do you have any children?
No, sir.
No kids. No.
Did you see Casey Anthony in the month of June of 2008?
No, sir.
July of 2008?
Yes, sir.
Where did you see her?
It was at the Waterford Lakes Ale House.
Do you recall what day that was?
It was the first Tuesday in that July 2008.
Does July 2nd ring a bell?
Yes, sir.
All right. Who did you go to the ale house with?
A few friends of mine, Gabriel Flette and Corey Arnold.
Okay. And while you were there, you saw Casey Anthony?
Yes, sir.
I couldn't believe it when I was like, oh my God, Jeffrey Hopkins exists. Now, it's not the way she described him, but he is a person.
Did you go there with her?
No, sir.
Were you planning on seeing her there?
No, sir.
Did you speak with her?
Yes, sir.
What was the nature of the conversation?
Hi, how you doing? Haven't seen you in a while. Exchange number.
This next part is so funny.
Exchange numbers, and that was pretty much it.
Did you ever hear from her again after July 2nd of 2008?
I did, through text messages. They seem to be mass text messages, I believe, more than just myself got them, about going to a club called Fusion.
There it is, Fusion. Oh my God.
Did she ever tell you that Zenaida Gonzales had taken her daughter?
No, sir.
Now, you said that you met with Detective Melich on July 16th of 2008
Correct.
at City Walk or somewhere else?
It was in my office, which is located in the parks.
At some point that day, did you have an opportunity to meet Casey Anthony?
I did.
How did that occur?
After we were unable to verify that she was currently employed, Detective Melich called her and placed her on speakerphone, asked her a series of questions.
So this part, listen to what he says carefully, because we're going to hear something actually different from Detective Melich.
I couldn't confirm anything that she was saying to me. So he brought her, he had asked if it would be okay if a couple detectives could pick her up and bring her to Universal. I agreed. I assume she agreed as well.
Did you hear? You
I
said
did,
she was
actually,
on
I'm sorry.
speakerphone.
Yeah, I did hear that she agreed that two detectives could pick her up at her house and bring her to Universal. He asked
things there. She's being brought to Universal. That's going to come up. And the second key thing is he's saying, prompted from the prosecutor, mind you, that he heard her agree to go. Okay, keep those things in mind.
Asked her what department she worked in. She stated she worked in events. The officer asked her if it was for marketing or entertainment. She stated it was a little bit of both, which couldn't be true.
Okay. So you go from the security gate to where?
We began to walk, fearing that we were going to go on a long expedition. I asked pretty directly where we were headed. She pointed to a building that I knew had nothing to do with the any events department and stated we would go in there. Okay. At that point, when we walked inside, Detective Melich began to look around and asked if we were in the events building. At that point, Ms. Anthony looked at me, put her hands in her back pocket and stated, "I don't work here."
You, the detective, everybody there knew that she didn't work there, but went along with the charade to let her pretend, didn't you?
I wouldn't say we let her pretend because I knew she didn't work there, so I wasn't acting.
It's exactly the point, though.
But that's the same theme of the family, right? Just like what we heard with Lee Anthony when he was talking to Casey and he knew she wasn't in Jacksonville, and then he pretends like she is, or he doesn't confront her with the fact that she's lying. Potentially what Cindy did with the imaginary friends, how plausible is it that she believed that? I don't know. And this is another example of that, isn't it? It's instead of telling her, it is interesting, right? Because they all know she's lying, but for whatever reason, they don't just confront her with that. They just let her, said, like this ruse. Like, it is interesting. I don't know what they were hoping to gain from that, since they already knew it was fake. It's pretty unique. It's a unique.
At some.
Yeah. So that was. It is wild, isn't it? Like, everybody just goes along with her lies to a certain point and tries to act like they believe her. I don't know. It's a very weird dynamic. Are you're currently watching OJ? Is that whole thing available? For some reason, I didn't think it was. I do know there's some police officer, I forget his name, but they mentioned him when Cindy Anthony was on the stand on Cross, actually. There from what I can tell, some disgraced police officer from OJ also got involved, or Cindy was trying to get him involved or something like that. I don't know. Again, it came up on Cross, and then I think it was objected to, and then that was that. But people that know OJ well would probably know who it is that I'm referencing. And I don't know very much at all about the OJ case, to be honest with you guys. I was a little kid when that all happened.
Point during that conversation,
okay.
Do you make an inquiry of her as to whether or not she could come out to Universal Studios?
I believe I did, the best of my recollection.
How did that transpire?
Simply asked if I needed her to come out, I guess. Yep. I don't remember the exact conversation, so I can't tell you what I...
Okay, so this is important. I'll back it up. That's correct. Mark Furman. That's right. So that's who it was. Thank you. I knew the name, I would know it was once I saw it. So that's who they mentioned. So he got involved at some point. He showed up, I guess, in Florida to try to look for Kaylee. I don't know. It's all weird. So let's hear this part again, though, about, I just backed it up a little bit. Because remember the whole thing about the circumstances under which she was brought there, and did she consent?
Lee Anthony, when he was talking to Casey, and he knew she wasn't in Jacksonville, and then he pretends like she is, or he doesn't confront her with the fact that she's lying. Potentially what Cindy did with the imaginary friends, how plausible is it that she believed that? I don't know. And this is another example of that, isn't it? It's instead of telling her, it is interesting, right? Because they all know she's lying, but for whatever reason, they don't just confront her with that. They just let her, said, like this ruse. Like, it is interesting. I don't know what they were hoping to gain from that, since they already knew it was fake. It's pretty unique. It's a unique.
At some point during that conversation, do you make an inquiry of her as to whether or not she could come out to Universal Studios?
I believe I did, the best of my recollection.
So now he's all fuzzy on the memories again with this, right?
How did that transpire?
Simply asked if I needed her to come out, I guess. I don't remember the exact conversation, so I can't tell you what I said verbatim on the phone. I recall asking her questions about the phone number and her boss, but I don't recall a specific conversation about her coming out to Universal.
Word salad, if I ever saw one.
Obviously, she did. But,
Well, how did that happen?
well, I recall talking to my sergeant, John Allen, at one point after I talked to Casey. And I recall asking my sergeant at the time if there was a way that he can go over to Miss Anthony's home and pick her up to bring her to Universal Studios if she'd be willing to come. And I recall that Sergeant Allen actually took another detective, Appy Wells, and picked up Miss Anthony about 12:30 or so and brought her to Universal Studios.
All right. Did you tell Miss Anthony that you would like her to come to Universal?
I believe I did, yes.
Okay. Did she agree to come?
To the best of my recollection, she did. She didn't. I don't recall her saying anything about, no, I don't want to go, I refuse to go, nothing like that.
All right. So you made some arrangement
She didn't protest.
for her to come to Universal.
That's correct. Right about this area is where she stops, turns around, and tells us she doesn't work there.
So what do you do next when she says that?
We asked Mr. Tutora if there's a room we can use to talk to her, because now obviously we would want to know why she would bring us to a place she didn't work.
Did you ask her?
You could see the same question could be asked of them, though, right? Because they brought her to a place they know she didn't work, right?
At that point, if she would speak with you?
It's just hypocritical. I mean, literally, that's what it is. Like, that's why I was pointing out the part, and it's going to come up again when we listen to this clip is from her interrogation. The whole thing about they're going to hammer her. You brought us here. You brought us here, and it's just it's not even true. They brought her there. They've already said so as much. Anyway.
I can't recall our conversation going into the room, but yeah, I believe I would have said something along the lines of, okay, we need to talk about this, but I don't remember verbatim what I said.
Did you advise her, or was it obvious because of the placement that the conversation that you were going to have was to be recorded?
I recall it wasn't surreptitiously recorded. I remember taking the recorder out and actually placing it, if I'm not mistaken, between her and I on the couch that we were sitting on. Date right now is July 16th, 2008. It's about 13:20 hours. We're at Universal Studios. I'm here with Sergeant Allen. I'm here with Detective Appy Wells. Also here with Casey Anthony. And Casey, we talked earlier this morning, and we're working a case looking for your daughter Kaylee. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. We came here to Universal Studios. We're sitting in a little conference room. Obviously the door isn't locked. We just closed it so we got a little bit of privacy and talk to you. And a couple more questions came up I need to ask you about. Remember how I opened this whole thing in the morning?
Yeah.
By saying that, we need to get the complete truth and the snowball effect and how it goes? Okay. We're about halfway down that hill, 3/4 down that hill, and it's a pretty big snowball, which means that there's a lot of stuff going on right now. Mm-hmm. And I can tell you, just for a certainty, that everything you've told me so far has been a lie. So where we are right now is in a position that doesn't look very good for you. Mm-hmm. And this is going to be your escape hatch, so to speak. Okay, this is going to be the point where you stop all the lies and you stop all the fibs and you tell us exactly what's going on. Mm-hmm. I'm just being straight with you.
In the amount of time that I've done this, almost 30 years now, okay, I've learned this. People make mistakes. Everybody makes mistakes. The three of us have all made some mistake.
I swear, I feel so, again, for anyone who's watching interrogations, I feel like they're not sure what approach to take with her, and they're just kind of like going back and forth. But you're going to see them go through all the different cliche ones, right? So they already used the monster word. Are you a monster? You called him Callous. And now we're going down the everybody makes mistakes route. I wonder if, there's some people where it's like, there's nothing you could do. They're not going to tell you what happened. Like Alex Murdoch is an example of that. I think Ezra McCandless is probably also an example of that. I wonder if Casey's also in that category of literally there's nothing that anybody could have done in that room with her, that's legal in terms of interrogation tactics or whatever, interview techniques that would have gotten her to say what happened, assuming she knows.
Never had anybody do anything wrong to you. Everybody hurt you in any way, okay? Let me ask you a question. When somebody's hurt you in the past and they've come to you and said, I'm sorry, okay?
Something I will say, again, I'm trying to put my behavior panel hat on, that if you guys are noticing here, who's doing all the talking? Because it's not her, it's them. that even when they're asking her a question, like for example, when he says, "Has anybody ever hurt you?" She says, "Of course." He could have given her time to discuss that more, and it could have led to something else. But instead, he just keeps talking. If they're doing all the talking, that's not a good sign, right? Because you want the person who's the suspect to be talking, and especially when they're answering your questions, right?
I mean, you're a smart person. Figure it out, okay? So far, well, the only thing that we can say for sure at this point, okay, is that you have lied to him about all these things. You brought us here, okay? All right? Now, I want you to look at this from an outsider's perspective. Somebody somewhere down the road may have to decide, how this all plays out. What would you do? How would you see that person? How would you see that person differently? You might see somebody, maybe a young mother who made a mistake and, maybe initially was afraid to tell the truth, but at some point came forward and said, horrible thing happened.
If you had told us the truth, we wouldn't be here at Universal Studios at a place that you've been fired since 2006. Well, you trying to explain to us, you have an office and all that stuff. We wouldn't be here. So we know, and this is the part we need to get past. We are.
I think part of the trouble for Casey too, or just thinking about it, is that she had already had these lies going, and that's the thing, right? Like she'd already been lying to her family about working at Universal still. She'd already been lying about, well, I don't know if you want to call it lying. We don't know yet. It's the imaginary friends, right? For years. If anything, it's like at that point, in order to be consistent with the story you've been telling your family for years, you have to keep going along those lines.
If this is something.
And that's sort of like what I was saying earlier too, of like, it's a twofold thing. First of all, again, these detectives don't know at this point that these lies have been going on. They don't know that she's like, it's so interesting, right? Because they must be thinking that she's making all this stuff up on the spot, and they don't know that all these people she made up years ago. And so again, if you're Casey, right, thinking about like being a pathological liar, it's like she's just repeating what she's always said. So for her, she's not saying anything differently to them than what she's been saying. So that's why it's interesting, right? It's kind of like, she's married to those lies again, if she's even aware of the fact that they're lies, because it's hard to tell, just exactly what the mental implications are. But, either way, it's like, that's her reality. Her reality is that these people exist, and she's been talking about them and their children and their families and whatever.
An accident that happened, and no matter how you think people are going to look at you, they're going to look at you a lot worse if you continue showing that you're callous or not caring, and that you just show complete dispassion and disregard for human life. All of a sudden, something bad happens to my child, and people are going to think, I'm just a devil. Everything that you've told me this morning, from Zenny, from the addresses, from Universal, from all these people that you've talked to, including people that you...
And the thing is, again, to them, they think she's making this up to lie. And the thing that's so crazy is what they don't know yet is that these lies have been going on for years. That's the thing that's so crucial. Like, I feel like maybe that's the part that they're missing here. Had they known that all of these lies were years old and they weren't just made up on the spot to try to explain this stuff, I wonder if their approach would have been different, because I would imagine it should be.
So you left her in Zanny's care on June the 9th.
The date mix-up is interesting, right? Because Casey thinks it's June 9th, and they talk about that a little bit with Cindy, but it's interesting because they learn once they get the video from the nursing home or whatever that she was still alive on June 15th. So, but the thing that I'm saying is interesting to me is that I wonder why Casey gave the date June 9th. Because we know Kaylee was still alive and well when she was pressed by her family, right, before that third 911 call, and she was talking with Lee and her mom, and she said 31 days. What's interesting is 31 days would actually have been correct from June 16th to July 15th. But the date that she gives is June 9th. I don't know. I wonder if we'll ever get more answers as to that.
Hey, we're here because you brought us here, correct?
Absolutely.
You directed us here because we're going to your office to find out.
Use that, but it's not really what happened. She's there because they brought her there.
So either way right now is not a very pretty picture to be painting. Either way right now, with everything that you're telling us, you're painting yourself as a very bad person. Your family's going to suffer for this. Your friends are going to suffer for this. And remember what I told you about all these people coming out there to crucify you for this because of all the lies that you've been telling us. We need to stop that right now. No more lies. What happened to Kaylee?
I don't know.
You do know. What
I
happened
don't
to
know
Kaylee?
where she is. That is the God's honest.
Where was she the last time that you put her somewhere? Where was she?
The last time I saw her was on those steps at that apartment that I took you to this morning. The same apartment that I took the other officers to last night.
But you didn't give her to any. You didn't give her to anyone while you were there. See, we're pulling, listen to me. We're even pulling surveillance video from an apartment complex, and they have to keep this by law for several days. Okay, and we're not seeing you over there. Remember we had those two people that we were talking about, the person who had an accident or made an accident or made a bad decision, and a person who's just a cold-blooded, callous monster. That's telling me that you are the second person, this cold-blooded, callous monster who doesn't care and doesn't want to help because she's afraid that something so heinous happened that everyone's going to look at her and say, she's a monster, she deserves to go away, she deserves to never see the light of day, this bad thing should happen to her. I don't want to believe that right now, but you're giving me no choice. You understand? You're giving me no choice.
So which word? So by the way, if you're referring to any of the words that bother you, that like the words that bother me, the cold-blooded, callous, heinous, monster, that type of languaging, it strikes me actually even worse than it did before, because from the time this live stream happened and now, in between, I did that live stream just a few days ago with Brian Kohberger and the death penalty motions. And so far that I've noticed, no one on LawTube seems to have noticed that the state dropped one of the aggravating factors, statutory aggravating factors for the death penalty. So far that I've seen, I'm the only one that's noticed it. There were 5, okay? There were 5 statutory aggravating factors, and those were the multiple persons aggravator, the utter disregard aggravator, the HAC, HAC, that's heinous, atrocious, and cruel aggravator, the future dangerousness aggravator, and the felony murder aggravator. And so there were 5, and they dropped the felony murder aggravator, which is a huge win for the defense. And no one seems to have noticed it, which blows my mind. But anyway, I covered all that. And what's striking me about the language that he's using, because of the fact that this is also a death penalty case, right? Every time they use words like heinous, atrocious, cruel, cold-blooded, callous, and monster, all of those words are actual words in the case law when it comes to how do we determine death penalty. And so if for anyone who's interested, check out that most recent live stream, because we talk a lot about, it's really, really interesting. The whole purpose of it is to narrow it down. And again, the language used in the case law is that the point of the death penalty is that it's for, quote, the worst of the worst, end quote. And then how do we determine that? And all of the ways that's determined are these arbitrary, subjective, it's wild. It's wild. I was actually telling my mom about it today, and she looked at me like, you gotta be kidding me. How is this possible? It's like, yeah, I know. So the languaging, that languaging is like straight out of the freaking, the statutes and the case law in when it comes to death penalty aggravating factors. And at least in Idaho, and I think it's the same in Florida, but the way it works in Idaho is that in terms of the burden, when it comes to that bifurcated trial, and if it makes it onto the sentencing phase, right? If he's convicted, or if anyone in Idaho is convicted, right? It goes to the sentencing phase. The state's burden is they have to prove at least one of the aggravating factors beyond a reasonable doubt. So the more aggravating factors they have, the better those odds are. So that's why it's a really big deal that one of them, the state, I just want to reiterate, it's not like the defense objected and to the aggravating factor, which they did. Like the defense had a motion to strike all those aggravating factors. But what happened was, it wasn't that the state said, no way, it's legitimate, and then the judge ruled with the defense or whatever. That's what happened. Was before the state even could say, we object to your objection, right? Or whatever, let's just say, the state dropped it. So it was moot, because the defense had filed, of course, a motion to strike the felony murder aggravator. And then the state had a response, and the response was, we're dropping it. So the motion is moot. We don't need to even talk about it. So now there's just 4 aggravating factors. No, it's a different judge. The Daybell judge was Judge Boyce, and he was the judge for Lori and Chad. The new Kohberger judge is Judge Hippler. I don't know of him from any other cases. I'm not a fan of him at all. I really liked Judge, as most of you guys probably know. I don't like Judge Hippler so far. I don't know. I don't know what more he could want when he comes in and his first thing he says to everybody is like, I don't want to be here. What? That was the weirdest thing. The weirdest thing. It's like, well, then why are you a judge? Like, I don't know. That was weird. I didn't care for that. I mean, it just doesn't set a good tone. I don't know. He did seem angry. He seemed angry. I mean, hopefully he can be fair, right? That's what, and hopefully he has a better demeanor with the jury. Can you imagine the jury shows up for trial and he's like, has that same type of attitude? God, that would be so gross. I don't know, man. But, yeah, the most important thing is that he can be fair. So.
This is going to be the opportunity that you have right now. No matter how heinous you think that what happened.
Here it is again, heinous. Remember, this matter, like, y'all, it's in the jury instructions. So, like, every time, think about it, okay? Like, I appreciate this even more now, having just gone through from, like, that last live stream, like I said, because part of what I covered in the last live stream with BK is the jury instructions for the heinous, atrocious, and cruel aggravating factor, the HAC. We looked at the jury instructions. The jury is given definitions of the words heinous, atrocious, and cruel. So imagine, let's just say that she'd been convicted and then the jury was then voting on the death penalty or not. It's almost like brainwashing, right? So think about it. If you're these detectives, it's really horrifying, to be honest with you. But it's almost like they're saying the word heinous as many times as freaking possible, right? Because then when the jury gets to the jury instructions, if it makes it that far and they're voting on the death penalty or not, and they are looking at the jury instructions and the word heinous is used a million times, it's like, oh yeah, heinous. I mean,
Was to Kaylee, this is your opportunity to tell us. This is going to be your only opportunity to tell us.
Is your daughter in a better place?
No, she's not.
Are you worried about her?
I'm absolutely petrified. If she was with her family right now, she'd be in the best place. She's not. If I wanted to really just get rid of her, I would have left her with my parents and I would have left. I would have moved out. I would have given my mom custody.
What's the next biggest concern? I know your major concern now is finding.
But that is the thing. That's the thing. That's the thing. And that's part of, like, for me, okay, for anybody who hasn't watched the trial and is in that, which is, I would say that everybody in the world would be in this category, right? You ask anybody, they're all going to say, yeah, she did it. I'm right. I mean, it's just, except for the jury, right? And if you ask them, why did she do it? People are going to probably say, because again, going with like the general consensus, they're going to say she wanted to be able to party and blah, blah. But the thing is what she just said is what I had said early on in this trial, which is the common sense response to this. If she really just wanted to run away and not be a mom and not have to worry about her daughter, she could have left her with her parents. I mean, there's literally, that's absolutely the case. Like this is not a situation where that was the only way to ditch those responsibilities. It's like you could debate over whether or not she did want to ditch the responsibilities. But even if you go with, yeah, sure, she wanted to ditch those responsibilities. Even if you go with that route, even though all the testimony we've heard is that she was a wonderful mom and her and Kaylee had a special relationship and all that, right? But still, even if you go with, let's just say she's a horrible mom, she doesn't want to be a mom anymore, doesn't want Kaylee, blah, blah. Even if you go with that, still, the easy thing to do is to just leave her with your parents. And they would have happily taken her. So I would love to know with that being the case, then what else do you have then? Like, what would be the motive then, right? I will be honest. The only thing that makes any sense to me is if I'm trying to play it through, like, what could possibly have happened if she killed her, why, right? This is not, like, let me just preface this. hold on. Let me preface this in a major way. Let me do this. Hold on. I don't even know if you can call this speculation, but just as a thought exercise, okay? As a thought exercise. None of this has anything to do with the trial. This is just me as a thought exercise. Walking through, if she killed her, why would she have done it, okay? The only thing I can think of, this is just literally pure, again, like I said, thought exercise. The only thing that I can think of is if she was also planning on killing her parents. And it's funny because I kind of had that thought, and then it really solidified when I think it was in the last episode, Judge Belvin made a joke about it, right? Because the prosecutor was arguing something really silly that didn't make any sense. And then Judge Belvin was arguing, was like, well, if you follow that logic, then why wouldn't she have just killed her whole family? And I was like, made a joke like, oh, like an elimination murder. And I was like, but that's true. Like elimination murders, they knock out the whole family. And like, that would be the only thing that would make sense, right? And the other thing that got me thinking about that is because of the fact that she had told Amy they were going to move into her parents' home. That's all we've got in terms of there's nothing to support. This is just a theory, right? It's not even a theory. It's just, my point is this. The only way I can imagine if Casey intentionally had something to do with her daughter's death, it doesn't make any sense to me unless also she was planning on killing her parents, but there's no evidence of that. So just, again, prefaced it with speculation. I'm just saying that everyone has this idea that she was just trying to get rid of her daughter so she could go be wild and free and crazy and whatever and not have to worry. But that doesn't make sense because she could have just left her with her parents. So that again, if we eliminate that whole thing, what are we left with? We're left with either she didn't kill her, right? Or she was going to kill her, but there was some other reason. That's what we're left with. Just so, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure she would have gotten caught if that was the case, right? So, but it's a good question. So whenever you guys come across in your life, when you come across people, if they're ever talking about Casey Anthony and, this whole thing of like, she didn't want to be a mom anymore, ask them that question. Like, but why wouldn't she have just left him with her parents, like left Kaylee, given them custody? I mean, there would have been no argument over that. Her parents would have gladly taken Kaylee. I mean, her mom, if anything, was trying to see Kaylee more than anything. I mean, so it's just, that can't be the thing. That's my point. That the whole motive that everybody's going with can't be the thing. So then what?
Baby.
Honestly, that's all I care about at this point. And I'll take that necessary step with whatever
Who would that be? I mean, who's going to be the next hurdle in your life as far as trying to explain that, no, I'm not a neglectful mother, I'm not, is it going to be your mom?
No, it's going to be saying that and proving that to myself every day. My mom flat out told me yesterday she will never be able to forgive me, and I even told her I'm never going to be able to forgive myself. Every day I've been beating myself up about this. Every single day.
Because this is still running, I noticed it. Raise your right hand for me, just like this morning. You swear everything you told me is the truth now, about the lies and everything else? Okay.
You were talking during the interview about a surveillance video from the Sawgrass Apartments. Is there or was there a surveillance video that was available from Sawgrass Apartments?
No, there was no video.
Your next step was to...
The next place I went was to the Sawgrass Apartments.
Then you got all this information, which means that apartment's been empty for months.
According to Sawgrass, it had been.
No Zenaida Gonzales.
Correct.
And then...
Incorrect. There was a guest card filled out with a Zenaida Gonzales on it that we would later follow up on. But
Another, like, what? There was a guest card filled out at Sawgrass Apartments with Zenaida Gonzales written on it. So that's where Casey must have gotten that name from back in 2006 or whatever. But why the fuck are we not getting more information about this? So he says that we later followed up on, and then that's it. Like, what? again, it's like, state, what are you doing? Why are we not getting this information? You know? So the three things I had written down from this past episode that I thought were major things that I'm like, they have to follow up on this, right? It was Lee Anthony coming and going from the house. Why June 9th, which I just mentioned a few minutes ago. And then Zenaida being written down on this guest card. Those are the three things I'm like, all right, let's make sure we come back to this, you know, if I'm the state and, you know, so yeah.
No, Zenaida Fernandez Gonzales.
No, the guest card didn't say Fernandez.
Right.
Interesting.
And after all of this goes on,
Wonder if that's
you talk to Sergeant Allen again.
word. Wow.
Yes, in an effort to see if he can get someone to bring Miss Anthony to Universal.
Now, as your phone is ringing like crazy,
Oh God.
and as you're getting all kinds of calls from Cindy Anthony, at one point you leave the room to call her back, do you not?
At one point, if my memory is correct, I actually leave the room with Sergeant Allen to discuss something with him out there.
And he talks to Cindy Anthony. So during that interrogation, right, that we were just listening to a couple snippets of, during that interrogation, his phone was ringing and he leaves the room to talk to Cindy.
In the course of the interview, the phone was going off. You could hear it on tape. My memory serves correct. One of the phone calls was from Cindy Anthony. So I would have returned that call or spoken to her because I did during that break.
And what I'm getting at is, so when you got out of the room, you actually spoke with Cindy Anthony.
Yes.
Okay. And it was at this time that you first heard the incident with the pool ladder.
Yeah, right. It does.
Yes, I believe it was at that time where I first heard about the ladder being found down the pool and the gate being found open sometime in June.
Okay. And now that you're
Laddergate. By the way, guys, I just wanted to point out, I felt so clever when I just discovered Laddergate. So, you know, I've made it jokes in other trials too, where it's like, I can't remember specific examples, but like other things gate, right? Like, oh, there was Pillowgate, like in the Ezra trial. Anyway, but what's so funny is like, I started calling this Laddergate and then I was like, oh my God, Laddergate. It's like double because it's like the ladder and the gate, right? Like the ladder. So it's like initially it was like Laddergate and Gate. And I was like, wait, no, it's just Laddergate. So that just works and covers the whole thing because it's the ladder's up on the pool and the gate's open. It's Laddergate, but like it's even got double meaning because of the gate. So anyway.
armed with this information,
Laddergate.
you have the opportunity to go back in and question Casey about this pool ladder incident.
So the important part there is he talks to Cindy during the interrogation, right, at Universal Studios. And Cindy tells him, hey, just so you know, here's what happened with the pool. I found the pool, the ladder was up and the gate was open. Implying that Cindy thought there was a drowning in the pool, there was an accident, right?
Do you not?
Sure, I had the opportunity to.
And you found that information to be important, did you not?
Not necessarily.
Do you remember giving a deposition in this case, sir?
Yes.
And do you recall me asking you the question? Okay, and did you find that to be important information? And do you recall giving the answer yes?
I won't doubt that, yes.
Okay. So on September 10th, 2010,
Right.
of course, you found that information to be important.
Correct.
Any information that we were getting was considered important. It's a level of importance. If you're suggesting that that was critical information at the time I got it from Cindy, I'm here saying it wasn't critical. It was just another piece of information. So was it information? Yes, it was.
It was important information.
Yes, any information at that time would be important.
Absolutely. And you had the opportunity to question Casey or confront her with this information, did you not?
I won't disagree. I had the opportunity to go back in and ask her about the pool.
But you did not.
No.
In fact, you'd never confronted Casey with this information about the pool.
That's correct.
So there was something else I was going to say before we get into the jail visits. Oh, what was it? So, okay, I know what I was going to say. I was going to say, just to reiterate. So where I'm at with this is that, again, just in terms of what really happened, right? Where I'm at with this is either it was an accident, maybe involving the pool or whatever, right? But some sort of accident, you know, which matters because remember, the state did not include any charges for that. Like, and that's part of why it matters. Like the state, let's just say that the jury believes that it was an accident. Okay. Like we know that they found her not guilty, and they don't necessarily have to believe it was an accident to find her not guilty. But let's just say that they did believe it was an accident. Had the state also had a lesser included, and the lesser included was something like, I don't know, like negligent homicide or something like that, right? Where it would include an accident, right? Manslaughter, something like that. Or I guess you could say like a manslaughter type of thing. Then she could have been found guilty of that if they believed it was an accident, right? And it would have been, something that didn't include a whole lot of jail time, whatever, however many years. And she could have been found guilty of that. The thing is that the state did not include any charges or lesser included that have anything that would be if it was an accident. Everything is intentional, right? So there is no opportunity. So in other words, again, in this case, because of the way it was charged, if the jury did think it was an accident, she has to be found not guilty on all the charges. And if the state had included something that could have languaging for an accident, she could have been found guilty for that. So so all that to say that in terms of the accident, right? So where I'm at is either it was an accident of some, probably with the pool, whatever. Or, in my opinion, if she did kill Kaylee, she was also planning to kill her parents, which again, that's like so far-fetched and there's nothing to support that. So that's in my mind the only way it makes any type of sense. So therefore, again, that would put me more like what between the two, the accident seems like that's the most likely thing. And then again, what are we left with? We're left with, well, all of her lying makes it seem like she did it, right? I mean, I get it. It's weird, right? It's weird. But like, isn't it wild to think like, it's hard for us as humans to wrap our head around someone could be lying that much and not have done the crime, right? It just doesn't make any sense. But again, that's why it matters, the fact that she'd been lying for so long before this happened. And so for her, it was normal. Anyway, good. I hope you have a good sleep. Thank you for being here. But that's why we have juries, right? So they can assess all those things. Okay, so now jumping on in to the next episode.
Okay, the state may call its next witness.
Your Honor, this time, I'd like to offer stipulation to the court relative to some evidence items, specifically MX, MY, NZ, and ND for identification.
Okay. What says the defense?
Simply just renewing all previous motions and objections, Judge.
Okay. Okay, which one are you going to use now?
Your Honor, it is our intent to go in chronological order, which is the same as numerical order, advising the court that the total time for these is somewhere between 4 and 5 hours.
I take it the first one that you're showing is the one involving Lee Anthony?
Correct. 67 in evidence on July 25th.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I will read you the following stipulation. Lee Anthony attended a video recorded visitation with Casey Anthony at the Orange County Jail on July 25th, 2008 at 1200 hours. The video recorded is a true and accurate representation of the visitation. The parties have agreed to this fact, and it should be considered as true in your deliberations.
Permission to publish.
You may publish.
The item in evidence.
Hey, hold on 1 second. Hey, can I get this turned up a little bit? Come on. I can't really hear you.
Okay, I can try to speak up a little bit.
No, go ahead. You're fine.
Okay. How are you?
Oh man, I don't want to start crying.
Yeah, I don't either. Let me just kind of give you a heads up. To my knowledge, we can have about I don't know if you know how all this works, but we can have about an hour together.
Okay.
Mom and Dad are scheduled at 1 to come in and see you too.
Okay.
I had to set this up through the deputies at Orange County because Baez couldn't do it for us, or at least he claimed, and we were having a tough time doing it for us.
Yeah, that's what he told me the other night.
So we still have visitation set up for Monday also. But,
okay.
I just wanted to give you the heads up.
So first of all, we're going to learn through these calls actually how she obtained Jose Baez as her attorney, which is really interesting because that's something I had always been wondering, like, how did she get connected with him? Second of all that noise in the background is because they're at the prison, right? So they have these calls, and the way it works is that, it's kind of like a combo platter of jail calls and visits, right? So like sometimes, we hear like jail calls, and it's just calls. People are calling. But here, the way it works is they come, and it's like they have cameras versus being behind like plexiglass or whatever. And the reason is because she's in protective custody. So they go and I guess they're given like a booth or a room or whatever. By they, I mean the family members. And then they've got cameras, and then they're speaking and they're seeing each other on camera. It's like a Zoom call or whatever, like that, right? But they have to be at the facility. And so again, she's in protective custody, which she's going to talk about. And the noise is because it's where she's at, right? She's in the prison, it's all concrete and metal and high ceilings and all that. So you're hearing, you're going to hear other inmates in the background and whatever, all the just extraneous noise. That's because it's prison, or jail rather.
First, I'm sure you know, or I'm sure you've been told by Jose, everything that goes on inside the jail, including this, is recorded, and anybody can, listen or hear, including the deputies, including Jose, all that kind of stuff.
Oh yeah.
Okay. However, there's one thing that nobody can monitor, and that is if you're able to write a letter.
Okay.
Now, how the letters work, there is a mail system inside the courtroom. If the letter is delivered to and from the mail system, that is not monitored. If you give a letter to Jose or to anybody else, of course, they may end up reading that.
Yeah.
So what I'm planning on doing is I'm going to be writing you a letter.
I don't think that's true. I don't know if he's intentionally lying to her. It's interesting. I don't know if he's intentionally lying to her. But I'm sure you guys know, like, that's not true. The only privilege you have is with your attorney. It's actually what he's saying is the opposite. Like, he's saying if you wrote a letter and gave it to your attorney, anyway, if it's communication with her attorney, that's the only thing that's privileged, right? So if she writes a letter to anyone else, whether it's given to her attorney or whether it's given through the mail system at the jail, whatever, all of that is not private, obviously. And I feel like he has to know that. So is he just lying? Is he lying to her on purpose so that she'll think she can confess in a letter or whatever? I don't know. It's interesting.
As soon as I can to get it to you, to give you that line of communication. So if you didn't feel comfortable saying something when you knew you were being recorded and monitored, that you can get that, to me that way.
Okay.
No, don't believe him. It's not true.
Do you have access to paper and a pen?
I can get access to that. That's not a problem.
Okay, that's the first I want to do. So I guess I just wanted to drop you some knowledge first. I think is the best thing that we should go over.
Yeah, definitely.
You already know that about how you can reach out now if you didn't know that already. Here's what I wanted to go over with you, make sure that you're aware.
Well, I find this interesting. So this is their first visit since she got to jail, okay? And he's the first one. It sounds like he's the first person in the family to visit her. I'm pretty sure these visits are going chronological order. This is how it's all starting. This is interesting. He's doing all the talking and he's informing her of stuff, it's interesting, right? I mean, I could see this being a coping mechanism for the grief and all that and the worry. At this point, remember, they still don't have Kaylee. They don't know where she is still, right? She's still missing, okay? I mean, it could be a way of, coping with all that. By what I mean, I guess, is like a lot of ways people could do. One way you could deal with the coping, or one way you could try to cope, right, would be being proactive. I'm going to go out looking for her, right? Stuff like that, right? I guess I'm thinking along those lines and but I guess that could be how you would be wanting to learn information. The part that's still a little bit weird is being like, I'm going to show up and instead of being there to emotionally support my family member, I'm going to inform them of stuff. And she didn't ask him to. I don't know. It's a bit weird. I don't know. Let me know what you guys think.
Obviously, Jose works for you. Okay? Anything that you say to Jose is supposed to be attorney-client privilege and supposed to be in confidence.
Yeah.
How that works is, even if you ask him to reach out to the family, if you ask him to reach out to law enforcement, if you give him a letter and ask him to do it, he is not obligated to do that. He will make a decision if it's in his or your best interest.
Yeah.
The key is...
This is not good. I mean, first of all, everything he's going to do is in his client's interest, first of all. Second of all, there's things he's saying that are this is just not correct. It almost sounds like he is trying to kind of... how to say this? The vibe that I get from a lot of this is that he's trying to get her to not trust her attorney and to listen to what he says. Kind of. That's the simple way to put it. And there's going to be quite a bit of that going on where it's like almost like viewing her attorney as a threat or something. It's weird.
His best interest too. At this moment, I really don't have anything against him, but I want to make sure that you realize that if you try to reach out, he may not be giving us this information. Okay?
Yeah, I understand that.
And the thing that's weird is because normally, if you think about other cases, right? If they've got a family member that's in jail, in custody, and especially in cases where they don't think the family member did anything, like they think they're still innocent, right? But usually the family members and the defense attorney are allies, right? Because they're like helping their loved one, right? They're representing their loved one. They work together. It's very odd that the very initial response, and they've never met Mr. Baez, I doubt, at this point. She's only just been, arrested from what we can tell. This is all very, very new. It's interesting that right off the bat, the instinct is like, same with her parents. It's interesting. It's like, I don't know how to put my finger on it, man. It's just, they look at him as a threat. That's the best way I can say it, I guess. It's just, that's the perception I get, is like, they're like trying to convince her not to trust him, her attorney. Listen to us and not him.
Told us
I don't like that at all.
His number one focus is you, and that his secondary focus is Kaylee. The truth is, because it's a business.
Yeah.
The truth is, the most important thing for him, his first focus is himself. Then you, then...
Wow. I don't like this at all. This is gross. Why does he think he knows better than everybody, though? Why does he have the right to say any of this? Why does he think he has the right to say any of this? And why, even if he thought it, okay, let's just say that you're Lee Anthony and you're thinking to yourself, oh, all defense attorneys are scum and they're always looking out for number one, which if you know anything about the way it works being an attorney, you know that that's literally not the case at all. Like the client is just, anyway, you guys hopefully know by now, but well, let's just say you don't know anything and you're assuming that the defense attorney is always looking out for number one or whatever, right? Even if you think that, why would you say that to your sister who needs representation in what will become a murder trial, death penalty murder trial, why would you say that to her unless it's to try to get her to not trust that attorney? And why would you want her to not trust her attorney? Those are my questions.
Kaylee.
Mm-hmm. Hey, hold on one second. Can we turn this up a little bit? Thank you.
I can't hear him.
All right. At least this way I won't have to strain my head to try to hear you in a minute.
Okay.
Okay, keep going. You're fine.
I cannot speak to anybody else's focus other than what they've told me.
Mm-hmm.
What I can do is speak to my own focus.
Yeah.
What I can tell you is my number one focus is on Kaylee.
Yeah.
My second focus is you.
Yeah.
My third is mom.
Mm-hmm.
Then dad. Then me.
Yeah.
Okay, so I want to make it, and I don't give a shit about Baez. I don't give a shit about the police. I don't give a shit about.
But that's where I'm like, he should care. He should care.
Anything else. That is those are my priorities.
Perfect. Thank you. Yeah.
I need you to tell me if my focus should be anything different than that. If anybody's priorities should be.
Hold on, I'm going to back it up. I want to see, does he name her on that list of his priorities? Hold on, let me back it up.
And what they've told me.
Mm-hmm.
What I can do is speak to my own focus.
Yeah.
What I can tell you is my number one focus is on Kaylee.
Yeah.
My second focus is you.
All right. His second focus is his sister. If that's the case, then why do you say you don't give a shit about her defense attorney? That makes no sense. This feels very gaslighty to me, guys.
Yeah.
My third is mom.
Mm-hmm.
Then dad. Then me.
Yeah.
Okay, so I want to make it, and I don't give a shit about Baez. I don't give a shit about the police. I don't give a shit about anything else. That is those are my priorities.
Perfect. Thank you. Yeah.
I need you to tell me if my focus should be anything different than that. If anybody's priorities should be in a different order.
I don't really understand that question and what he means by that.
If I should have anybody else in there at all.
I mean, he should care about, he should be thinking, okay, Jose Baez and her need to be one entity in his mind, right? This is true for any defendant, right? Their defense attorney, especially when you have a good defense attorney like Jose Baez, they are doing everything for their client. If you're saying to your sister, yeah, you're number 2 on my priority list, with that, attorneys go there. They're a package deal, man. That's the thing.
No, I think your priorities are where they should be, and that's exactly where mine are. So, honestly, I'll sit here as long as I have to. My only concern is Kaylee.
Okay. Well, and that's what I want to go over. I'm sorry, I wrote a lot of this down because there's some stuff that I wanted to make sure that you are aware of before we really started getting into anything.
Yeah.
Just so you can feel comfortable in the way
My initial reaction was, okay, writing things down, that's fair because you've probably got a lot to say or a lot you want to talk about and you've limited time and you want to make the most of it. But then again, he says he follows that with making sure you're aware of. So that's where it's different for. So it's not things he wants to talk about with her. It's things he wants to make sure he wants to inform her. It's weird to me because it's like, that's a way of controlling things, right? Like we've already heard it. He comes right in with all this information. Much of it is incorrect information, like starting out with the letters. He wants to make sure he tells her this and this and this and this. It's just a bit weird, right? Like, that's what her attorney will do. Like, that's why it's weird. The stuff that he's covering so far is stuff that her attorney would cover with her, right? It's like, how does all this work? What's privileged, what's not, blah, blah, blah. Why does he feel the need he has to inform her? It's just, yeah, again, it feels icky to me.
So that you know, if you don't feel comfortable answering, that there may be a way that you can reach out to where you would feel comfortable being a letter or something like that. Okay.
Oh,
yeah, absolutely.
Nope, not privileged. Not confidential.
Okay. The police are only going to go off of whatever information gets to them.
Mm-hmm.
being, I know for a fact that they have been reaching out to Mr. Baez. They have not reached out to Mr. Baez on a phone call since the 16th when you were put under arrest. They left 2 messages for Jose. Jose has never, I've seen the phone records, he has never returned a phone call to the police department. Now, he has written a letter, faxed a letter over to them that's saying that you're willing to cooperate and things like that. When they have reached out to him since then, he has either not returned the phone call or he has, and I mean, I've got the correspondence. I saw this yesterday, and I'm not trying to knock, knock what he's doing or anything like that. But I just want to make you aware of exactly what I've been able to, confirm.
Yeah.
Okay.
It sounds so manipulative.
I'm not even going to get into the bond stuff right now.
It just feels so manipulative to me, because especially when he's like, "Yeah, I'm not trying to knock him." It's like, "But you are, though."
No.
Yeah, no.
It's like trying to pit. It's like trying to sneakadoodle it in. Like, don't trust your attorney, trust me instead. That's just the vibe I get. That's just the vibe I get. And it doesn't, the reason it's weird is because the normal thing to do would be to encourage them to trust their attorney, right? Their attorney is the person who is going to be fighting for their life. It's weird if you're telling someone not to trust their attorney. That's a red flag to me, guys.
Talking to you, I'm just going to leave it at that. Hold on, I just want to read through and make sure that I'm hitting all this first.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to say there's an exception. That's if your attorney's Alex Murdoch. That's an exception to that.
How did Jose become your attorney?
It just kind of happened at random in booking. I heard a couple people talking about attorneys, things like that, and they just flat out asked me if I had anyone yet, and I said no. And his name came up, and I was like, well, if he's good, can you do me a favor and pass my name along? So he came and saw me the next day. It was like immediately right after I saw the judge. So
So was it an inmate? Was it a corrections officer?
It was an inmate, and there was 3 other people that confirmed it. So
okay, so that's kind of how that happened. That makes sense then, because from what I could find out, I didn't.
So I always wondered, and part of the reason I wondered how she got stuck with him, because I was like, I always wondered, was it her family that sought him out? Like, did her family find her a defense attorney and was like, we're going to find her the best defense attorney we can? And then did they all have a conversation? And did he tell them, hey, guys, just so you know, you guys aren't on the hook for anything. You haven't been charged with any crimes. Just so you know, I want you guys to make sure you consent or are aware, let's just say, that we might throw you under the bus in order to save her life. Just so you guys know. We might say that there was, things going on, whatever. We might implicate your involvement, blah, blah. We might drag your name through the mud. We're going to throw you in if it'll save her life. And they're like, yep, we're on board. Because I could see this happening, right? And they're like, yep, that whatever you got to do, you got to save her life. That's fine, or whatever, right? Because the other thing was like, well, if they didn't help her find an attorney and she just found him herself somehow, A, how did that happen? But B, that could explain how they're not all on the same page, right? Like her family. I mean, it's a very weird dynamic, right? But like watching her dad especially, but both her parents on the stand. I mean, it's like it's clear that they were throwing her under the bus from the get-go. Her family was. Starting with the 911 call where Cindy says she stole the car. And so, and that just continued, right? So anyway, it's interesting that this is how she obtained the attorney, but that this kind of makes more sense, right? That the family and him never worked together, right? And in fact, as you can see from the get-go, already Lee, at least that we know so far, is at odds, like as in don't trust your defense attorney, trust me instead of working together. It's just, It doesn't sit right with me.
I didn't think he was court appointed, so that's what.
No.
Okay. What's your honest assessment? How do you feel? I mean, and remember, everybody else can watch this, so feel free to answer however you want to answer. But what's your honest assessment?
I think he's doing whatever by any means necessary to get things done quickly as far as Bond is concerned. I know I am his priority. I would like Kaylee to be his focus as well, but I know that I am his client and his concern is getting me out so I can help Kaylee. That's something that we've talked about every single time we've met.
Now, understand, any of us are going to say that we do feel it would be in your best interest to be able to get out to help us find Kaylee.
Of course.
However, I know that especially now that you know that you can write a letter to me or to whomever.
No.
That it's just like if you were out and you were able to talk to us when no one else was around.
Yeah. Excuse me.
There are ways, even if you're still in fear.
This is actually, I'm kind of answering my own question here. I think now it's clear that he's lying to her on purpose because he's repeating it so many times. And this isn't true. I don't know why he's telling her she can write a letter and it's confidential. It's not. He's trying to trick her.
That we can still effectively search for Kaylee no matter how comfortable or confident you feel in Jose or the police or anything.
Yeah, so absolutely.
I want to make sure that you are aware of that. Do you want to talk to law enforcement?
Yes and no. I mean, I know that I'm their, quote, person of interest. So things that I've told them before, they've looked at me like I'm feeding them a bunch of bullshit. So in a lot of ways, I'd rather things come from either you guys, my primary, my family, or my almost tied primary at this point because Jose's been my one outlet.
Right.
So
go through your attorney. Follow that instinct, girl.
It's going to have to come from one of those avenues.
Right. Now that you know you have another outlet to the family.
No. See, I don't like this at all. Misstates the law. Ugh.
I encourage you to just realize, and again, you probably know Jose a little better than me at this point, even though I have talked to him on almost a daily basis. But, you know that, again, I can only speak for myself on my intention, and I know you know my intention.
Yeah.
So
we'd like to enter an objection.
The reason why
Request a sidebar.
No, sir. It's untimely. Continue.
the thing about the police. When you gave your statement about dropping Keely off with the nanny on the 9th, we know that's incorrect. That it's actually on the 16th.
Yeah, so, I know that.
Or at a time after Father's Day. Did you know that before?
I've had a lot of time to think about it, and yeah, trust me, it came to mind.
Right, and that's what I figured. I figured you knew it after you gave your statement, and that you haven't been able to reach out to law enforcement since you made your statement to correct any mistakes like that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So, wouldn't you agree that it would be in your best interest and Kaylee's best interest to be able to give the police the accurate information so they can do their job? You know what I mean?
But at the same time, they've misconstrued things that I've said.
Wouldn't you agree?
Put words in my mouth, so that there were things that I had specifically said that I never said. So I would rather do that in the form of a letter to the detectives themselves specifically, so they have that written proof. There's no saying that I said anything, whatever. I'm not going to deal with that anymore.
This is my suggestion to you, because remember, if you write a letter to the detectives and you go through Jose for this, he could decide
not to give it to them.
Exactly. This is my suggestion to you. Write it to them directly through the jail system.
I hate this so much because, she should always go through her attorney to have any communication if she's going to communicate with law enforcement, point blank. Goes without saying, right? But B, I hate this so much because if she wanted to communicate with law enforcement and go through her no attorney, they can't just make decisions against, oh my God, I just can't. Like what he's saying is like she could say that she wants to communicate with law enforcement or want to write a letter to law enforcement or whatever, and then her attorney could be like, this is what he's saying, right? And that any attorney really, right? It's like an attorney could just decide not to give it to him because they're like, that's not in their best. That's not how it works, man. We see clients do things all the time where we're like, look at the stupid things that they're deciding to do, but the attorney can't tell their client what to do. They can only recommend things. To Alex Murdaugh taking the stand, actually, like anytime a defendant takes a stand, but the list would go on, but that's just an obvious one, right? Where it's like, at the end of the day, it's their client's decision. And just like with talking to law enforcement, right? They can make a recommendation, but it's their, dude, it's what he's just suggesting is really would be malpractice. If he were to just say, yeah, I'm going to give this letter and then not do it like that, he could be like just barred for that. It's insane. It's insane that he's saying that. But furthermore, then the next part is that what he's really doing is saying, don't go through your attorney. That's what he's doing. He's saying, don't go through your attorney. That's what it comes down to. He's trying to convince her not to get her attorney's input by lying to her. I can't deal with it, man.
Some letter, just like you would write Mom or I or anybody else a letter. Send
and this whole thing with the letters are not privileged.
us and Jose copy.
Yeah.
But again, you do all this on your own without anybody else being made aware. That way, Jose can't choose to only give them one page of it.
Exactly.
Alter it. We can't change it or alter it. You know what I mean? It's going to be obvious that it came from you, just like you were saying. And now that we have documented proof also of copies,
there's no way to misconstrue anything.
Exactly. This is that's Casey's the best way to get that information out there.
No, I completely agree with you.
Okay, and that's what we need to be able to do is keep the line of communication open. So, because right now, here's the problem, and it's not your fault that the information that they are going off of is incorrect. I've been doing my own research. I've been talking to some of your old coworkers at Kodak and Color Vision. I have the timeline. I know that there's a Jeff Hopkins. I know that there's a Juliet. I've been able to go through and confirm all of these things, and I've given this information.
So he's lying because there is no Juliet. There is a Jeff Hopkins. However, he didn't work there at the same time as she does or did, but there is no Juliet. So he's lying to her. This is that same thing I pointed out earlier where it's creepy, man. And it's like the same thing her mom did. It's like to the extent they know she's lying, like here, in this example, he does know she's lying. Just like when he said he knew she was lying when she said she was in Jacksonville. But here, he knows she's lying. He knows there's no Juliet Lewis, but he's actually lying and saying he's confirming it. So it's that same thing, like I said, like the perpetuating any type of, whether it's a lie, whether it's a delusion, whatever the case may be. And I think Cindy did the same thing. But then we saw it again with law enforcement, with them bringing her to Universal and trying to, and again, they were the ones that brought her there under the charade as if to pretend they didn't know she didn't work there. And they're going along with it as if she works there. It's just this is all very weird to me. So you've now got family members, like now we're seeing it happen in real time where they're like, yeah, I've confirmed it. There is a Juliet Lewis. There is no Juliet Lewis. It's just, and if anything, it's almost like perpetuating or confirming or supporting her, whether you, again, lie, imaginary people, however it is that she's understanding it in her head. You just have to look at this stuff and think, he's making it real. He's making it real. He's saying, yeah, I've confirmed all this. When we know that he knows it's not real.
To detectives actually just last night.
Okay.
They're extremely interested and they're following up on it tomorrow. But my point was, because they didn't know where to look, they were looking at people that were actual Universal employees. That's why they just assumed everything was a lie.
Exactly, when I had specifically even told them not to. But again, everything that I had given them, they went off of their own assumptions on things from the very beginning.
So what we need to be able to do in order to help this move forward the way that it needs to move forward is we need to figure out the best way to constructively get them the accurate information, whether that's you writing them a letter yourself or you providing the information through a letter or through a video to me or mom or dad or whomever.
Mm-hmm.
And remember, if you do it through Jose, he may or may not want to do it. But understand, if you write something to me in a letter, Casey, I'm not sharing it with anybody. I'm the only person that's going to read it. And if there's anything that you do not want me to relay,
I'll be very specific. I know.
I'm not going to do it.
He's like, if you write a letter to me, I'm not going to share with anyone. Again, all this is incorrect because her letters are not privileged to him. And the only thing is if it's with her attorney. I can't. It's so manipulative, right? It's like, I'm the only one you can trust. Anything you write to me is going to be secret between us, which is not true. It's just icky.
Okay.
I know.
And I know that you do, but I need you to trust me on that. Okay.
I definitely do.
Okay. I want to just kind of run through everything with you and whatever you feel comfortable, going through, but I'm going to ask you some stuff, and I know that you may or may not give me, an answer or give me, an answer this way, and that's fine. I just want to give you the opportunity to do it.
Yeah.
Feel free if you feel more comfortable not saying something, but maybe giving me a signal. Do that. Okay.
Yeah.
How is that any better? On video.
What I need to know is
give me a signal. Well, we've all just.
I need to know who I can trust out here. Okay. I'm just going to say some names. Give you the opportunity to respond if you want.
Yeah.
What I wrote down to what I thought the best way is, if I can trust him, don't say anything.
This is the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my entire life.
You can trust them, or you want me to look into something myself. Tip me off somehow, okay?
Yeah.
What is happening? This is all recorded on video. You idiot, dude.
So I'm going to start. Annie.
Don't even bother.
No, well, you're going to understand my rhyme or reason by asking the people and the order in which I'm asking, okay?
Okay, go ahead.
So, Annie.
Yeah.
Melina. Amy.
Most definitely.
Ricardo.
I don't know.
Tony.
I'd like to say yes.
I don't even know why this matters, whether he can trust these people or it doesn't. I don't know. I don't really understand what the point is of this. Like, why would he be asking her this? I just don't really understand.
But I'm kind of on the fence about that one as well, unfortunately.
Jesse.
No.
Mom.
Most definitely.
I find that interesting.
You can.
Interesting.
Okay, hold on. Let me make sure that I'm clear on these answers that I have. Shaking your head for Amy and Melina. I can trust them.
For Annie and Melina, don't even bother. Don't waste your time. I'm going to be flat out honest and just tell you either way.
Okay. Amy, I can trust her.
Yes.
I don't need to take anything that she says with a grain of salt or look into her or...
Not at all.
Whatever.
She's one of...
look into. So he's trying to second guess her instinct on that.
The most genuine people.
This is the line of questioning that I'm asking you for. Okay, so this is what I'm trying to figure out. Sorry if I was wrong.
No, it's okay.
So Ricardo.
I wouldn't worry about it. I don't know what he would know, if anything of any significance. That one is up to you.
Okay.
Tony, again, I'm on the fence about. Use your own discretion.
Okay, I appreciate that. Jesse.
No.
No, as in I don't need to.
No, as in with things that he said, I would investigate it further, but he's not someone that I personally trust at the moment.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to find out. So
yeah.
So you're saying yes, I should trust them, or no, I shouldn't.
Or no, you shouldn't. Exactly. Yeah.
Perfect. Mom.
Most definitely.
Dad.
Again, same.
As in most definitely.
Mm-hmm.
Ryan.
Yes.
Will.
I haven't known him very long. I met him on the 4th of July. So that was the guy. We heard him testify. I think that she was, remember how it was like she watched his house for him and stuff, and they went to IKEA together?
No.
No, you don't trust him.
He's not someone that I know very well, so no.
Any other people, and I don't have all their names, any other people associated with accusing?
No, not that I can think of. They've all just been people that I've known on like that professional basis, if you can even call it that. It hasn't been anything of any real significance.
Okay. Is there anybody that you don't trust that you want me to be looking into?
Oh, God. Honestly, at the moment, I don't know. I can't think of anyone.
Okay. As of this second, who I'm going to be keeping my friends close, my enemies closer.
Yeah.
It's so weird, right?
Jesse.
Because, I mean, it's like Zenaida took Kaylee, right? So I don't understand what what even the premise is of this.
Tony. Possibly Will. I'm going to try to talk to him.
He's friends with Amy, so you can talk to Amy actually and probably get more information about him.
Will do. And possibly Ricardo.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody else that I should look into at all? A friend through any means? I mean, you can even give me a MySpace name or something that I could figure out on my own, or you know, a portion of a phone number or anything. I mean, feel free to give me the info in any way that you know how. If you don't know, that's okay.
I don't know of anything at the moment.
Okay. So that's good. That's the direction I wanted, and frankly, that's where I'm going, where I have been going. So
yeah,
I'm going to stay on the course that I'm staying on. Let's see. Where should I, as far as any areas or places, where should I focus a search or tips or reaching out to people?
Check things locally, Lee, in all honesty. Places that are familiar to us, to our family. Ask Mom specific places that I've mentioned when her and I...
Now that's a weird answer, right? Because if somebody took Kaylee, even if you're just trying to, let's say you are lying and you're lying that someone took her, but you know what really happened, right? And that, you know, that, like, in other words, okay, how do I say this? What she's saying here does not support the story that Zanny took her, right? Or that anyone took her. Why? Because why would someone kidnap a child and then bring the child to places that are familiar to the family? It just doesn't make any sense. This here actually supports more of what the defense theory was, which is that she wanted Kaylee to be found. He said that in opening statements, right? Because it was an accident, and she, you know, of all the stuff with like her dad threatening her or whatever, right? You guys heard it if you are watching this. And that she had to be quiet about it or whatever, right? But, you know, this actually is interesting because Kaylee was found close to home. It was a quarter of a mile, I believe, from their house. And I think we heard at some point earlier, many episodes ago, about how that wooded area is a place where Casey used to hang out as a teenager or something. So what she's saying is almost like tipping them off to where they could actually find her. But that doesn't align with the story of her being taken by anybody, right? So it's interesting.
Spoke over the last period of time, over the last few weeks. She should remember specific places.
Would you feel comfortable me? I'm somewhere written down.
And that's a really specific answer. She's like, there's specific places recently. It's almost like she knows. It's interesting. Like to look in specific places. I don't know.
Tipping me off to those places now, or would you prefer that I just go through Mom?
Try and go through Mom. If you need more, if you need something more concrete, more specific, I can try to give you that.
Okay. Okay.
That is interesting, right?
And
how would she know where
you want
the
me to get familiar situations just with places or with people also?
More or less with places. I don't know of people at this point. I have no idea. Again, this is really the first outside connection I've had besides one visit yesterday from someone I haven't seen in 4 years, at least. His name is Patrick Bourgeois. He was a friend from high school.
I wonder if he's real.
He's someone that you should definitely talk to. He even, his exact words to me, you know, I have a friend on the outside. He has a whole group of.
I wonder if he's real, and if we'll ever learn if he is or not.
People that he listed off to me that are still friends, people that we can trust. So you can, I would definitely talk to him. I mean, I don't know the kid all that well outside of high school. But again, with him being the first person that even made an attempt to come and talk to me, that meant an awful lot.
Well, I can tell you, we tried to make an attempt through the police department on the 16th.
Mm-hmm.
We tried to make an attempt through Jose Baez on the 18th.
Yeah.
Dad tried to call on Saturday and on Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
Either the line was busy or we were told that we were not able to set anything up at that point. My dad was on hold on yesterday all day. Either on hold or the line was busy. Mom called yesterday and it was on either hold or busy. We were instructed on the 16th by not only Jose, but also by the police department that we would not be able to see or talk to you until 7 days after your arraignment, and that we could not set anything up prior to that. That is what we were told by both of them.
Did they have any specifics as of why? I mean, I know that you have been, you know, held back from coming and seeing me. I was even told that by Jose.
We were instructed that this was the court system and that's the process.
That's bullshit, because it's not. No, I'm just putting it right flat out for you.
I just figured that out, and that's the main reason why I want you to be able to know that stuff that doesn't get to us, it doesn't get to, you know, from either through Jose or through the police or through whomever.
Yeah.
Okay, and it's not accurate, and people can have their own agenda. Okay.
Oh, Lee, I've known that since my first court meeting. It was fabricated that I even said anything to any officers. I didn't speak to any officers that first morning that I was here. So the restrictions that I've been under for the last week have all been fabricated. It's all been bullshit.
Okay.
The police's exact words to me. I'm going to tell you all of this because I want them to hear me say this.
Good.
When Malik read me my rights in front of the other two detectives, flat out said, I'm going to hold you there as long as I can. There's going to be no bond. Period.
I do know that he conveyed that very honestly and upfront to us too. He did convey that to us.
Well, he made sure that he didn't add that in any part of his testimony the other day.
Right.
So
he was instructed by, obviously we've had a line of communication with Jose. The police have a line of communication open with the DA, whatever you classify.
With the State Department, yeah.
Right. So it's the same thing. They prep their witnesses.
Yeah.
Just like Jose preps mom and dad or whomever else.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just the way that it works.
Yeah.
So, frankly, I knew exactly how that bond hearing was going to go down.
Yeah, I had my feelings going into it, so.
I never had any thought that it was going to go down any way other than it did. And we had been instructed every day, because we asked every day after we dropped to Casey, have you ever gotten a letter that we've written to you?
No, I've gotten 2 letters. One was from the Dr. Phil show. The other was from another attorney that was postdated the 17th.
You've never gotten a letter from mom?
I haven't gotten a letter from anyone except those 2.
You've gotten a letter from Annie?
No, I haven't gotten a letter from anyone, Lee.
We have written you since the 16th, Casey.
And I've been getting things that were dated 3 days ago.
We've been giving these to Jose. Okay?
No.
So I need you to understand.
So he adds that in. No. This is so manipulative. There is no way he would not be delivering her the letters. Well, first of all, why? Okay. He doesn't initially say he's been giving them to Jose. Why would you do that in the first place? Why would you do it? And if you did do it, why wouldn't you say that initially? But he's like, we've been writing you, and then when he finds out she's not getting them, he's like, we've been giving them to Jose. It's just, if there was any disruption to her not getting letters, I would say that would have come from the jail people confiscating it, right? Potentially. It wouldn't be because of the attorney. Anyway, this is just another way to try to pit her against her attorney, which is really messed up. So
yeah.
That he is reading these, and for whether he's reading them or not, because
for what it's worth, I'm not getting anything.
He's not getting anything to you. So you have to realize that, okay?
Yeah.
And I'm not trying to...
Oh, I know.
I'm just trying to make sure that you are informed of exactly what's going on, because none of us, I have no reason to say anything incorrect, okay? Now understand your rights in this, okay?
Yeah.
Because of your age and you being an adult, we as the family members, we do not have any say on your representation. We do not have any say in anything that's going on. You do.
Yeah.
If at any point you want to change jockeys in this horse race, you can do it. Okay?
Yeah.
All you need to do, it's as simple as you reaching out to somebody in the corrections department, anybody in the corrections department, to Jose, to whomever, and make it known of what you want to do, okay?
Yeah.
What my worry is, and again, all I have to go off of is what I'm being told by Jose and what I'm being told from the police department. And I know they are holding information back for their own means.
Yeah.
I know this. You and I, and all of us, we have to use them as resources.
Mm-hmm.
If they are not effective resources for us,
we need to find other means.
Right. This is something that I've learned from Josh Duckett, who is the father of Trent Duckett that has been missing for 2 years.
Yeah, I heard that he contacted Mom.
He's contacted all of us. I've been talking to him on almost a daily basis, Casey. While he's got his own demons and I'm not really outside of all this, what I've learned from him are how to manipulate media, how to manipulate law enforcement, and how to manipulate attorneys the way that we need to do this. And his sole purpose is finding CAYLEE.
Good.
He has strictly told me, I don't give a shit about me. He said that he doesn't give a shit about me. He doesn't give a shit about you. He doesn't give a shit about Casey or mom or dad or anybody. All he cares about is Kaylee. Because he's right. Once everything behind Kaylee is finished and done, all these other things will work themselves out.
Oh, of course.
So that's what we've been going through, is how can we effectively, do that.
Yeah, I've even said from day one, putting my crap out within the media and everything, honestly, that's being said is complete garbage.
Right.
The focus isn't on Kaylee, and that's where it should be. That's my only concern.
Right. Understand that, because right now the only way that we can get information out to the media is through Jose. Now that you and I have a form, or that anybody has a form, whether you want to say it here or you want to say it in a letter, if you want me or mom or anybody to go out through the media, I'm in front of the media, I'm getting phone calls from the media 10 minutes in every hour of every day.
Yeah.
I can do whatever you need me to do, okay? If there's things that need to be corrected, if there's things that you want to make known, or that you want me to hold back.
Yeah.
Again, you already know this isn't the way to hold something back. But if you want something known or corrected, or if you want your voice heard, tell me, or somehow get that to us, and we will do that, okay?
Yeah.
Before we get into anything else, there's a few other things that I wanted to go through with you, and I'm sorry this
No, go ahead.
Questions, but
it needs to be done, Lee.
Understand my rhyme or reason behind
Absolutely.
Because we only have an hour.
Yeah.
I've already asked you who I can trust, and what I'm taking out of that is these are the people that I need to keep close with me, because maybe I'll find something out. And I've already asked you the places where I should focus, and I've already talked to mom, and I already know, and I'm not going to go through them and laundry list them out now like the others.
Yeah.
If you want me to do that later, tell me. Are there any places or clues out there that I can look? I'm going to list some things out. MySpace.
I don't know. Possibly.
Facebook.
Again, possibly.
Photo bucket.
No.
Your phone records. As in your telephone records.
As in my telephone records, that's your best bet for anything.
Do you have a bank account?
I just opened up a brand new account. Which mom, if
telling me where?
It's at Wachovia. I've already told mom that. I know that any mail that comes to the house, as soon as there's access, I want mom to be able to go and do that. She has power of attorney, Lee.
I understand that, but you understand, power of attorney doesn't mean anything when you're incarcerated. How power of attorney works, that means if something happens to you, as in you being deceased or you being locked up. When locked up, right? You are not locked up right now. Let's be very clear. You're arrested. You're not charged until you're incarcerated in jail with charges on you.
Yeah.
Power of attorney does not mean anything. So mom cannot get this information willingly or by her own means. We have to. So when we're asking you for passwords or we're asking you for information, it's because honestly we can't find this out on our own.
Yeah, understandably.
So just keep that in mind. If there's something that you need to communicate, to us. The purposes of this Wachovia account, I'm getting off track real fast. I'll come back to that.
Yeah.
Should I look into bank or credit card records of mom or friends or anything else that you may have either borrowed or used money from?
No.
That wouldn't point me in any right direction?
No.
Okay. Any clues or anything that I should focus on at the house? Mom's house, your house?
Outside of maybe stuff on the computer, nothing I can think of.
On the computer, because this was something that I was going to get to. How about the laptop that you were using, Mom's computer?
Yeah.
Focus on that one.
I don't think there's anything on there.
Should I focus on the family computer?
Check the family computer. Check the discs of pictures that we have. There may be a picture that may help with something. I don't know. I mean, there's probably 30 pictures, CDs of pictures that I made for Mom.
I've seen them.
You've gone through all of them.
Talking about.
Yeah.
Is there anyone in particular that stands out that you want?
Not one that stands out particularly, but I would check them because there could be something.
Would it benefit me to, if I had the password and I don't, for the your version of the desktop?
I'll give it to you right now.
Can I have that?
Yeah.
What is the password?
RICO234.
I have tried that, Casey. It does not work.
That was the password that I used at the house.
RICO. Does any of those letters have to be?
Nothing's capitalized. No.
Any spaces?
No spaces. And it's the letter O, not a 0.
I tried this, Casey. It does not work. I'm telling you that I tried this.
That's the password that I used before I left the house. That last time before I left the house, that is the password that I used.
Okay.
Who else has been on the computer? That's my question to you. You don't have to answer that.
Computer.
Well, that's the password that I used the last time I logged in on that computer, which was the day that I left.
Okay.
Mom was there when I did it.
What is for specifically the CAYLEE'S missing MySpace page?
Mm-hmm.
What is the login email and the password?
The login email is Casey Marie, CASEYO, the letter O, MARIE, @yahoo.com.
Password for that one?
Cays, CAYS 234.
Okay. Getting back to where I should look for clues.
Mm-hmm.
So Mom's house, you specifically mentioned the computer. I've got what I need for the computer. Ricardo's house.
There's nothing there.
Tony's house.
Outside of maybe my...
Thinking about it, I don't know why they would need her login information for her stuff. Like, why? I don't see what, even if, how would there be anything that could help? I mean, especially because police, in terms of like, is it, oh, maybe there's another number for Zenaida. It's like, well, police they've already done all that, right? So to me, it almost feels kind of like just trying to get the passwords to all her shit so they could go through it, under the premise of we're going to look for, this is going to help us find CAYLEE, but I don't really know how that, anyway.
Blow dryer and my straightener, maybe a couple shirts. There's nothing there.
Jesse's house.
I haven't been to Jesse's house. You mean his parents' house or his apartment? His apartment, he moved everything out.
Either one.
Neither.
So I know you've been there. So at least okay.
I had been to his apartment a couple times this year. His parents' house, 2006.
Okay. Fusion.
No.
Your text message records.
I know there's numbers, but outside of that, I mean, I know it doesn't show specific messages. I don't know if you can go back and see what specific messages were. I don't know if there's a way of doing that.
Right.
Quite possibly, yes. Because it's been my main form of communication with everyone.
Did you really have a different phone?
There was really a different phone. I don't know where it is. And that's something that worries me because there are 4 specific... Oh my God, it cut off. Okay, bring it back.
Casey, you still there?
Yeah, did you get the message that I got? Yeah, we have 5 minutes.
No, I did. I saw the 5-minute thing, but it had cut off. So
yeah.
Sorry. Back to the sorry. I completely
No, it's
lost
okay.
the place where we were.
Outside, there's 4 numbers specifically. If we could recover that phone.
What 4 numbers? Or for whom or whatever?
It was Jeff's last number that I had. It was.
Would it have been a 904 area code?
Yeah, it would have been a Jacksonville number.
Do you remember any numbers out of that? Because I have all the phone numbers from your phone.
You have all of the phone numbers from the phone that I have currently.
Records, Casey.
Oh shit.
I need to know what I'm looking for.
It's a
Anything
904.
you can help me with.
It's a 904 number. That's all I know.
There's like 4 904 numbers in your phone. If you remember any other numbers that I should look for, any combination of the numbers, let me know. Or,
Okay.
how about this? Do you remember a day or a time when you may have talked to that person?
Not specifically, because we talked very vaguely over the last couple months.
And would it have been quick phone calls or guys in 1 or 2 minutes, or would it have been 10 to 15 minutes?
It depended on the daily.
Times 2. Okay, that's fine. I'm just, you know what I'm going for, okay?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Is there any clues as it relates to anything, email correspondence that you may have?
No.
Your passwords? Any meaning behind the passwords that would be clues to any of this?
Yes.
Does that include the MySpace sign-in passwords as well as the computer passwords?
The computer passwords, no. MySpace and Facebook, yes.
Clues, though?
All right, so there is meaning behind those.
Yes.
I'll let you elaborate if you want to. If not, I can move on. It's okay.
Move on to something else. We'll cover that by other means.
Okay. How about your tattoo?
That's Kaylee related.
I know it is.
Mm-hmm.
But I'll leave it up to you if there's anything, any clue in that.
No, there's not.
Okay, that's what I was going for.
Yeah.
Okay. I know we got 5 minutes. Tell me whatever you think that I need to know, or whatever you want me to get out there.
If you can speak to the media directly yourself, coming from me, my concern is Kaylee. That's all I want.
Yes.
No one has once said anything for me, voiced that I love my daughter, that I want her safety, and that she and the rest of our family is my only concern.
I'm writing this down. It's literally going to be a quote.
All I want is to see her again. To hear her laugh, to see her smile, and to just be with our family. Nothing else matters to me at this point.
Understand that we all feel that way. Every one of us, okay?
But again, they've been hearing that from you, from her uncle, from her grandparents, not from her mother. 1 minute.
We got 1 minute, Case.
I know.
Anything specific that I should be looking into? Any tip, anything that you can give me?
You have everything that I feel comfortable giving at the moment. Besides finding another means to get it to you, yes.
Did Juliet Lewis work with you? Was that the Juliet that Heather knows that worked at Kodak and Color Vision?
She could know her. I don't know if Heather knows her or not. That's a possibility.
Juliet that you were friends with, so I was curious if that would have been the same.
Look into that. It could be.
Okay.
Let the record reflect that the defendant is present along with counsel for the defendant, Assistant State Attorney, Mr. Baez.
I would just like to clarify for the record and make a brief motion for the record, if I may.
Yes, sir.
Our previous objection that we had laid out was a 403 issue as it relates to the jail visitation videos. We had previously filed a motion. The agents of the state motion included a 403 provision. Prior to them being published, we again raised our objections yesterday as to relevance in 403. Again, we are renewing that and would ask for a mistrial based on the statements that were published during the jail visitation video, specifically that of irrelevant communications in reference to the defendant's counsel and her Sixth Amendment counsel of choice, in which negative statements are made, including statements that her counsel may obstruct justice, may withhold evidence, and destroy evidence. That would clearly diminish the credibility of defense counsel before this jury after hearing such statements being made. I think it is incumbent upon the prosecutor, when presenting evidence, that it must be relevant evidence, and also take into consideration the rules of evidence when deciding to introduce something. Other than filing motions, renewing objections, that is as much as we certainly can do in situations like this. There are future videos that include many of these same types of allegations against the defendant's counsel of choice in this case. And there are also misstatements of law and fact as it relates and surrounding the representation of Miss Anthony and other legal commentary by the visitors of Miss Anthony in these jail visitations. Now, I understand that part of what the state of Florida is doing is introducing these because there is misstatements of fact within them. However, I think they should be relevant. I think they should not be prejudicial to the point where you have statements that may confuse the jury as to what the law might be, and also confuse the jury as to issues relating to the defendant's counsel. And based on those facts, Judge, we would simply move for a mistrial on those facts.
Reply from the state of Florida.
Your Honor, it's my understanding that the rules of procedure require pleadings to be specific in nature. The motion as it relates to these tapes went exclusively to the agency issue between the Anthony family and law enforcement. I hear Mr. Baez raising a 403 probative versus prejudice issue today. In his motion, he did not state with any degree of specificity which portions of any of the tapes he felt were more prejudicial than probative of any fact in the case. As such, his motion is untimely. These issues were not raised before the court before, and we would urge that they're already admitted as well, but we would urge the court to deny the motion for mistrial at this time.
Let me ask a couple of questions, and either side is free to answer, start with the state and followed by the defense. Deadlines to address evidentiary issues, if memory serves me correctly, was, I believe, December 31st, 2010, by the second amended order of case management.
My recollection is those who did not require any testimony. Yes, that is accurate.
And you broached the subject, but in the motions that were filed by the defense, were there ever any motions filed to redact portions of these video recordings that are being published?
not only were there no motions, there was no inquiry of me or any other member of the prosecution team about redacting any portions to see if we could agree to anything of that nature.
Okay. The defense has any comments on the two questions that the court just posed as to one, dealing with the deadline, and two, dealing with a specific motion to redact portions of the video recordings of the visitations.
I would agree with the state attorney's representations to the court. Amongst the hundreds of motions filed by the defense, in this case, we did not include one in there. However, I still think it's our duty and our obligation to raise objections when we deem appropriate. I did that prior to this being published. I did it in the middle of it being published, and I'm doing it again. I feel that this is a highly prejudicial issue, as well as the ones that are forthcoming. So I am raising them. If the defense chose a higher priority for other items, that falls on me, and I accept responsibility for that. But I'm coming across an issue, Judge, and I have to bring it to your attention.
I don't fault you for bringing it to my attention. One last question. These videos, when were they disclosed and provided to the defense in discovery? Do you know the approximate date?
Back in 2008.
Okay.
I would probably say around September of 2008. All of them except two of them. One, again, in January of 2009, January, February, and then one we did have a mix-up that was disclosed about approximately 3 weeks ago. And my position remains the same.
I don't have the exact date. I'm sure I could pull out the notice of supplemental discovery if...
But it was sometime during the year 2008.
Yes, except for the last one, which is the August 14th video, which will come at the end of the presentation. I believe that was held for a period of time and then disclosed in 2009. The mix-up that he refers to has to do with him getting a duplicate copy of something and then just bringing that to our attention recently.
Time deadlines can sometimes be harsh, but in borrowing a page from my appellate brethren for times for filing briefs and other things and notices of appeal, there must be some finality. This court gave a date, December 31st, and from January up until April, we had availability for hearings. The court will deny the motion for mistrial. We have heard whatever motions. This was just raised. It is untimely. Therefore, the renewed motions will be denied. All right, let's return to jury.
May the defense have a curative instruction as it relates to those specific issues that the court thinks?
If you fashion a curative instruction, I will gladly give one, or give me a suggestion as to what you would like in it, then I will fashion one. But I will be happy to consider one and give one if proper. Okay, let's return to jury.
Permission to start at 11 minutes and 30 seconds so that we don't have 12 minutes of dead air.
Any objections to that procedure from the defense?
No objection.
Okay.
Other than our previously raised motions and objections.
Okay. All right, let's return to jury. Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, did you heed my previous admonitions? Okay, the state may proceed.
Permission to publish 68 in evidence.
Okay, is 68 the visitation of George and Cindy Anthony?
On July 25th, and there are two in sequence.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let me read you the following stipulation. George and Cindy Anthony attended a video recorded visitation with Casey Anthony at the Orange County Jail on July 25th, 2008 at 1300 hours. The video recording is a true and accurate representation of the visitation. The parties have agreed to this fact, and it should be considered as true in its deliberations. The second stipulation is as follows. George and Cindy Anthony attended a video recorded visitation with Casey Anthony at the Orange County Jail on July 25th, 2008 at 1400 hours. The video recording is a true and accurate representation of the visitation. The parties have agreed to this fact, and it should be considered as true in your deliberations. You may proceed to publish the exhibit.
All right.
Hi. Sweetie, we've been watching you for so long.
You haven't?
I love you.
I love you too. Hi.
We've been seeing you sitting down.
Okay. Yeah, I was talking with one of the doctors.
We forgive anything that you've said.
Oh.
Oh my God. Can you the first? We forgive anything that you've said. What? Oh my God.
Or done.
Hold on. Can we turn the volume down? Yeah.
Or done. You know, it's interesting. Now she's asking about the volume again. I swear. The first thing her mom says, we forgive anything that you've said or done. Incredible.
You can probably hear it. My head's gonna explode.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
I haven't said anything. Don't worry.
It is kind of loud.
Yeah. Okay. Is that better?
Casey?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Turn it just a little bit more. Yeah. Okay,
that's good, honey.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm good. I just talked to Lee.
I know. He told us.
Yeah, we got cut off within our last minute, but we at least got a chance to cover a lot of stuff in our hour, so.
That's good.
What's that t-shirt? I didn't get a chance to ask him, other things
Kaylee's
besides.
picture's on the back.
Is it? Can Dad show me the shirt?
Yeah, turn around so she can see. It's the Never Lose Hope Foundation. Do you see it?
I can see part of it, yeah.
Have you seen me? And then it has the information on how to contact.
Okay.
Casey, you don't realize the whole United States is looking for our Kaylee.
I know that, Mom.
Her cover's going to be on People magazine in a few days.
Okay.
Everybody is looking for her.
Oh, good.
Everybody is looking for her. Are we going to be able to find her, do you think?
I hope we can, Mom. Now, I didn't get a chance to ask Lee.
Can you look up a little bit more? Raise your eyes up a little bit. There you go. So now, look straight up so I can look into your eyes, darling. Thank you. I need to do that. It's okay to cry, Casey. It's all right, love. We've all been crying. Casey, I want to ask you just a couple questions.
Good.
Oh my God.
I know the pictures with Kaylee in Zanny's apartment. Is Zanny's apartment the ones with the drums?
She had a drum set, yes.
The one in the picture.
I think there were even other pictures. I told Lee to.
This is where it gets really weird for me. Her mom is going to go back and forth between kind of implying that she doesn't trust Casey, that Casey had something to do with it, right? Like that whole thing. Do you think we're going to be able to find her? Blah, blah, blah. She's going to go back and forth between that and then questions like this about Zenaida's apartment. It just doesn't. I don't know. It's like she's got two realities. One is Casey did it, and the other is Casey's telling the truth. I don't know. Like, I mean, it's not, it would actually line up with what we've seen from her on the stand, where she's like so easily able to suspend disbelief when she testified that she believed all these people were real for so long, including Zenaida and all the others. So I don't know if it's just like her brain going back and forth between two different realities. I don't know. It's interesting.
Look through everything.
Okay, is that Zanny's apartment? Because I know whose apartment it is. Is it Zanny's apartment?
That exact apartment, no, that was Ricardo's apartment. It was set up a lot like Zanny's apartment.
Okay. Do we have any pictures of Zanny's apartment?
Lee and I already talked about this. I don't know. It could be on the disc at home. I don't know.
What is your, I can't get into your,
I gave Lee everything already. I gave Lee all of the passwords, everything we could possibly think of all over again.
I want to get some video clips off Kaylee, because the video clip with Grandpa is really helping people. Still pictures don't show.
No, they don't show her
justice.
Personality.
Right, and we need to show her personality, so I need to make sure we get that password.
Yeah, I gave Lee the password.
Please look up, sweetheart. I need to see your eyes.
I want to be able to look at you guys too. I can't look at you and look at the camera.
Well, you don't have to look at the camera. Look at me.
I'm looking at you.
Okay.
You're sitting very low.
I know.
Your head's about this much in the TV.
Okay. Do you think Zanny's acting by herself, or does she have help?
I don't know, Mom. I haven't been able to talk to anybody. I don't know. I'm hoping that if there's people involved, there's as many people that are dumb enough to open their mouths and say something as possible. But Mom, I have nothing to go off of at the moment. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. Jose and I go over this every time we talk, and things that Lee told me today, I'm extremely aggravated about because I haven't gotten a single letter. Nothing that you've given him has gotten back to me.
I've only given him my letter. I don't think I've given him Annie's letter yet.
Well, I got 2 letters that were sent directly to the jail, but nothing that's been given to him has been given to me.
Well, he can't hand anything to you. Did you read anything in my writing?
I read the one little note, yes, but Lee said that he's written letters and he's written other stuff.
Okay, well, then the one little note that I wrote,
he did show
me.
me.
Get it. Okay, that's the only note that I've given. So don't lose
according
total faith.
to Lee, I'm not losing faith. I'm just going to have a lot of questions for him when I see him, hopefully later today.
You want to have questions for him?
I have a lot of questions, and I'm going to ask you something that he told me. I guess there was a lady that came forward on the news. Her and her son were at the airport, said that they saw Kaylee, spoke to Kaylee.
Right, and she said her name was Kaylee Marie Anthony.
Do you have any more information on that?
Yes. But again, the sheriff's department's telling us they're fully investigating that.
Well, I want someone outside of the sheriff's department looking into these things. I mean, I want Lee to look into stuff. I want you guys to look into stuff. I want Jose to look into stuff. I don't
We're trying to request those videotapes from the Orlando airport.
Okay.
I was with Jose today when he requested that.
Okay. Have you spoken to her yourself?
Oh, she contacted me. She calls me every day, 3 or 4 times a day.
Okay, good. Well, that's what I wanted to know. I don't want just one person running errands for me, someone that I have no contact with. And
Does
even
Charlotte sound like a potential place to look?
You can look in Charlotte. I know Zanny's had roots in North Carolina. I know that she's
definitely Miami.
Definitely Miami and New York.
Do you know is her mother's name Zenaida Fernandez Gonzales as well?
No, her mother's Gloria.
Is her mother, what age is her mother? She
between
older?
yours and she's between your age and Dad's age, so she's
about
in her 50s.
55?
Roughly, yes.
Have you ever heard her sister's name? Not Zanny's sister, her mom's sister's name, Zanny's aunt's name.
No.
Is it possible that she could be staying with her sister? Zanny's mom could be staying with Zanny's aunt. in Miami?
Possibility. I don't know where exactly they are in Miami or who they're staying with, but it's a possibility.
Does
All I know is-
Josephina sound familiar to you? Josephina?
No.
Okay. Okay.
Oh man. Are they gonna? Oh, go
ahead, honey. No, go ahead. Ask.
I was just gonna ask if they were gonna let us have an extra, almost 15 minutes since we didn't get.
Probably not. We'll have to ask to start over. I don't know if they'll allow us or not.
Okay.
Oh,
Are they?
Sure? Okay, that's what he said. Okay. Okay. All right. Do you want to speak to your father now?
Sure.
Okay.
Hey, gorgeous, how you doing?
I look like hell.
Well, you know something? You really need to keep your spirit high for all this.
I haven't been crying while I've been in here.
Well,
I've been
you know
trying
something?
to read books and do other things to keep my mind off of stuff.
Well, you know, I want to be able to reach out and hug you and give you the big Papa Joe hug. But you know, we got to get that little girl back any way we can, and we're
Dad,
doing
that's
everything we can.
My only concern. I gave Lee a statement. I want him to speak to whoever in the media, give them a statement specifically from me. He's going to give them an exact quote. She's my only concern. Next to Kaylee, it's you guys. That's my only concern.
Can I ask you something? Is there any particular city that you took Kaylee to at all? Any particular friend?
I haven't. No.
It's
Honestly,
been mostly just local?
It's been local. It's all been local. The last time I was in Jacksonville was in March. I haven't left the city.
Well, you know,
Sorry,
everyone is
I've been
doing...
going to Cocoa Beach one time back in maybe May. I know
Well,
everyone's looking. I've
yeah,
been getting updates from Jose or from an occasional officer in here will give me just a little bit of the media that they've stomached watching.
Well, have you had a chance to read a paper or see the news?
I'm staying away from the TVs. They don't even have the TV on in here for news purposes. I haven't seen the paper or anything like that.
Okay, Mom wants to talk to you in a second.
Oh, God.
Listen, I'm in front of the cameras all the time. What message do you want me to give to Zanny and to Kaylee? What do you want me to tell Zanny?
That she needs to return Kaylee.
What do you think her reasons are?
Mom, I don't know.
Okay.
I forgive her. My only concern is that Kaylee comes back to us and she's smiling and she's happy and that she's okay.
Okay. What do you want me to tell Kaylee?
That Mommy loves her very much. And she's the most important thing in this entire world to me. And to be brave.
Hold on. Anything else?
Just that I love her. I truly, truly love that little girl and miss her so much. God, and I miss you guys.
I know, honey, we miss you too.
I know Lee's priority list, we went through things, and I know Kaylee's at the top of everybody's priority list. I'm the last on mine right now.
I know you are. I know you're the last on your list.
I'll sit
because
here
you're
as long as I have to. I don't care.
Know. Are you protecting Kaylee? Are you protecting me? Are you protecting whom? I know you're protecting.
Lee and I have made an agreement. I'm going to start writing letters. I'm going to do it today. I'm going to write individual letters to each of you. Send them through the mail, through the jail mail.
I don't want to wait through the mail, darling.
I'm protecting our family, yes. Not from anything that I've done.
Someone threatening us. Someone threatening us.
Mom, just leave it at that, please.
Okay.
For right now, just leave it at that.
Okay. I trust you. But don't just know that you don't have to protect this family. This family is tough. We've been through a lot in the last week and a half. We're pretty darn strong. We almost lost it a few times, but we are stronger now than we've ever been. So don't try to protect Dad or me or Lee.
I know.
We have to protect Kaylee, so don't protect us.
That's
we
all
have
I'm
to
worried
protect
about.
Kaylee.
I know.
Well, then there's nothing to protect us for. Do you understand that?
I understand that, Mom.
I have a question for you.
Oh, yeah, great.
How come she never got a chance to get the car? Doesn't make sense.
This is where it just gets so weird. She's gonna go back and forth between this like emotional, we're a strong family, we love each other shit to like, oh, by the way, here's a question. And it's just like the weirdest fucking thing. It's the weirdest fucking thing. It's like, again, it's like these two realities. It's like there's this one reality where it's like, I don't trust you. I'm here to grill you and get some answers like a detective. And then the other reality of like, we're a family, we're going to get through this, blah, blah. It's just so weird. Y'all will see. It's back and forth. It's weird, weird, weird. It's like the way this would feel to me if I was on the receiving end of this is I don't understand why are we pretending like it must be so hard for Casey again on the receiving end of this because it's like having to pretend along with her mom because her mom is like, dude, it's just but I just can't stand this type of shit, right? It's like just come out and say that you don't trust her or that you think she did it or whatever it is that you think, but instead it's like also passive aggressive and manipulative instead where it's like, you know, anyway, you'll see. You guys will see.
Because this is recorded and I don't know who's going to see things and who's going to misconstrue whatever else. Like I said, there's things that I directly need to say to each of you.
Okay.
That
I trust that.
Lee and I are finding other means to do. So.
Okay. Has someone else been in our house?
I don't know, Mom. Possibly. I told you a long time ago she had a key. God, I was gonna ask you something too, and I don't remember.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. How's the rest of the family?
Grandma's not doing very well at all, Casey. She's not. And I can't talk to her because it's not good when I do talk to her. So she's not doing well at all. So everybody sends their love. Everybody loves you. Everybody knows that you've done nothing to Kaylee.
Good.
Understand that?
I know. This is where it's weird. This is where it's weird, right? Everybody knows you've done nothing to Kaylee.
I know that. I'm just glad everybody else knows that.
Well, there's a lot of people out there, though, that doesn't believe that, darling.
Oh, I know. But again, I get that daily here.
Okay, well, hold on. Dad wants to talk to you, babe.
Oh, go ahead.
Casey, what can I do?
This is the other thing that's weird. Is I don't know why it's like they keep passing the phone back and forth. So it's kind of weird. Is it like he's tapping her on the knee, like, "Hey, I want the phone"? It's just weird. It's like they don't. It's not like they each have a conversation and finish it and then pass the phone. It's just I don't know. It's just odd.
Just try to keep talking to the media, I guess. Keep things positive. Keep it focused on Kaylee. That needs to be the main focus.
Is there anything else that you want to say directly to me at all?
Just that I wish that none of this would have ever happened. I really wish that none of this would have ever happened.
Well, we all feel that way, and I know we're all just given a lot right now, and we have to keep on being strong and knowing that we got to bring you and we got to bring Kaylee home. And I mean, we know where you're at. I don't want to see you here. I don't want you here. But
yeah, but in some ways, I almost feel more protected here than if I were on the outside.
Well, I guess there's some truth in that, but you know, once we get that little girl home, which I hope is today, you know, that stuff with you, it's not going to be easy to get through, but at least we'll have you out also, and that's
as long as we have Kaylee home, everything else with me we'll deal with as we can.
Notice that he calls Kaylee that little girl. She still says Kaylee. The mom has been saying Kaylee. Eventually, you'll notice that Casey starts picking up on, or starts using his same languaging, and eventually she'll say that little girl. But that's the first time we've heard it, and it came from him. So he said that little girl, but she's still at this point calling her Kaylee.
Lee made a good point. Getting Kaylee home is our priority. Everything else will fall into place after that. And that's the truth.
Well, you got to know that Mom and I worry about you being here.
I know, but I'm under protective custody. I'm in my own cell. I'm right across. I mean, I'm literally within 4 steps from where their little station is in here. So I'm being watched at all times.
Okay, when was the last time you talked to Mr. Baez, if I might ask?
Wednesday night. Today's Friday.
I have to say, those of you guys who are, you know, well versed with trials and whatnot know what protective custody is like. And I have to say, as much as I don't want to compliment Casey for anything, I don't even know if you can call it a compliment. I guess you can. But she's being a really good sport. And we're going to hear more of this. She's being a really good sport because we all know what protective custody is like. I mean, jail in general, right? But protective custody is, you know, from all accounts, there's plenty of those, is the worst and an absolute nightmare. And it's awful. And now I don't know that at this point she's in like one of those turtle suits or anything like that. But I mean, if you're in PC, the protocol is the protocol. So I don't know that they would have a special situation for her. You know, if you're in they have to run it as a unit. But she's being a really good sport about it, right? Where she's like, you know, they're taking good care of me. I feel like I'm safe, blah, blah. She's not complaining. She's not complaining. Like, that's crazy, right? She's not complaining, which is hard to wrap the head around, right?
Friday, Wednesday.
Okay. Have you ever thought about even just reaching out to the guys at the sheriff's department, just talking to them?
What the fuck,
The
man?
few times that I have, Dad, you've seen what's blown.
Why the fuck? Dude, this is where I'm saying, right? Trying to convince her to go around her attorney and incriminate herself. Why? Why would you do that to a family member? So far, her mom's not done that. Her mom's being manipulative in other ways. But in terms of it, so far, it's her dad and Lee who are actually giving her not good advice from a legal perspective.
Up in my face. They've misconstrued things that I said to them. Resources that I gave them, they haven't used. So, in all honesty, as much as I'd like to at the moment, if I'm going to, it won't be an in-person conversation. It won't be an over-the-phone conversation. It will be in writing. So there's no way of them twisting my words or saying that I didn't give them information.
Well, do you have access to a phone and stuff every day or not?
No, there needs to be money put, I guess, in an account for me so I can make calls that have to be collect calls.
Well, you know, you can call us. We'll accept the charge.
No, I understand that, but I'm saying I think there still has to be money in an account for me to be able to make any calls from what I've been told. Tell Mom to keep breathing.
So you need some money so you can make outside calls.
As far as I know, yes, you'll have to ask somebody more information on that.
Okay. Well, talk to Mom 1 second.
So there it is again. Talk to Mom 1 second. Again, with the passing of the phone. The other thing is he's a former detective or former law enforcement. I don't understand this. Why is he like, wait, you need money to make calls? What? I don't understand how this isn't adding up to me. It's like he's trying to play dumb as if because he doesn't want to put money on, he's trying to like play dumb that he doesn't know that, right? And then it's just again with instead of finishing that conversation, passing the phone along to mom. It's very weird. It's like as soon as they don't want to answer a question or continue the sentence, continue the thought, they just pass the phone as like a way of escaping or something. It's very odd.
Is there any messages to anybody that you want me to give? Do you want me to tell anything, Tony, anything?
Tell Amy that I'm sorry.
Okay.
Tell Ryan I appreciate all of his help. If you could ask him to come if he gets a chance to come in town. I don't know if he's going to be able to.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, just tell the rest of the family that what the hell is there to say to him? I mean, it took a friend of mine that I haven't seen in at least 4 years, haven't talked to in maybe longer than that. Someone
Patrick Bourgeois. But the name, you know, honestly, that name sounds like a Casey name, right? The Bourgeois part. I wonder if he's real.
From high school to come and see me, and he hasn't made any effort, won't talk to Jose. You know, when I sent even a specific note. I mean, I would like to reach out to him to talk to him, but at the same time, my concern is you guys.
Okay. How about Jesse? He's been real close. Is there anything you want me to tell Jesse?
I would like Jesse to stay as far away from you guys as possible. I'm saying that wholeheartedly and as calmly as possible.
Okay.
I don't know how much I trust him right now, and I even told Lee that. Lee's gonna investigate a few people for me. I in my gut, I don't know if I can trust him.
Okay, well, I've been thinking that all along, but I've told the deputies my feelings.
Jose and I had a couple conversations about that. We've talked about that multiple different times, actually.
Does he know Zanny?
To the best of my knowledge, no, but quite possibly.
Okay. Has Jesse ever watched Kaylee in the last month or so while he was off work?
No.
Okay.
The last time he watched Kaylee was at his parents' house when she was a baby. So that was 2006.
Okay. You know, his dad has been trying to reach out to your dad. His mom sent Lee an email and to tell us that they, as much as the differences that they had with you, they still know that you're a good mom and that, you know, they want Kaylee back as well. So I want you to know that.
I appreciate that. I mean, coming from his family, yes, that means a lot. As far as Jesse as an individual is very questionable for me.
Okay.
Very, very questionable. Things from his parents that I can,
hey, I
guess, honestly say I appreciate. Yes.
Your Tiffany ring, your little heart ring, where is it?
I don't know. I haven't seen it for a long time.
And who gave you that ring again? I forget.
Jeff.
Okay. We can't find Jeff.
Lee actually has more information on stuff like that. He said that he knows information about him, about Juliet, about other people.
Okay. Dee or Daisy or whatever her name is from Kodak called and said to tell you she loves you and she knows you're okay. She just called me. She'll be coming into town.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
Are we Tom Frank or Tom Manley? Because
there's
they
a
had
Tom Frank and a Tom Manley. I've, again, information when I had spoken to people even directly at Universal.
Now, Frank is the one last email that you got that you showed me. Now, why did they put in the police report Manley?
Mom, I don't know.
Okay, well, I'm just wondering. So
This is what I'm saying. Information specifics that I had given them.
Do you think I could get Mike's help?
Kozak?
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe. I haven't spoken to Mike in quite a long time.
But he knew a lot of these people, didn't he?
He might have. I don't know.
Okay. All right.
Have you guys heard from Earl at all?
No.
Meredith, my first manager? No.
No. I don't know how to get in touch with him either.
He had a MySpace. You might be able to find it on my friends list.
You know how?
Check MySpace.
I don't know your MySpace password.
Do you know the email for it?
Is it KCO Marie?
I'll spell it for you. Yeah. KAYSEEOMAREE @cfl.rr.com. Password is the same as my Facebook account. It's Timer, TIMER 55.
Do you know who that, on your MySpace friend, who, God, what the heck's his name? Marky Mark?
Yeah, that's Mark Hawkins.
Oh.
That's Charlie Brown. That's Mark Hawkins.
Okay, well, it didn't look like Mark. That's why. Because someone thought that person looked familiar, one of the witnesses.
It's Mark.
Okay. He hasn't seen Kaylee or has anything related
Mark's
to this.
On the West Coast, no.
Right.
Mark is one of those people that I trust.
Did you stop by and see his mom a week before all this happened?
We ran into each other at Target out at Waterford.
Do you think she could share anything with me?
I don't know what she'd be able to share. We talked just quickly in passing, and it was about Mark.
Okay, I just didn't know. I just thought maybe I could ask that, and that might be a yes or no question you could answer to me.
I don't think there's anything that anyone would know.
Okay. Silver car, correct? Or color car?
Silver Ford Focus, 2008, 4-door. The windows aren't tinted. It's very basic. There's a pink floral car seat on the right passenger side in the back seat. That's the car seat that she's had for Kaylee.
And that's why Kaylee none of her stuff's missing from the house, because she's got everything.
She has everything. She's always had shoes, socks, diapers, clothes, toys. I mean, you name it.
Who else did she ever nanny for before, besides Jeff, that you're aware of?
No one that I know of. He's the only person that I knew of.
Okay.
I know she'd watched her nephews and her niece. Outside of that, I don't know if there was anyone else.
Okay. And she definitely watched Annabelle.
Definitely watched Annabelle. On several occasions.
Okay. Oh, where did you take Kaylee to get her hair cut?
I never took Kaylee anywhere to get her hair cut. That's why when I heard that was complete bullshit. The only time Kaylee's gotten her hair cut has been at the house. When I did it or when you did it.
I know that. Well, who's your beautician? Who's
the
girl
last
that colored
person?
your hair?
No one colored my hair. I did my hair last.
Okay.
No one has touched my head since the first week of April after my 21st birthday last year. Okay. That was the last person that cut my hair.
So I'm just wondering where that came from.
Yeah, exactly. I'm wondering where that came from.
Okay. Is there anything else you need me to know or to check on for you?
I already told Lee to check my phone records. Keep checking that. Go back through even MySpace stuff. There could be something.
Is there any particular day for sure that you know we need to track this back to?
As far as what, Mom? What specifically?
The last day you saw Kaylee.
The 16th.
No, I thought Tara said her and Kaylee spoke on the phone that week.
Tara?
Tara from Michigan.
You mean Mark's psycho ex-wife, Tara?
Yes.
She has not even spoken to me since probably the end of May, at least. And there goes the TV again. Lovely. 5 minutes.
Is that an error? Her session will end in 5 minutes. Casey?
5 minutes, I know. I have not spoken with Tara in well over 2 months.
Okay, she said that she had a 13-minute conversation. No, not 13. That was someone else. That she had over an hour conversation with you. She was having issues.
Yes, exactly. Like 2 months ago. I haven't talked to her since then.
Well, she said it was just a few weeks ago.
You can check the number on my call records.
Don't get upset. I'm just saying.
I'm just telling you.
She's saying that
I know what she's saying.
To each other. Okay.
The babies never spoke to each other. I never even put Kaylee on the phone. Listen, Mom.
No, Casey,
I'm not getting mad at you. I know you're not. Listen. People like Tara, people like Jesse, who are maybe trying to help, even Christina, God bless her, don't know what the hell they're talking about. They may have talked to me within the last few months or have seen me within the last, year, and will say, oh yeah, this was during this such and such time, because they're trying to help.
I know.
Well, Mom, this is why stuff's getting misconstrued. Words are getting put in my mouth. You have my phone records. I just wanted to confirm that. I have not spoken with Tara. You can look up her number.
I believe
whatever the Michigan thing is, whatever.
Okay, now we only have 5 minutes. What else do you want me to check on?
I thought they were giving us extra time.
I don't know. That's only 5 minutes in this session.
Oh, I know, and it'll cut off when we have 1 minute left. And then we'll get our last minute. I'm fine.
Okay.
I want you guys to know that. I'm eating to the best of my ability. I miss real food.
I know. I haven't cooked in any of this. People be bringing food to the house. If I list names, is there anybody that may have an insight?
Lee and I already went over this. He had a whole list of people that whether or not he should even bother talking to them, people he should look into.
Were you ever intending on going to Puerto Rico?
Yeah, at the beginning of the year, and we talked about stuff progressively throughout the last few months.
Who made the reservations?
There was never a reservation made for me. I was going to make my own reservation. Everyone was buying
Who made everybody's? Who made everybody's?
Nobody was making reservations. We were all going to be buying our tickets as we could or as we wanted to, and we're going to be staying at JP's family's apartment or his apartment down there.
Okay. I thought it was
No. There was nothing that was pre-scheduled months in advance. We were all waiting to buy tickets, if we were going to buy tickets, things of that nature.
Yeah, because Amy's flight number was written on a piece of paper in your handwriting.
Yeah, I know, because I was picking her up.
Okay.
I needed to know her flight information for when I was going to get her from the airport.
That makes sense.
Yeah, and just like the menus that you found at the house, the breakfast, lunch, and dinner, that was my list. That was my stuff. I wanted to start waking up at 5 a.m. working out. If it was for Kaylee, there would have been waffles listed, mini pancakes, little things that she liked. I would never feed her a bagel with eggs.
She likes bagel and eggs and cream cheese and that kind of stuff.
So do I. We're like the same little tiny person. You know, she's almost my size anyway. But it was all health food, was it not, on those lists? It was healthy stuff. So it was one thing Jose asked me 3 or 4 times about the menus.
Got 1 minute.
I know.
What do you want to say to us?
That I love you. And that I miss you. And, you know, you guys stay as strong as possible.
We are, Casey. Our whole life's turned upside down looking for this little girl.
I know. Trust me, if I could be out there with you, I would be in a heartbeat. Trying to help take the strain off of you, trying to find her. That's all I want to do.
We're going to see her little face again.
I pray to God every day that we do.
Casey.
Hello
again. We have 45 more minutes. They've been
Really?
so gracious to give us the whole 45 minutes.
Wasn't that weird again? Because she was like, are we going to see her little face again? It's like as if she knows. It's just back and forth and back and forth. Is she in Puerto Rico? Implying that somebody took her to Puerto Rico. You know, we know you didn't do it, blah, 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 blah. And then, you know, these pointed questions that imply Casey's guilty. It's just so bizarre.
They're being generous today.
Well, I think Casey, I think everybody wants an end to all of this.
Oh, of course.
I have to ask.
Yeah, go ahead.
Did Kaylee ever stay at Tony's?
No.
Are you sure?
Positive. We'd hung out over there, but she'd never stayed. No.
Okay. Tony admitted to Lee that there's drugs in his home. Could this be related to something like that?
No, it's not.
Okay. Just had to ask, sweetheart.
No, his roommates smoke weed, but no.
Okay.
It's one of the big reasons. One, Kaylee would never stay over there. Two, I wouldn't have Kaylee just stay at anybody's house.
I know you wouldn't. That's why I had to ask.
I know. That's fine.
Okay. Oh, besides Lee and Dad and I, has anybody else visited you?
Yeah, Patrick Bourgeois. He was friends with Mike Walker. Do you guys remember Mike Walker? Dad might.
There we go, Patrick Bourgeois. And I wonder if Mike Walker's real or not.
From track.
Why? How did he get?
He came and saw me yesterday about 9 o'clock, 9:10 in the morning. He was the first person that had actually come up to see me as far as a phone call is concerned. He just wanted to basically tell me that I have friends on the outside. Mike passed on a message telling me that he hopes that I'm okay, to keep my head up. And he said that a bunch of other people from high school all just wanted me to know that
9/24.
That, you know, that they were behind me. Bourgeois. The spelling, I'm gonna butcher it terribly, but Lee said he's been trying to contact him like through emails and stuff, and I told him that's someone, you know, that he can talk to, because I know he's more than willing to help in whatever way he can, and that's even what he told me. You know, he's gonna try to write me and get other people to write me to try to keep my spirits up. So I mean, I was very short with him, you know, not really knowing what to say at that point. But I mean, I definitely appreciated his visit, and that's even what I told Lee. I wanted to make sure that he knows that, how much I appreciate him coming to see me. So that meant a lot, especially from someone that I know I haven't talked to in the last 4 years since high school.
Oh, is there a Tia Torres in our neighborhood? There's a Tia Torres.
Tia Torres.
Yeah.
I don't know who that is. I don't know who a lot of the people are that live in our neighborhood outside of...
Well, I forget who she told, but she told someone that I was hospitalized recently with a mental condition.
Wow. I'm glad I'm not on the outside. I'm really glad I'm not out there.
You'd be surprised the crap that's coming, you know, that
Mom,
people
but see,
think
that's
to
just
be.
it. I'm not surprised at the crap that's coming. That's another reason I don't want to hear any of this media bullshit. People want to have their face on the news, want to have their 2 seconds of fame. I never once wanted to be on TV or to have anything, period, let alone it be the worst catastrophic thing that could happen not only to myself but to our family. I mean, it doesn't surprise me what people are going to do or say to try
Well,
to get
there's
attention.
only a few people, Casey, because everybody that knows you, the
I
thing
know
that
that.
they're
It's the
saying
people
most
that
is that you're the mom of the group. You're the one that always takes care of everybody else.
That's how it's always been. It's the truth.
I know, because you're a lot like me.
I'm a lot like you. You're exactly right. And that's what people have said. They're like, wow, your mom's a real spitfire. People have been talking you up like crazy, and they're like, I wouldn't piss her off. No, you wouldn't. They would respect you more than anyone else.
All I'm trying to do is find Kaylee for both of us.
Oh, I know.
For all of us. And I'll do whatever it takes.
I feel the exact same way. That's exactly what I've been saying. I don't care what I have to do. When I told them I would lie, I would steal, I would do whatever by any means to get her back. That's exactly how I feel. It's the truth.
Casey, we have to find her before her 3rd birthday.
Mom, I know
that's coming up fast.
I know, we have a couple weeks.
I don't want to wait another minute.
I don't want to wait another minute. I want her to be found, whether I'm still stuck in here or not. I don't care.
I think once she's found, then you can tell everybody what you know, and you'll be released. Don't you think?
Potentially, I don't know. Yuri has it set in his mind that I've done something.
Well, he thinks you guys did something to Kaylee.
Hey, can you hold on for a second?
Yeah, well, don't waste our time.
I'm not going to. I'll be right back.
Why would she do that? That's not right. Now they're taking her.
I hate that so much. Where she's like, don't waste our time. It's honestly, I mean, just looking at it, I feel like Casey's a really good sport with a lot of this. And I feel like we haven't even gotten to some of the most manipulative stuff yet from her mom. But I will say, like, my impression is, like, besides the fact that she's a pathological liar, she's a really good sport about being in prison or jail in protective custody. And she's a really good sport with her parents and her family being so manipulative and all this. But, don't waste our time. It's like, do you not understand what jail is? She can't just like choose to do what she wants. If she's getting up and leaving a room, it's because they're telling her to. I just can't with this lady, dude.
What the hell is that? Well, they did give us a whole slot, so. Just sit down. She doesn't come back. She's coming. What was that all? What was that all about? What was that
I'm
all
under
about?
protective custody. I'm not allowed to be out if there's other people around, if there's other inmates. So I have to go back to my cell. Yeah.
Okay, so there's other people there.
Well, right now, no. There's no other inmates out. But if there's another inmate that has to come in, I have to go back and be behind the closed door. So
I gotcha.
It's for my own protection.
Well, Casey.
No, but that's what I'm saying. I appreciate it in every way possible.
Okay. Have you spoken with the psychologist or psychiatrist yet?
Every single day.
Okay.
That's who I was talking to when I was sitting at the table.
Are you able to freely speak with her? Or is that recorded?
No, it's not recorded.
So do you feel like you can open up to her?
No.
Okay. Understood.
We've talked about how I feel about things, but I'm not opening up to someone that I don't know. The only person that I have would be Jose. I mean, for obvious reasons, he's someone that I know that I need to trust, that I've started to trust. And
are you able to be in the same room with him, or do you have to do?
Yeah,
like
no,
what we're
we
doing?
have open meetings.
Okay.
Most of the time he can get my cuffs off at least, so that way I'm still chained at my feet most of the time. But no, it's in contact. Him and I sitting at the same table, and it's just us. So
well, that's good that you get that personal contact with the outside.
He fought for that completely.
I know.
So it's nice to have that contact, and I know that there's no way I can see you guys in person. That's something that I've asked time and time again, but I know that there's.
I love that even though she doesn't know that this, I mean, she could have predicted what was going to become of this case in the trial, and, this is being played in court. I love that, when you hear her talking about Jose, it's really positive things, as it should be, even from the get-go.
A single inmate that's allowed that, that right whatsoever, unless it's someone that's involved within, the police department or an attorney.
Okay. Dad said he has a couple of things he wants to talk to you about, honey.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay, hang on.
When did he say that? Hold on. Let me back it up. Dad says he has a couple things he wants to talk to you about. This is the same, the phone passing thing. But hold on. Because you know what? We can check it and see. Does Dad say anything? Does he say something to her that he wants to say something?
Off at least, so that way I'm still chained at my feet most of the time. But no, it's in contact. Him and I sitting at the same table, and it's just us. So
well, that's good that you get that personal contact with the outside.
He fought for that completely.
I know.
So it's nice to have that contact, and I know that there's no way I can see you guys in person. That's something that I've asked time and time again, but I know that there isn't a single inmate that's allowed that that right whatsoever, unless it's someone that's involved within, the police department or an attorney.
Okay. Dad said he has a couple of things he wants to talk to you about, honey.
It looks like he did say something, but it didn't look like it was more than a word or two. The other thing is that I think that the person who's just sitting there can't hear them. Or, well, they can't hear Casey, I don't think. I mean, it's hard to say. I don't know how loud it is on that phone, if it's like you can hear it, you're sitting next to each other. But that's part of why it's weird, because it's like, how would they be like, oh, I needed to respond to something she said if they can't hear her? So, I don't know.
Okay.
Hang on.
I know this might be a tough thing to answer.
No, go ahead.
Oh, boy.
But did you borrow something from anyone or remove it without their permission that Kaylee might be being held for?
No.
I know that's a tough question, sweetie, but I just need to ask you.
It's not a tough question.
It's like, it's not tough. I don't understand these people at all. It's like he had a planned response because it doesn't match her response. It's like he expected her to act like it was tough, and he was going to be like, I know it's tough, but she's, dude, it's just really weird, man.
Dad. I mean, Mom knows the stuff that I had taken from her. We discussed that, on numerous occasions. And with Amy, I mean, I feel guilty about that. I feel extremely guilty, but I was under a time of desperation.
Well, what do you mean? What do you mean by that with time of desperation? I don't understand.
Like I said to you, well, I said to Mom, and Lee and I have spoken, and he advised me of something which is very smart. Written contact will be better than anything that's going to be recorded, since we can't speak openly, freely in person.
Okay. Well, I don't want to take time then going into anything else, and I want you to know, is there something that I can do for you, sweetie? I mean, I want you out of here.
I know. I want me out of here too, as quickly as possible. But at the same time, I know that until we get the bond lowered as much as possible, which is probably going to take a lot, the police aren't going to drop any charges. That's pretty evident.
Well, can I share something with you?
Yeah.
The longer this drags on,
the harder it's going to be.
there's going to be maybe additional things that might hit everyone, and I don't want to get into that with you, but it's getting very, very crucial that we've got to get you out of here. If I could get you out of here right now, I would. But I want Kaylee back too.
That, again, Kaylee is my concern. If I have to stay in here outside of that, if I can get out and then have to come back, I'll deal with whatever I have to myself that in regard to me. I want to be out.
I want you to know, I want to take your pain away from you. So, you can tell me anything.
I know that, Dad.
I miss you, sweetie.
I know that. I miss you too.
I wish I could have been a better dad and better grandpa,
You've been a great dad and you've been the best grandfather. Don't for a second think otherwise.
Well, you
and Mom have been the best grandparents. Kaylee's been so lucky. Kaylee is so lucky to have both of you. I can't even put into words how glad I am that she's had both of you. And that she still has both of you.
It goes without saying, that our house is empty without both of you there. It's empty. All the little things that we took for granted, we miss them so much.
That's exactly how I feel.
All your little things and all her little things, it hurts that we're not there. Mom and I are just going through the motions,
That night when I told Mom I couldn't be in the house, I knew that I couldn't be there and see that she wasn't there.
I just wish you could have came to me sooner.
I wish I could have come to anyone sooner. I wish that, like I said, that none of this would have happened.
We can't go back of things we could have done or should have done. We just can just say we got to support each other from here on.
I know that. I love you guys so much. I just want you to know that. I wish I could have said something or have hugged you or at least spent a moment with you the day of the hearing.
I know, sweetie. We felt the same way. I wanted to reach over and hug you and tell you I love you. And to stay at a distance is, even like right here, this is a distance. It's hard to be away from you. To hold your hand, to hug you, it's hard. It's hard. But we're trying everything we can to get the little girl back. We're trying.
A little girl. Just, I don't know.
I know you are, guys. I know.
It's 24 hours a day,
I know.
Mom wants
to speak to you again. I know. Dad, if I can't be there myself.
Wait, that again? Hold on. Let me see. Did she say something? Dude, what is going on?
Hugged you. Or at least spent a moment with you the day of the hearing.
I know, sweetie. We felt the same way. I wanted to reach over and hug you and tell you I love you. And to stay at a distance is, even like right here, this is a distance. It's hard to be away from you. To hold your hand, to hug you, it's hard. It's hard. But we're trying everything we can to get the little girl back. We're trying.
I know you are, guys. I know.
It's 24 hours a day,
I know.
Mom wants to speak to you again.
I know. Dad, if I can't be there myself, I would rather it be you guys than
I didn't see her say anything. It's just so weird.
Anyone else.
Okay.
I want you to know that.
All right. Well, here's Mom.
I got threatened the other day by Detective Melich about they were going to send a squad car to visit Grandpa regarding the date because it's the 15th that, we tape recorded Grandpa. And I felt just a teeny bit of what you may be going through, Casey, about trying to protect someone that you love so much. So I want you to know, I don't know where you're coming from, as far as I don't know the circumstances. But I know the mother that you are and the person that you are.
What? Does she think Casey's trying to protect somebody? I am so lost, man.
And I know you're doing whatever you need to do to protect. I hope you're just protecting Kaylee. Don't worry again about protecting your dad or me or Lee. You understand?
Yes.
We can handle anything. I believe that. Okay? All right.
Hold on.
Deputy there behind her.
I'm gonna have to walk away again for a second.
Okay,
I'll be right back.
All right, babe.
Oh boy.
Take that protector. Anytime an inmate comes through, she has to leave. She has to be isolated. Not saying anything. Well, I want you to drive anyway. No, we can't comment on anything.
Hey.
Yeah.
Oh, phone's all wet.
Yeah. No, she already said she was eating. He wanted to know if you were eating. All right. I'll tell him.
I ate coleslaw today. Tell him I ate coleslaw.
Well, you're probably eating a lot of things you never used to eat before because when you're hungry, you'll eat.
I hated bologna. I've been eating bologna and cheese on occasion. Grits. I don't do grits at all. It's terrible.
Well, you know what? You're going to eat what's in front of you.
No, not really. Still won't touch certain gravy outside of yours or grandma's.
Well, you better eat a little something, honey, because you're getting really thin. You're getting thinner.
I've been
I know, but Casey, you're a lot thinner.
Well, I'm only eating 3 meals a day. They're very small. That's, what we're given, so I can't eat all day. I can't walk around and snack like I normally do. I'm not putting in probably 3,500 calories.
Yeah.
I'm drinking juice that has no real juice in it, no sugar. So,
it's good.
Tell me what's in that.
Yeah, it's water, flavored water.
No, it's juice.
Is it?
Ish. Tastes like juice. Oh, man. At least now I have more stuff to look forward to every day. The potential to get a chance to talk to you guys, to at least see you this much. Besides a shower every couple days and crappy food.
Wow.
And the inconsistent visit with Jose, but at least, it's something.
Yeah, he's supposed to be coming this afternoon.
That's what I figured. He usually comes after 7:30, between 7:30 and 10.
I think he's going to try to come around.
Well, that's good. I'm at least going to get a shower after I'm done with you guys, so. I know he was putting in an appeal for the bond. Do you know what will happen with that? Have you heard anything from him?
No, he said it might not be till next Wednesday before the final on that.
Okay.
So it could be a while. Yeah, we never really got a full description of Zanny. I know she's got brown curly hair.
About shoulder length. She wears it straight.
It's curly.
It's curly, but she also wears it straight. This is what I'm telling you. It's called a straightener, remember? She's the one that gave me my straightener.
Wow.
That's true. Okay. How tall is she?
About 5'7"-ish. She's just like maybe an inch or two shorter than Dad, so 5'6", 5'7". Very thin, maybe a little bit more meat than me, about 140-ish. Fairly brown eyes. No tattoos that I've ever seen that I know of. I've seen her in a bathing suit, so unless it's something beyond that.
Well, I would think if anybody around her knew her, they would have come forward by now.
That's what I'm thinking. That's even what I told Jose. If it was anyone that especially has known me, that knows Kaylee, that at least knows of us.
Did anybody ask you to describe her and they did a composite drawing of her?
Not once. And when they went and interviewed that girl down in Kissimmee, they never showed me a picture of her. They never searched.
Okay, now they told us that you couldn't pull her out of a lineup.
They're full of shit. I had told them multiple times, find a sketch artist, show me pictures, show me something. I can point her out to you.
Okay, well, you make sure Jose does
I've
that
told
today.
Jose this. I've told him.
I'm just thinking about Alex Murdoch and how he did that with the side of the road, and he had them do a whole sketch for someone who didn't exist. Incredible.
To pull in a sketch artist.
Okay.
I've told Jose that multiple times. I've given him and also Gabriel, his associate, the same information I've given you. It's the same information that I gave to the police. They never searched by her full name. They searched by Zenaida Fernandez or Zenaida Gonzales, never by her full name.
And it's Z-E-N.
Z-E-N-A-I-D-A. I don't think she has a middle name. There was never a middle name on anything that I remember seeing. And I know she went by both last names. She always has. Since she was younger, since her mom remarried.
So Flores Gonzales, and you don't know what her stepdad's...
Fernandez Gonzales.
But you don't know what Fernandez Gonzales.
I think her dad's first name is Victor. Her stepdad, or that could be her real dad, but I remember her saying Victor. Victor and Gloria were her parents.
Victor and Gloria are her parents, but they're separated or divorced.
New character.
They are as of now, yeah. That was her
They're
stepdad.
divorced.
But I know she has a lot of money. That's where she got the car from.
So Victor's her stepdad.
That's her stepdad.
So his last name wouldn't be...
concerned.
His last name wouldn't be Gonzales then.
I think it would actually be Fernandez, because then, as far as I know, with Spanish last names, it's the father's first name, then the mother's last name.
Yeah, but Victor is his stepdad, right?
Mm-hmm. She has his last name and her mother's last name.
Oh, he adopted her?
He adopted her. He legally adopted her, yes.
Oh my God.
Where? I'm not sure.
Okay. You don't know where he's living?
No.
And I thought you said Zanny had a sister.
Her sister's name is Samantha. She has the whitest name possible.
Uh-huh.
They have different dads.
And you don't know what her last name is?
No, I do not.
At least she acknowledged that Samantha does not fit in with the family names, because I've been commenting on that.
And you said Samantha's a student.
She was a student at UCF, yes. But I can't remember her last name. I know that she was within the last 12 months.
Is she older or younger?
She's older.
By a couple years or?
Roughly a year and a half.
Okay. All right, babe. Anything else you can think of? Did Xana ever talk about taking Kaylee to the beach or doing anything?
She told me that they went out to Cocoa a couple different times.
With Kaylee?
With Kaylee. Remember all the places that I was telling you about?
Uh-huh. Yes.
Those were all the places that I've been told that they've been.
Okay.
I told Lee that he needs to talk to you and get a list of places. That's a good start.
The ones over the last month?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Boat is actually the story out on a boat?
It was a story I had been told, yes. Was I there? No.
Okay. And you don't know who she could be with?
No.
Okay. Could Jeff ever look preppy looking?
Yeah, that's how he always dressed, was very preppy.
Do you think he would have ever worn like a horn-rimmed glasses or something?
To the best of my knowledge, he's never worn glasses.
Okay.
But he primarily would wear like reasonably tight jeans, fitted jeans, a polo shirt, something nice. He always dressed very nicely.
Okay. And you don't know where Jeff's sister's last name or anything is?
Her married name, no. I can't think of it offhand.
Okay.
Oh, man.
what about Zanny's roommates?
I haven't heard anything from either of them, but I've given everyone names. If you want to write down their names as well, I've given them to the police, which they never did anything with. Raquel. Raquel is the first one. RAQUEL. Her last name is Farrell. FARRELL.
Now, who worked for the ABC company? Distribution.
Jennifer. Jennifer's her second roommate. Raquel supposedly had worked there for a short time herself.
But you don't know when?
I don't know when. Jennifer, I know, had worked there within the last year.
It's the ABC distribution catalog, right?
Yes.
But you don't know Jennifer's last name?
Her last name is Rosa. ROSA.
ROSA. Okay. And when's the last time you saw Raquel and Jennifer?
Oh, wow. Easily a month and a half, 2 months ago, maybe.
For both of them. Are they still roommates?
I have no idea.
Okay. But they're both from this area?
They've at least lived in this area. I don't know where they are outside of this.
Okay. You don't know where Raquel worked?
No. I know that she was a student. She'd served at a couple different restaurants.
But you don't know what restaurant?
She'd said a Fridays. I don't know which one.
But
or
local?
when this was. It could have been local. It could have been somewhere else. I don't know.
Okay.
There was never anything specific. I know that they each came from families of decent amounts of money, which is why they didn't have to have substantial jobs.
Okay.
Is there anything else Dad can think of?
I don't know. Okay. You stink. I'm sorry.
You don't have to apologize. It's good to actually see you guys smile a little bit.
Dad was out sweating, working, doing flyers and stuff. I had to.
He stinks,
Yeah,
and we showered in 2 days.
We got a flat tire on as we were getting off the expressway. My car tire went flat.
Hey, guess what? That happened to me.
Yeah. So, did you know Trenton Duckett's father's been helping us?
That's what he told me. Jose actually told me that he had contacted you.
Yeah, he's been helping us.
That's what I've been told, which I guess that's good. He's maybe a very resourceful person.
Did Lee tell you how much the reward is for finding Kaylee?
No.
Can you imagine?
I haven't heard anything of this, so
it's over 200. I think it's $225,000.
Jesus Christ, that's almost half
That's
my
a
bond.
lot. Well, a lot of people want that little girl found.
Good. The more people, the better. Everyone should want her back.
Well, they do, Casey. Just want you to know there's a lot of people helping. I only get 1 or 2 phone calls a day that, that are not nice phone calls, but I get many, many, many phone calls and many people reaching out that just believe in you. They believe in us finding Kaylee. Okay? So keep your head up high. But if you think of anything that could help, don't be afraid.
Oh, I won't hesitate to let you guys know.
You can't be afraid, Casey, of anybody. You got to get that strength from me and your dad and your brother. I know you have it in you. Okay? You need to get that strength inside and do not feel like someone can hang anything over you or anything over us or threaten us because, well, you have said you're protecting this family. You don't need to protect this family. This family's been through a lot.
I know.
Yeah. We love you very, very much.
I know. I love you guys,
Dad wants
too.
to say something, too.
I just had a little analogy of our family.
Uh-huh.
think of me as the thumb. I mean, think of that. The next finger, you know, the index finger is your mom. You know, she likes to point just like Kaylee.
Yeah, but it's with the middle finger.
Okay, the middle finger, I guess, is mom, probably. But I'm looking at size in the family. You know, the next finger after that is going to be Lee, then it's going to be you, and then the final, that little pinky, that's Kaylee. So think of that. Think of your hand. Just think, this is us. This is the family that love each other, that cares, and needs to be together. And we're missing two fingers. You know?
I'm still here.
As silly as it sounds.
I know.
We have you here. We know you're here, but it's not the same.
I know it's not the same. It's just like I have you guys with me, but it's not the same.
I'll tell you, doing everything that's happened so far, there was a lot of hard decisions to make, and we're trying to find that little girl. We're trying.
I know you are.
I mean, all of us have experienced a lot of different things. We've asked so many questions. We've went on emotions, but if there's anything at all that you want to share, you know, you got to share it. You know, write it down. You know, I mean, I know Mr. Baez is working in your best interest, but you know,
my number one.
Let me ask you this: would you be interested in talking to like an FBI guy or something?
Anyone that you guys want to bring in, I'll talk to.
Okay, that's true. That's great news. Okay, here, mom's again. Hold on a second.
This whole thing with passing of the phone, it's just so weird. It's like they've got an agenda, and then when they get part of their agenda, they just pass the phone. Or if they want to dodge something, they pass the phone. Because I think only once so far was there ever a time where it looked like somebody said something where it could have been like, well, maybe they indicated they wanted the phone, but even then it wasn't enough words. But the rest of the time they've just been sitting there, and then they're like, oh, so we don't. It's so funny. It's like the truth is like they don't have anything else they want to say or ask or whatever, but instead they're like, oh, the other person wants to say something. It's just this entire thing. It's like there's just so much dishonesty and just fakeness. I hate it.
Yeah, I mean, is it just the local police you don't feel comfortable to?
Oh, it's just...
Or is it just the authority in general?
It's those two specific. It's Adams and Melick. Now, Happy Wells, the other detective...
Allen and Melick.
Allen, yeah. Sorry, John Allen and Melick.
Okay.
The other guy that came to the house, I don't know if you remember him very well. He went by Happy. His last name is Wells.
Happy Wells, you want to talk to
Wells.
him?
I would speak to him of any of the, you know, the detectives.
He was the one. It's really interesting. Remember when I was posing the question last time that is it possible? Would there be a way that you could work with her and treat her in a way where she would talk, right? Or I guess again, the idea being that she could be divulging information she's choosing not to, right? And that's the point of an interrogation, assuming she knows something, right? And I was like asking that question, like, was there anything that could have worked? But what's interesting is the very last detective that came in during that time at Universal, Melick and Adams or whatever left the room, and then Happy Wells came in last. And you might have noticed because he was very different than the others. He came in after they'd been like, you know, Callous, murderer, blah, blah, you know, all this, you know, pulling out all the stops. And he comes in and he's the one who's chatting about going on a cruise. And he's like actually genuinely asking her these questions. And he seems like you get a sense that he's not there to interrogate her, but he's believes her, right? Or he's just not there to be aggressive or, he actually comes in at the end and kind of like asks some questions that seem kind of like preliminary, like they've already talked to her about, but I don't know if he's just getting caught up or what, but you can tell he's very different than the others. So it's interesting when she's like saying, yeah, I would talk to him, right? You know, again, is she going to say anything of value? Is she going to be more honest? I don't know. But again, the very first goal you have if you're interrogating or interviewing somebody is you want them to talk. And like the other thing I pointed out with the other detectives was they were doing all the talking and she wasn't talking, or it wasn't like she was trying not to, but they weren't letting her. Anyway, so it's just interesting that it seems like at the very least she felt like she would have talked more with him. So
Speak with him with Jose, or would you speak to him by
I
himself?
would speak to him alone with Jose. It doesn't matter. We had a lot of conversations when I sat up in the room that day. I just sat in the lobby of the sheriff's department for probably a good 3, almost 4 hours.
Okay.
And Happy and I sat there and we conversed. He was very, very concerned with Kaylee. Wanting to find Kaylee, that was his priority.
Okay.
He's someone that I feel very comfortable talking to.
Okay, so if we can get that arranged today, you'll talk to him.
I would absolutely talk to him. He's someone that I feel would go out of his way to help you guys.
Now, is he a detective or a deputy?
Oh, that's a good question. I know he works within a similar
Was he at the
department.
house? Was he at the house?
He was the other guy that came to the house with...
Which one?
He was the bigger guy that wasn't wearing glasses that came to the house. When the 2 gentlemen came to pick me up Wednesday morning, he was one of the 2 guys that came to the house.
Okay.
See if Dad remembers him. But they called him Happy. I know his last name as well, so I know that most definitely.
Well, we could probably get that arranged because they're wanting to talk to you, Casey.
Yeah. I don't want someone that's going to tell me that they know that I'm lying, that's going to belittle me, that won't listen to what I'm saying to them. I need someone that will take the information that
There you go. She's telling you the exact formula.
I'm giving them.
Okay. All right, listen. We're going to leave when it's at 5 minutes so we can get out before the media knows, because they're going to try to get us out a back door. So I want you to know when that goes, we're going to be leaving quickly.
Okay.
But I'm going to work on trying to get Happy Wells for you today, if we can.
That would be great.
Now, I'm not sure if we should do it alone or if you should have your attorney present.
That's up to you guys. I'm leaving that to your discretion.
Okay.
I'm fine.
Well,
either way.
I think you should have your representation.
Okay.
Okay.
That's fine.
Thank you. All right. You heard it here first, guys. 1,000,000 points goes to Cindy for that. 1,000,000 points goes to Cindy for that. Thank you. And I appreciate that. So far, it seems like she's not really been throwing Jose Baez under the bus the way Lee and George have, where they're like, maybe you should have, find another attorney, or, bypass him and go straight to the sheriff's department or whatever. They've been being weaselly about it. I appreciate that Cindy, at least, can't say much that I like about her at all. And I just appreciate that she's like not trying to manipulate Casey into not doing something, into doing something stupid legally. She's like, you should have your attorney there. Yes, you should. So that's good.
Is there anything else you need that you want us to do or say or look, anything? What do you need from us?
I totally look locally, especially.
You sure?
Check places that we're familiar with, that we know. I mean, it's not going to hurt to look. I don't know where you guys have posted things for Kaylee, been able to post pictures or things like that, but
yeah. She said that guy. Dad wanted to know if it was a female officer, but this guy, this Happy Wells, you've already connected with.
Oh, most definitely.
Okay.
Asked Dad if he remembers. He was one of the 2 guys that came to pick me up Wednesday morning.
He was one of the ones that picked her up Wednesday morning. Okay. We'll get that.
Okay.
Okay.
There can't be that many people there with the first name Happy. There's got to be only one, right?
God, just know how much I miss you guys.
Oh, we know that. We know that. We'll get, the quicker we get Kaylee, the quicker you'll get home too. But Casey, if we don't find her, they're trying to build a case against you, honey.
That's what they've been doing. I know. That's the other 2 detectives' main goal is building a case.
I know, and that's why I'm so frustrated. because
That's why
I know
get
they're
so
not
frustrated. That's why I don't want to speak to either of them, because it's not going to do any good. It really isn't.
Well, we'll make it happen with this other person.
Thank you.
And like I said, if we can get, how about an outside source like FBI to talk to you?
If you can get someone outside, that's fine. Bring in whoever, by any means.
Okay.
You and I are on the same page with that. We will do whatever necessary.
Okay. All right, honey, I believe that.
I just want her back.
I know you do.
God.
You have to keep thinking positive. Positive feelings, Casey.
Oh, I know. I have been. I've been staying as positive as I can.
But do you think after this long she'd still be local?
There's a possibility.
What's your gut telling you right now?
My gut's telling me that she's okay.
Okay. And your gut tells you that she's close or she's hiding?
She's not far. I know in my heart she's not far. I can feel it.
Okay. Okay.
Oh,
all right.
God.
Well, we'll see if we can't get a sketch artist and Happy and maybe even FBI to come talk to you.
Have you talked to Ryan? Has he gotten any leads on anything in Jacksonville?
I haven't spoke with them for several days. I don't know if Lee has or not. I kind of haven't really reached out to too many people, except your immediate friends here.
Well, Ryan, again, he's definitely one of those people that you should talk to. So.
Well, I had before, but there wasn't really much to tell him.
Yeah.
So, but like Corey and Sean and Chris,
those guys, yeah,
and all those guys, they feel connected with me to get to you.
Yeah.
Because they.
Well, what about Patrick Bourgeois? Why are we forgetting about Patrick Bourgeois?
I think they see you and me and me and you.
Oh, most definitely. Those are guys that I have a long history with, that I've known for 8-9 years.
They're doing everything they can, Casey, to help find Kaylee. And they know that you haven't done anything.
Oh, I know. Those are my big brothers outside of Lee's friends. Those are my other boys.
They're just confused like we all are. And Jose said that you said everything would make sense once we found Kaylee.
Well, yeah, once you have someone that you can talk to, that you can get a real explanation from, that's known where she's been, it's going to have to make sense at that point. Once we get Kaylee, everything else will figure itself out. Mainly I was meaning for myself, but even as far as where she's been, what's been going on with her.
Alright.
Do you know what we're looking at as far as time?
Yeah, we're getting close to the end. And you know, as soon as that happens, we're going to leave, okay?
I know.
Alright, dear.
Just tell Lee that I love him. I didn't get a chance to.
He knows that. Your brother has been a rock for all of us. He has done so much, Casey. You don't know what this family has done pulled together for you.
I've been hearing from some of the officers. They've told me. They've said that the one coordinating most everything, and hearing that. Hearing that the other day, it just, I know.
It's unconditional love, darling.
Your Honor, the next exhibit is 44 minutes and 5 seconds.
Okay, members of the jury, I give you the choice. You probably need a stretch break. But what we can do is about 4:28. We can start and finish that tape, which will run you past 5, or we can go ahead and just pick that up tomorrow morning. So take it about a 7-minute stretch break and let me know what your choice is when you come back in. Okay? State recognized presence of the jury. Defense?
Yes, sir, we do.
All right, members, what is your pleasure? All right, let's forge on.
Your Honor, I believe this is the stipulation regarding July 28th, 2008 with Lee Anthony.
Okay, you may publish it, and I read the stipulation first. Lee Anthony attended a video recorded visitation with Casey Anthony at the Orange County Jail on July 28, 2008 at 0900 hours. The video recording is a true and accurate representation of the visitation. The parties have agreed to this fact, and it should be considered as true in your deliberations. You may proceed.
Thank you. Hey.
Hey, sis.
How are ya?
I'm here. I'm
I know.
Media to get in and get out, so.
Understandable.
Something else. Well, you know, I've got a lot, kind of like, you know, the last time too, but, you know, I wanted to, you know, first just, because I know we kind of got cut off last time, you know?
Yeah.
I wanted you to be able to, you know, talk to me if there's anything that you want to talk to me about, or, you know, whatever. I wanted to give you that opportunity before. I know I kind of dominated a lot of that last visit, but
It's not a big deal.
Okay.
No, absolutely.
Okay. So, I mean, do you got anything, you know, for me, or, you know, outside of what I've already heard?
Did you guys get my messages from Jose?
Yes.
Okay, then that's where I'm leaving it. So.
All right. How are we coming with any other communication?
Pretty good. I'm in the process. So.
All right. Just curious.
Yeah.
So. I completely understand what you're saying, what you were saying, and I look forward to, you know, maybe the details and, you know, being able to elaborate on a personal message, which would be handled the same way. So
yeah, exactly.
Aside from that, there are things that, and again, answer as you wish, but there's some things that I think may help you in the meantime.
Okay.
Specifically on, you know, the day that Kaylee went missing.
Mm-hmm.
Am I correct that you had actually spoken to 3 people over the phone, 2 people via text, 2 of those people via text message prior to reaching out to Mom?
Throughout that period, yes.
Does that sound about right?
Yeah.
I already know who those people are, obviously.
Okay. Yeah.
Are any of those 3 people involved, to your knowledge?
There's potential for that. I'm thinking possibly yes. At this point, that's kind of my gut feeling. All I can really go off of at the moment is my gut, and yeah, that's every day it's getting a little bit stronger.
Right.
So.
Understood. Not to call those names out directly,
yeah,
but to reference it further.
Mm-hmm.
2 out of those 3 you had actually been in text communication with prior to reaching out to Mom. Am I right on that? Or
yes.
Okay. Specifically down to those 2.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing. Those.
Yeah.
Okay. Was there was one that you talked to via text first, and one that you talked to via text?
Oh, second? As far as the order, I don't know.
Okay. That's okay. Well, how about instead of order, how about frequency?
Frequency.
Right. There was, out of the two, there was a particular person that you spoke to on a much more frequent basis that during that period of time than the other.
Yes,
and
absolutely.
The other, I realized that there were 2 calls and 2 texts.
Mm-hmm.
The other one, there were numerous calls and numerous texts.
Mm-hmm.
Out of those 2, out of the small communication or the large communication, is there one that I should focus on more?
I couldn't say either way. I mean, both obviously need to have some sort of attention. So.
Ditto. Understood.
Yeah.
Good. Okay. Okay. Perfect. To your knowledge, do any of those 3 people that I was talking about? To your knowledge, prior to any of this, would they have ever talked to each other?
Potentially, yeah, probably. I mean, as far as I know, everyone was kind of intertwined as far as the friendship was concerned.
Even down to those last 2 that I had referenced?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Specifically on the evening going into about midnight on the next day,
mm-hmm.
I saw your calls to a place that would deliver food.
Okay, can you be specific on the actual day?
17th.
17th, okay. Okay.
I saw, that you had made a few phone calls to place that would deliver food.
That was actually probably Tony's roommate. I think I let him use my cell phone for that, so.
Okay. So, all right. So, I guess what I would ask was, you had mentioned to me before that when you were doing your own
mm-hmm.
search, that you were kind of out and about at some instances. Could you give me an idea of when that would have been? And by out and about, specifically what I was talking about.
It would have been during the daytime.
Was.
Yeah, it would have been during the day. Nothing would have been at night whatsoever.
Okay. And during the daytime on any of those days, would you have reached out to any of these people that I should be interested in, to your knowledge?
No, not to my knowledge.
Okay. Let's see. On our phone call, we talked about that other cell phone.
Uh-huh.
I know you told me where it was purchased from.
Yeah.
Was it purchased for you by somebody else?
No.
Do you remember when you purchased it?
The exact day, I'm not quite sure. I might have the receipt at home. I'm not totally sure when it was bought.
Would it have been in the last month, 2 months?
Within the last, I'd say 3 months, yes.
Okay. Let's see. Would it be safe to assume that the person that was, that they would have probably contacted you on that phone? I know you were switching the SIM card back and forth, but they would have preferred to contact you on that phone and vice versa on the blackjack.
I don't think there was really a preference.
Okay. All right.
My SIM card would, still hold the information in either sense. It would still register to my account, so I don't think there's an obvious preference.
Okay. Back to the 3 people that you talked to on that day.
Mm-hmm.
Now, in regards to the other 2 now, back to that other person that hadn't really, mentioned so much. And I already know your feelings towards this person. It's noted. However, I was just curious. You'd had a fairly long conversation with this person after lunchtime. prior, in about 2 hours or so prior to reaching out to Mom. It was kind of the bulk of, or right before, what looked like a lot of this franticness kind of went down.
Yeah.
Would anything have been shared, or would she have any indication on maybe what happened from that long conversation that you had with her?
I'm not totally sure. I mean, there's a possibility, probably not.
Okay. But if I was to follow up with that person specifically, would she feel comfortable enough opening up to me if it was just that person myself?
I would absolutely hope so.
Okay. I'm gonna reach out to that person and and see if anything. So
okay.
I'll reference those guys as the Full Sail crew.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you remember when they would have, any of them individually or collectively, would have actually physically met Kaylee for the first time? I know you may have to think back a little ways for that, but
last week of May, first week of June.
And how would that have gone down? Would it have been
the very first time they all met Kaylee? I brought Kaylee over to the apartment. That's how they all met her the first time. They had obviously known about her previous, or prior to this, but that was the first time they had all met.
Is there any particular activities that you may have, done at the apartment or something, or within the apartment complex?
We went to the pool a couple different times.
Do you remember the last time that you may have had her there, or had her to where they could have seen her?
Wow.
Prior to the day she went missing.
Yeah. Jesus. Maybe around Mom's birthday. So around the first week or so into June.
If you had to guess, do you remember if it would have been before or after Mom's birthday?
It might have been after.
Okay.
So I wonder if that's where she got June 9th from.
That was something I already knew, but I needed to confirm.
Yeah. I figured. I know you're very thorough, so I can appreciate that.
Yeah. If I were to be looking for the nanny's place, would it be advantageous of me to look in areas that are familiar to another friend that you may have?
That would be pretty much on the money.
Down to likely the same complex of any of your friends?
Within the same area, I do have a friend that lives within this complex or neighborhood, yes.
Okay. Trying to figure out a way to ask it. You may know how I was going to follow that up if you want to share it. Would that include? Would that include any of the people that I referenced earlier, or that I was referring to earlier?
Trying to think.
I don't think you need to answer that. No. All right. You given me last time that Zanny had used a few different phone calls to contact you. Let me know that when it started, it was kind of like a 407 number. She had also used a 321 number, and then more on a recent side, she had used a 954 number.
Yes.
So it's still. Am I right with all that? That was
those are three of the area codes. Yes.
And they could have been interchanged throughout the entire.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay. Is there any other area code or state that an area code would come from, or region of the country that an area code would come from that I should add to that list?
I know I got a call from down south, possibly Miami. I'm not sure what the area code is down there. Also from Jacksonville, possibly. Throughout Florida, most definitely. I know I have scattered calls up the East Coast on, maybe different locations there.
As you know, area codes start with 6 are all throughout the country. I mean, they've got area codes for 6 on the West Coast, in the Midwest.
Well, I know 631 is New York.
Right. Specifically, I was asking about a 623.
623.
It's where I was at for a month at the beginning of the year.
Oh, that's Mark Hawkins. So. No. Or
yes.
I would say no.
Okay. All right.
I was gonna say I'm pretty positive I know who that is. Oh no.
No. Okay. Well, okay. I just didn't know if there's maybe anybody else that may have knowledge of the situation other than the people that there's 2 people that you had already mentioned.
Yeah, no.
Okay. What do you think I've already talked to one of your friends in particular that you worked with that verified that those 2 people that you said have knowledge of the situation and have knowledge of Zenaida.
Okay.
I've already talked to somebody and she confirmed that those people do indeed exist.
Yeah. That's good.
So, yeah.
That's definitely a step in the right direction.
Do you have any way, or if you can end up thinking of any way where you think I may be able to reach out to them?
Yeah.
Myself.
If I can think of something, I'll make sure you get that immediately.
Thank you, because I think that would be extremely beneficial.
Yeah, most definitely.
Back to Zanny's numbers. So am I still just those 3 different area codes?
Those 3 that I can think of off the top of my head, yes.
Okay. Primarily, did you get texts and calls from both? Or maybe only texts from one or the other, maybe only calls from one or the other?
It kind of varied. Usually most of my communication with everyone has been through text messages. That's kind of always been my main form of communication with anybody. So, I mean, I can't say more or less to one person or another if there was more of an open phone call conversation or through a text message. I'm not totally sure.
I know you had mentioned some of the different areas and stuff. Would it be safe for me to assume that the person that took CAYLEE would have resources out of the Orlando area?
Yes.
Aside from the places within the state of Florida that we already mentioned, do you think they'd have resources outside of the state of Florida?
Yes.
Could that go up as far north as some places that I've recently been to, or up in that region?
Yes.
Specifically for people that I've worked for and been involved with last year, you know, in a particular area for, you know, like for football and stuff. Should I focus my attention on that state as well?
I could potentially say yes. There's an obvious chance, yes. So I guess I can't say no to that.
Well, one thing that I wanted to, you know, for you to keep into consideration. Oh, sorry.
It's okay.
One thing I want you to keep into consideration, based on the contact that, you know, based on what I know right now, what, you know, has been able to be conveyed to me, you have to know that that everything has changed from, you know, a month ago.
Yeah.
And that, you know, even if we've been used to or, you know, acting a certain way or following a certain thing, that those, you know, in a sense, that those rules may have changed.
Yeah.
What I'd be looking for is, at some point, is some form of direction, with you knowing that some form of direction on, are we still working off of the same, you know, the same time, the same, you know, the same instances, the same people, you know, if the same areas, if any of that you think may change because, you know, in a sense the situation has changed.
Yeah.
Let me know, because of course there's only certain things that you can handle from where you are.
Yeah, exactly.
I want to be able, if I can, to, in a sense, kind of pick up where you left off. Okay?
Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
So, however that needs to be facilitated, you know, I know you trust me that I'm going to do what's best for everybody.
Exactly.
So, you know, just think of that one for me. Whenever I can, you know, because that's kind of what my wheels have been turning on, because, you know, that was the first thing that I realized, you know, that where it's not what we may have been, what you may have been working under, and, you know, and all that stuff, the things that you've been stressed about, and the things that you've been reacting to, maybe someone else needs to stress and react to it, or maybe we need to stress and react to it in a different way.
No, exactly.
So, you know, do you have anything? That was all my specific questions. I really didn't have a lot of time today because I literally had reporters following me, and I can't wait to cuss them out for that one.
Be nice. Remember, be nice if you can.
There's a certain level of respect that for us to be able to continue that relationship with them, and you know, I need them to respect that they're not gonna chase me around.
Oh, exactly. They can't
chase me around.
Well,
so
Jose and I had talked about something, and I think maybe this is a good idea for you guys to maybe all do as a family, all do together. Maybe set up a place if they want to interview you, unless you guys contact them otherwise. I know that they're still going to send people out after you.
I'll tell you, that's never going to happen.
Probably not, but it may minimize it a little bit.
We'll have a half a dozen news vans outside the house 24/7, and then, you know, as far as some of the other residences that they've attempted to go to also, or trying to keep those either under wraps, or, you know, maybe the people within those residences, we're trying to make them realize not to
say anything.
Acknowledge their presence.
Exactly.
You know, but whatever. It'll all go away, you know. So
Oh, I know it'll just take a little while, obviously.
obviously. Is there anything else that you think may be helpful for me, or mom or dad, or anything, you know, that you want me to get through to them or to anybody, you know?
I mean,
I'll write it
hopefully you
down,
guys
I'll
can,
give it to 'em.
hopefully you can go off of the new leads and, you know, the things that you were told this weekend. Hopefully that'll help you. I mean, as far as anything else at the moment, there's either nothing that I can obviously give to you now, or, you know, there really honestly isn't anything I can think of at this exact moment.
Understood.
But I'm pretty positive I'll be seeing Jose later. I'll have probably most of the day to think about it, so
Okay.
I'll try and pull together whatever I can. When the opportunity arises, you know, later, I'll give him whatever I can think of. So
Remember, the police need to know that you're working with them, that you're helping them.
exactly, and we're setting up our meeting, I think, for later today. So
Perfect. Do this for me. I've got some contacts in some other agencies that I trust. Whether it's yourself or Jose, if you guys are able to probe and just find out that, and you can ask Jose, Orange County has mentioned some other resources that they're using right now.
Okay.
If there's a way to confirm that without me, frankly, making an ass out of myself and an ass out of the situation by trying to find that out myself.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to make sure that everybody's on the up and up right now.
Okay.
So
Makes a lot of sense.
That would be great, because if certain things aren't what they seem, it's going to change the way, you know, some of this stuff goes down. So
yeah, absolutely.
So I'd be very interested to hear the results of that.
Okay.
As far as you know, the phone calls and stuff like that, you know, with the account that I set up, you know, like when we had that 15-minute phone call,
yeah,
you know, those calls can only go through to me.
Yeah.
So, do you know when you are particularly free? When, if you were to reach out via that, when I should typically look for those calls?
It'll be during the day, probably anytime between now and I'd say maybe 3 or 4 o'clock.
Okay.
So it would be within a decent hour of the day. So
Okay, good to know. That's cool. So I just want to make sure that I pay more attention to my phone from numbers that I don't recognize. I've programmed that particular number, so I'm pretty sure I'll know what it is. But I just want to make sure that you know that I'm available, and I would drop anything to pick those up. So
absolutely.
You feel comfortable reaching out at any time. Don't hesitate. I mean, keep in mind, I'm probably going to want to utilize the whole 15 minutes.
Yeah.
But
Lee, I'm not doing anything except reading books and napping, so trust me.
Exactly. I could imagine. I could imagine.
The closer I can get to home, the better.
Right. That's good. And don't worry about, you know, spending, you know, mucho dollars every day to do it. It's totally cool, especially if you have something that's
pertinent.
You know what I'm working on. So
exactly.
Just, you know, keep that in mind. But at the same time, Mom's working real hard with the media. You know, trying to get keep the focus on Kaylee and get, you know,
where it belongs,
her information out there, right? Because she is the one missing.
Exactly.
She's the one that we need to have returned to us, and she's the one that we need to have found.
Her face should have been the one on the front of the newspaper, not mine, with a teeny little picture of Kaylee underneath.
Let me think. The first day it was Kaylee's picture, big, yours small. The second day it was Mom's. I can't even keep track of it anymore. And this is just Sentinel. I mean, it's all over nationwide at this point. So it's
that's what I've been told.
Well, and it has been since Jump Street. But Mom's working real hard with the media. Dad is working real hard with a lot of charities and a lot of places that have offered support, that have put up reward money, that have given us office space, bought all of our supplies, supplied volunteers on a massive level, talking hundreds. So That's been great.
Oh yeah.
And down from, I can tell you specifically, Fred Robinson has been amazing support for our family.
Yeah.
His wife Holly has been tremendous support for us, and all of them just they reference the Lord a lot, and they want to know that what you know that that everything's behind you, and and to utilize that as your crutch and something to lean on right now.
I've been keeping stronger faith than I ever have, especially now.
Because everybody's
You've not heard them talk about religion or mention religion at all yet in this entire trial.
reaching out to you through prayer vigils. Excuse me, I keep saying the wrong thing. And things like that. So, and those two in particular have really used that as a platform, not only personally but publicly, to voice their support and to reach out to you to give you strength. So I want you to let you know, just from those old friends down to complete strangers to a grandmother of 5 that grabbed me before the reporters grabbed me on the way in. She gave me a huge hug and said, "You don't know me, nobody does, but let your sister know that we love her." And this is down to complete strangers, Kate. So understand, regardless of what you may hear or be told or whatever with some of these people's reactions, the good people out there know, and the good people out there want to do whatever we can, and they've offered up their unconditional support and resources. And we're of course, just like you are, we're being pulled in a million directions, but if you think of any resources or things that we could maybe utilize that we may not think of, let us know.
Oh, most definitely.
I want to give you an opportunity to talk more if you want, but I got tons of stuff that I could always talk to you about. So.
Hey, honestly, it's kind of better to hear about things that are going on, outside of this, because I don't really have too much to talk about. So, outside of telling mom and dad about the food a little bit, and again, sleeping, reading books. That's kind of been my life. So,
do you want me to tell you a little bit about what we're doing out here?
Yeah, definitely.
Well, aside from the CAYLEE'S Missing MySpace page, which I've taken control over now myself, I haven't updated it, but I've taken control over that. Immediately that evening, on the 16th, I had changed mine, yours, and mom's profiles to mirror the other profile, and to utilize that as ways for people to understand how they can volunteer, get flyers, donate.
That's perfect.
Do whatever. I've got, through connections that Josh Duckett has given us, there's been a helpfindcayle.com website up for the better part of a week and a half.
Yeah.
That we are now using as our primary resource to get that word out there. Taking tips through there. We're taking volunteer information. All of our contact information's on there. We're trying to use that as the hub of our way to communicate to everybody.
Yeah.
So, that's something that we try to get out there in every broadcast and every print and everything.
Yeah.
We've had some charities that have offered their support in the form of flyers, posters, billboards. We've got billboards across the state of Florida right now. We have some mobile billboards that can be pulled behind if you have a ball hitch on your vehicle. We're pulling t-shirts.
I saw the t-shirts. Dad was wearing one last time.
Yeah,
I think you were wearing one last time. What's the bracelet that you have?
It's actually
I know Mom has a blue one.
The bracelet is actually Trenton Duckett is missing bracelet.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we got that the first night that we met Josh and his family. So so we've been wearing that ever since. We're working on ones for Kaylee too, but this helps keep in perspective not only for Kaylee but for everybody.
But for him, yeah. So. That's actually what I thought it was. So
yeah, that's what it is. We have a huge fundraiser up in Daytona at the International Speedway on Friday for Kaylee. And
great.
That stuff has been donated by numerous companies, including Coca-Cola. All these proceeds from food, from raffles, from auctions, they're all going to go towards these charities that have been helping fund getting the word out there. So Mom and Dad are working hand in hand with them to set all that stuff up. So
that's great.
Right now, the people that have already RSVP'd just locally here and stuff, we're not talking media, and it's thousands. We're in the thousands.
That's great.
So the support is
huge. That's exactly what I wanted.
So that's what we all want, because we know that's how we can effectively get the word out about Kaylee by utilizing those numbers and those resources of those numbers. So you know, if there's anything specific you want me, specific or general, that you want me to relay to all of them, I know they would love to hear something from you if you think of anything at any point. So
I definitely, if you could write this down, 5 minutes. I know.
All right,
so 5 minutes. I want to openly thank not only our family, but our friends and the community for, you know, their unconditional love and support. I want to thank, obviously, all of the charities that are donating their time and their efforts and their resources to help us. I want everyone to keep Kaylee and our family in their prayers. And if there's anyone that has any information, please to come forward without haste.
Okay. Anything specifically you would want to have, if you could speak to the person or the persons that have Kaylee? Is there anything specific that we could get to them, whether it's publicly or on another level?
As far as publicly is concerned, we miss her. We love her. I miss her. I love her dearly, and I want nothing more than for her to come home and to be safe and to be where she belongs with her family. It's obvious that we'll stop at nothing to get her back, because I know in my heart, I know in my gut, I know with every ounce of my being that we will be with her again. I thought about this after Jose left, and I actually came and laid back down the other night. I didn't get to thank you for all of your help and for everything that you've been doing. I know you know how I feel, but it's not something that I want to go without saying. You know how much I love you and how much I appreciate this more and more every day. not only to you, but to Mom, to Dad. I know that it's a heavy burden, and I wish that I could be there with you every minute of every day. I will be soon. I know that. I trust that. I can feel it. It's coming. It's getting closer. So we'll have our family back. Dad's, I don't know if he told you the little analogy he gave me the other day, but we're like a hand. Dad's the thumb. Mom's the index finger. You're the middle finger, which was funny because you are the big guy. I'm the ring finger and CAYLEE'S the pinky finger. And, there's 2 fingers that are missing right now. But our hand will be complete, just as our family will be. And Mom said that we're stronger than we ever have been. Finish that.
There's a gate on that side gate that says that it's unlocked while unoccupied. Okay. Never mind.
Mom said that we're stronger than we ever have been, and I truly believe that.
Okay.
And I know that we'll all make it through this and we'll be okay. I love you guys so much and miss you. Oh, God.
We love you too. I love you too. And we're gonna find CAYLEE, and that's it.
That is the end of, I believe it's 70 in essence.
You understand that tape?
Yes, sir.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the time is now 5:21. We're going to recess for the evening. Please remember all of my previous admonitions, and we will see you in the morning. Have a good evening. You may be seated. Mr. Mason, did y'all serve this motion on the state of Florida that y'all want to have heard tomorrow morning at 8:30? Well, it came from your office.
Wow. I've got an alibi. I've been right here. You don't.
Well, want to take a look at it? All my judicial assistant said she had this motion from your office and y'all wanted to hear it at 8:30 tomorrow morning. Haven't we heard one of these before? And what's different about this one as opposed to the one that we've heard before? And I'm just sort of curious because they do have a Brady versus Maryland.
I think I know who the instigator is.
Oh, pass it on off. You probably need to go to the podium.
We can't hear you, Mr. Mason.
Go to the podium so we'll...
You and I talked about one that we filed, and she was making inquiry about. And I don't know what's new or different about one that's now signed by Ms. Fennell.
Well, look over it, and then you can decide you can hear it at 8:30 on Saturday morning, since no one seems to know why you wanted to be here tomorrow at 8:30.
We'll talk about
My understanding, Judge, excuse me, and I apologize for not jumping in here. My understanding is that we've already spoken to Ms. Drainburdick about what might be outstanding, if anything at all, and she has promised to inquire and get back to us shortly.
Okay.
Other than that, I don't think we need to have a hearing.
All right, that's all I need to know.
Yes.
We do have one thing that we may want to address.
What's that?
We just received a new witness, an expert witness from the defense. We will need, I assume, to have a good cause hearing at the court's convenience. She is listed as an expert. We've been given a one-page, looks like a download from the internet with a brief description of this individual. So we'll need to have we also have received some other new discovery, which is a CD containing, says CD of George Anthony's hospital records. So we'll need to have a good cause hearing on that as well at the court's convenience, because I don't believe those records have ever been provided to us previously, and I'm certain that the witness has not. So, but if the court would like to hear that. The only good cause, just so the court knows.
Who is this new expert?
Her name is, you're too young. It says Dr. Sally, I'll spell the name, Karioth, PhD-RN, expert in parentheses.
Expert in what?
Well, this says that she teach courses in individual death and the family, the holistic approach to health, professional nursing leadership, and values, roles, and issues in nursing. I can but assume that her expertise must be in the first category. But again, I believe it has something to do with that. I believe that Mr. Baez has indicated to Ms. Drain Burdick that this is an expert who has not interviewed the defendant and may give some sort of opinion on something. So I'll defer to the defense whenever you want to have that hearing.
Right now, I can tell you the extent and what it is. It shouldn't take long at all.
Okay.
In light of all of the evidence that was introduced, which we had, objected to as to Miss Anthony's behavior subsequent to the death of Kaylee Marie Anthony, I think it would be incumbent upon us to present some type of evidence of the different types of reactions that people have in the grieving process, and how it's not uncommon at all for people to react differently to death and dying of a loved one. Much of the evidence that was admitted as it pertains to this type of evidence, we strongly felt would be inadmissible. And of course, over rigorous objections, it was admitted, and I know the court has its basis for that, and that's already been heard. As far as what this witness will be speaking of, will be in the general nature of that. It will not pertain to something that relates to that would require a examination of Miss Anthony, so we can avoid all of those issues. The state of Florida has also listed new witnesses over the last couple days. I think yesterday I was advised that we had a new witness, and I get discovery all the time. As to the discovery that we gave to the state today, it's something in our possession. I don't necessarily think, or it might come into issues for impeachment purposes, but it's certainly just some type of, it's just something we're disclosing. It's not something that we have any intent of pursuing at this time. However, I think it would be malpractice on my part to let something stand in the way of not attempting to explain the different reactions to death and dying and bereavement that the state has presented. Again, we relied on Randolph v. State, and I had no knowledge or anticipation that this would become an issue. The second it became an issue, I sought out someone who I thought might be able to assist us in Miss Anthony's defense, and I've immediately disclosed it to the state. She is available for deposition, just as certain state experts, for example, we're taking Dr. Voss's deposition on Friday, and That's really the bulk of my position on that, Judge.
So the court is going to ask a good question here. I wonder if anyone can anticipate what that good question might be. Just to reiterate, he's saying that this expert is going to testify to how people react differently in terms of grieving with a death in the family, right? And I think he actually said that when, with losing a loved one or whatever, but in reference to having them passed away. So let's see what the court asks.
Your Honor, the court heard and denied motions by the defense attempting to exclude the evidence that Mr. Baez has just said to you he was surprised that you allowed in. I believe that the claim that he was surprised is disingenuous. I would point out to the court.
As soon as he said that, I was like, oh shit, shots fired, right? It's court's going to get spicy here in a second because we know how lawyers react when you call them disingenuous, right? That's like a big deal.
That in the defense's pleading filed on April the 12th of 2011, titled Defendant's Response to Motion for Examination by Mental Health Expert, at paragraph 2, they in fact suggest that they may want, in the alternative, to call an expert who has not examined the defendant, precisely what they're saying they just thought of. And if the court needs to look at it, I've got a copy right here. Judge, I believe that the court's order required both sides to fully prepare their case, to anticipate issues, to claim that I just thought of this and therefore we should be exempted from the rules is not good cause based on the court's order. So the defense has, I believe, not shown good cause. We are, apparently this witness has not yet prepared a report, though the court had ordered reports of all experts. Obviously, we don't know exactly when Mr. Baez first found this lady. When we got her name, it took about 2 minutes to find her on the internet. So I guess what I would request is the court is considering good cause, that it requires some more thorough explanation by counsel of exactly when he first pursued a witness in this area, because it appears from the pleadings that it was contemplated by the defense as of at least April 12th. So I do not believe at this point that the defense has shown good cause, but if the court wants us to attempt to depose the woman, obviously deposing a witness who hasn't actually interviewed anybody and has no information, is going to be asked hypotheticals, would be rather pointless since we don't know what the hypotheticals are going to be, but at any rate, that's where we are. As to Mr. Anthony's medical records,
let's finish with that one.
Sure. That's all I would have.
My suggestion is to go ahead and take the deposition of this witness, but I will call your attention to the following case. Angrand, Angrand versus Key, which is found at 657 7th 2nd, 1146. That deals with expert testimony on grief and bereavement, is not automatically admissible. So let's take the deposition. Let's find out what this person is saying, because as you know, under a 702.2 examination, expert testimony must be able to aid jurors to understand things that they cannot understand. And then I don't know what time period she's talking about, because bereavement generally takes place after a body is found and someone recognized the fact that someone is in fact dead. So for me to rule on this at this time without a deposition being taken or reports being given, because if that person is permitted to testify, that person has to do everything that every other expert has been required to do. 1, produce a report. 2, outline the things that this court has ordered before as to they are to state all the opinions that they are going to give. So let's do that, and then the court will see whether or not. But y'all need to read that case, folks.
When might pardon me, when might we be receiving this report?
I will speak with her this evening, and I can answer that question tomorrow.
Well,
now, I would like to address something.
Yes, sir.
I've stated to this court that this is something we just thought of, and this is something that we just pursued, and that is the absolute truth. And aside from the insults thrown by counsel here, I just want to make sure that it is clear that if I've represented something, this court can take it as fact, despite the disparaging remarks made by co-counsel, which I think are completely unnecessary.
Well, folks, it's been a long day. I don't need to hear any more of that. I don't think the comments, Mr. Baez, were disparaging. I can understand how you could take it as such, but let's take it through the steps. There's no need of getting emotional. We will see what the witness has to testify to, and then I will rule.
So the court's good question might actually be when they come back the next morning and talk about it.
But it's kind of hard for me to ascertain what someone is going to testify to when we don't have any reports, we don't have a deposition of a witness, we don't know what the witness's background, whether or not the witness is qualified to opine, and then after we get all this, we then need to determine whether or not that particular evidence, and all I did was give y'all a point of reference to start your research, because even if it is, and you can jump through all the hurdles, there's a case out there that says it may not be admissible. So those, and I just didn't want anybody to get caught
Anyone want to take a guess as to whether or not that's going to come in?
scratching their heads when I brought that case up.
So it's nice to have a leg up. Thank you, Judge.
Yeah.
As far as the medical records issue, again, I
okay, move on with that.
Sure. The I assume that this is being provided because, as pursuant to the rule, the defense intends to use this at trial. Again, I'm not sure what the reason for the late disclosure of this material is. I know that in the past we've had this issue, and Mr. Baez has provided things to us as a courtesy, but I think we do need to know if this is actually going to be intended to use at trial, and if so, what portions, and of course the good cause as to why this is provided to us in the middle of trial.
Well, as I told Mr. Baez, I tell you the same thing. If they provide you an entire record, then you assume that they're going to try to get the whole record in.
Oh, that's fine, Judge. I was more going to the good cause issue rather than the that portion.
I do not know what the medical records concern. I have not reviewed those, so I don't know what issue it covers.
Well, no, I was more going to the good cause for late disclosure, because the court's deadline for disclosure of this type of material was many months ago, and I hadn't heard anything from counsel about why this was disclosed so late.
We will find that out. Anything else, ladies and gentlemen?
From the defense.
Is the court going to hold a good cause hearing on the medical records? You said you were going to find out. I didn't know if you meant now or some later hearing.
If y'all want to hear it, we can do it Saturday morning at 8:30.
That'll be fine.
Since you're going to be here anyway, you can do it at 8:30 or you can do it at 1 o'clock. Makes me never mind.
I just didn't do it at the end, but it's up to you.
That's fine. I don't.
Sure. All right. We'll be back.
I'm going to be here, so we'll do the good cause hearing at.
So will we?
1 p.m. on Saturday on the medical records, and we will discuss the issue. Well, we can't resolve the issue of the other expert until you take the deposition, but put it this way. That deposition needs to be taken one day early next week, And things from time to time will crop up that neither side anticipated. But there is what I would call a good faith obligation on the party who may be doing the late disclosure to provide that particular witness for depots so we can see what this witness is going to testify to, because I cannot rule in a vacuum.
As soon as we get the report, we'll set a deposition very, very quickly. Thank you, sir.
Anything else, folks? Okay, this court will be in recess to 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. Okay, does the state recognize presence of the jury? And does the defense? Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Did you heed all of my previous admonition? Okay, I'm working on the two matters that you asked me to work on. Additional restaurant, and I guess the hamburger.
So I referenced this
Okay.
earlier.
All right.
That they want, I think, because the jury's sequestered, right? They want to have additional options for their food.
Right. State may proceed.
Your Honor, at this time, we would seek permission to publish what I believe will be 71 in evidence. There's a stipulation regarding this matter as well.
Okay, is that the video involving George and Cindy Anthony, July 30th?
Correct.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, let me read to you the following stipulation between the state and the defense. George and Cindy Anthony attended a video recorded visitation with Casey Anthony at the Orange County Jail on July 30th, 2008 at 900 hours. The video recording is a true and accurate representation of the visitation. The parties have agreed to this fact, and it should be considered as true in your deliberations. You may proceed to publish the exhibit noting previous objections.
Tired, but good.
Can you see our shirts?
Yeah. Can you, Dad, stand up and model again?
Stand up, Dad. Can you see her?
Oh, wow, that's good. Yeah, that's really good.
Annie had those done.
Annie had those done? She's awesome. Tell Annie thank you. Yeah, tell her thank you.
We just got them last night.
Cool. So, nothing. Didn't get to sleep really the night before, so I was catching up on that from last night. I think I passed out at like 7:30. Woke up maybe twice in the middle of the night, passed back out, and woke up at 5:15, 5:20 when breakfast came this morning. So I at least got good sleep last night. So I'm still a little tired.
Again, it's crazy though how positive she is considering her situation, right? Like, there's not really been any complaining, as far as the conditions and stuff.
It was good to see you yesterday.
Yeah, you too. I mean, I know I missed our visit in the morning, but at least I got a chance to see you in person, which, is a little bit better anyway. So, how's Dad doing?
He's okay. I'll let you say hi.
Okay.
Hey, beautiful.
Hi.
How you doing?
I'm good.
That's good. I'm so glad to hear your voice.
Yeah, I know. Likewise.
And to see you right now, and it makes me feel very good. So getting a chance to see you yesterday, just for a brief moment, just a little wave from you. But I want you to know I love you.
I know. I love you too.
The house is very quiet. With you not being there, with Kaylee not being there, it's just empty.
I know.
It's harder and harder each day.
Trust me, I know. Every day gets longer. It's Wednesday, so it's been 2 weeks.
Well, I just want you to know the outpouring of friends and just total people we've never even met before in our lives. They're touched by everything, and everyone's focus is, for Kaylee. And that says so much about her.
Yeah, I just wish that, outside of our family and our friends and our community, that there was more people, more people that are directly involved with the case, that their focus was Kaylee.
Well, we try to keep everyone in that particular mindset, it's, we get all kinds of questions about you, but we always try to redirect that to finding our granddaughter here. So,
oh, I know that's your focus, and I'm glad.
I just want you to realize we're not going in any direction except the direction to find her. We just need as much help as we can get.
Oh, absolutely. And you know that I'm going to give you whatever help that I can from where I'm at, considering the situation, so.
We've got people from, the east side of town, the west side of town, north, south, miles and miles away calling us, so we're stopping by.
Lee was telling me about the charities and stuff that you're directly involved with, things that you're doing. Yeah.
This week, up in Daytona.
That's something he was telling me about, yeah.
There's a wrestling organization wants to do a benefit for her, for the other missing children, and it's just bringing something. Your mom wants you to hold on to something.
Hey.
Hey, sweetie. People Magazine's doing a feature on missing children, and Kaylee's going to be on the cover on Friday.
Okay, yeah, I remember you had said something about that.
Yeah, well, it was finalized. We haven't seen it yet, but they said it's coming out on Friday.
Yeah.
So that'll hit a lot of newsstands and get her picture out in places that we might not be able to do.
Good. I mean, God, every day I just.
Is there any?
Mom, we're not talking.
No, I know. Hard. I'm just
you know what she's gonna say. Is there anything else you can think of? And it's like, dude, why? Dude, why?
If there's anything else you want me to tell Kaylee, because everybody's, I always get an opportunity to speak to the media. Is there anything you want me to say to Kaylee? Any new thoughts or anything?
Just tell her that I love her and that I miss her. I mean, that's the constant. Being as strong as I can, considering the situation, it's just hard. It's just very hard.
I know.
I just want to go home. Every day I wake up, I'm just hoping and praying that I get to go home. I just want to be with you guys. I just want to help find her. Because I feel a little hopeless. I feel a little helpless here. I mean, honestly, not really hopeless, but more helpless. Because I can't do anything from where I'm at.
Is there anything I could do for you that would make you feel like you're doing something? Is there anything special you want me to do?
Just keep doing what you're doing. I mean, I heard that you were on Larry King last night. I'm sure that went well. He's a very insightful person.
Holly went on Nancy Grace last night.
Did she?
Yes. I could hear her. She was in the room next to me.
I'm going to make a note for after we finish with the trial. It will be interesting to see some of these appearances if they're still available. So Cindy on Larry King and Holly on Nancy Grace. It'll be interesting because it sounds like Holly must be a family friend or whatever. And we all know what Nancy Grace's standpoint is when it comes to Casey. So it'll be interesting to see what happens if, she had somebody on who was like, Casey had nothing to do with it or whatever. It'll be interesting to check that out.
Me.
She's
tough. She's a tough lady. She loves you.
I know she does.
Very much.
Wait, Nancy Grace does?
She always has. I know that.
I guess it must be Holly.
When I got a chance to talk to Lee the other day, he was telling me about everybody's involvement, especially Holly and Fred. And, that much in our community, which, is good because they're our extended family.
Annie and Corey and Becky and just everybody's helping out.
Good.
Doing everything that they can. I got to see Lauren the other night.
Did you? How is she? What? Do you know what the baby is?
It's a boy. She's gonna have a boy. I gave her Belly a kiss. I've got a card from her and Mandy for you. If I can get him to you, we'll get him to you, okay?
Yeah, I knew she was going to have a boy. I could feel it. I had a dream about her the other night.
She's starting to show. She's really cute.
Oh, man, I want to see her.
Very much.
I know.
She loves you very much. Everybody is helping in their own way. Chris Corso stopped by last night.
Did he?
To tell you that he loves you.
Those are my big brothers, I know. Every day I'm worried about Grandma. How is she? Is there any change?
I haven't had a chance to talk to her. I've emailed her. It's very hard, Casey.
I know.
It's very emotional, and it's very hard. And I know that Uncle Dan's taking good care of her.
Oh, Uncle Dan's been up. Okay.
I believe so.
Oh God. Just my heart is aching because I just want to be back with our family. At least my gut every day, stronger and stronger. I know we're going to see Kaylee. I know she's coming home. I can feel it. I want you to know that. I know, I want her home now.
I want her home so we can celebrate her 3rd birthday.
I know.
As a family again.
I know. Every day I can feel it, Mom. I know that I'm going to be home with you guys. I know she's going to be home with us. Everyone just has to keep that faith because mine's growing stronger every day.
Have you gone to speak with a pastor or minister or anything like that?
It's kind of funny. One day last week, I was supposed to be going to see Jose. Normally we meet in one of the rooms that's right outside of our dorms. And there's 2 people sitting at this table, and that's where they sat me down, and I'm thinking, this isn't my attorney. Coincidentally, it was, the 2 people that work here for the church and all of that. And we sat down and had a little conversation while we were waiting to get stuff sorted out to find out where Jose was. And he told me a little story. At that moment, I mean, that's exactly what I needed. It lifted my heart. It lifted my spirits.
What was the story? Could you share it?
Yeah. He was telling me that one night, he went to bed and he had a very heavy heart and couldn't figure out why. And he woke up in the middle of the night and he was in a closet, and just waking up in a closet, not knowing how he got there, why he got there, and just started laughing and just kept laughing. And the more he laughed, he said he ended up cracking himself up to the point that he forgot what was ailing him, what was bothering him at that time, and his heart lifted and it made him feel better. And we're just in there having, a great laugh about it. And, and he even told me that laughter is one of those things that can get you out of whatever you're feeling, right, even when you're at your lowest point.
Well,
and it's true.
It's just as therapeutic as crying.
Oh, of course.
And,
it's necessary.
You can't feel guilty for laughing. You can't feel guilty for having, thoughts of other things. I know you're consumed with Kaylee.
But I do need to keep myself distracted. And that night, it was just before I saw Jose. I mean, it happened for that reason. I mean, everything happens for a reason. I know that. I was talking to a couple people about that yesterday. Everyone that I ended up talking to yesterday was the most nuts morning you wouldn't even believe. They woke me up at 4:30 to take me to the courthouse, which I knew I didn't have to be there until the afternoon. So I'm thinking, well, why are they getting me 4.5 hours earlier than they did last time?
Well, they just want to keep you out of everybody's sight.
No, not even. They thought that I had a morning court. So I'm walked down with another person. They put her in holding, they take me down, whatever. And I take my first ride over to the courthouse. We get there about 6:45. And there's no room for me because I have to be by myself again. So they sent me back here. And I came back here until, about 9:30. In the meantime, witnessed something else that was just very enlightening to me throughout the morning. And get back to the courthouse again. And it's the same people that were there the prior week when we had gone for the bond hearing. So they knew me by name. kind of made me smile, made me laugh, because it was a couple of really nice ladies that took care of me in a sense. The outcome of yesterday, I mean, I kind of expected that, so it didn't bother me so much. I just was kind of worried about, obviously, our conversations, so we have to keep everything as quiet as possible, which is fine. I'd rather talk about other stuff as much as we can anyway. Had a little laugh about that with the two guys that walked me back out, because one of them was the same guy from the week before, and it was like deja vu. You know, within all of that time, it made me smile, it made me laugh. Seeing you guys both there yesterday, I know that I was supposed to see you both in the morning. That made me even happier to see you both, to hear Dad in person, to see you in person, even though we didn't get a chance to speak. But that felt so much better in my heart, because at least then you weren't that far away. Right now, you know, there's so much between us, and yesterday that made me feel better. You know, and then coming back here, I rode on one of their vans 3 times yesterday, so I got a little field trip. So it was kind of nice to be out of this atmosphere and to be gone all day. Granted, I only had 3 hours of sleep that night, or going into it, just because of things going on here. But, I mean, in a way, it was kind of uplifting. It just kind of put a lot of stuff back into perspective. Not that my perspective's been faltered or has wavered in any sense, but it kind of showed me some things about myself, about, you know, what's going on in the world outside, which is what I needed. You know, and again, to see you both was probably the most important thing of the day. So I'm glad that you guys got a chance to come. I know you probably didn't hear about the court until last minute, which I had neither.
We didn't hear about it until we were here waiting for waiting for you yesterday, and then they said you were already taken over there. So we were sitting here at an empty screen, wondering where you were.
Yeah. Well, I was hoping that someone would relay the message to you. I mean, again, I didn't know about it until 10:30 the night before.
Right.
So it was kind of a, hey, real quick, we're going to court tomorrow. So I'm thinking, all right, great. At least I got a chance to shower the night before.
Well,
anyway.
Your dad's over here shaking, wanting to talk to you, so
I know he is. I saw you pushing his hand.
Because you were telling me a story, and I wanted you to be able to do that.
I know. I appreciate it.
Hold on.
Okay.
Grandma, Grandpa, they send their best to you.
How are they doing?
They're not doing too well. Grandpa handled he's had some episodes. He's had to take a lot of extra medication.
Okay.
And she's almost had to call, I guess, the paramedics last 2 or 3 days. Almost every day. So I just want to let you know this is how to take a toll on her. You know, I mean, they want the best for you, but, you know, they want the little girl back, you know. And they're apologizing because, you know, they felt, you know, they weren't around enough for her and stuff. And I tried to explain to them, you know, that wasn't the case. I mean, they got, you know, they got to see, you know, when they physically could, so.
Yeah, exactly. They got to spend time with her. It's not like they just saw her once when she was a baby. I mean, they got to see her even more interactively as she's gotten older.
Well, you know, anytime I even talk to them, well, stuff happens, you know, they always ask, you know, number one is just, you know, how's Kaylee doing, you know, then how's Casey, you know, then how's Mom, how's Lee, you know, they were very many times they were asked about me, you know, sometimes they were always concerned about you and her, you know.
Oh, I know. I mean,
it's always genuine.
Of course.
But, you know, I just want you to know, we miss you a lot.
I know, I miss you guys too. Trust me, you've no idea.
A better dad and a better grandpa, you know.
Dad, God, I can't say this enough to you. You've done
He
everything.
said that, you know, he said that in another call, like in a different call. Like that's, in other words, that's the second time we've heard him say that to her, which is interesting. I mean, I you know, sometimes people might be saying that to like fish for compliments or whatever, or I mean, maybe he's referring to something specifically, you know? I don't know.
You possibly can, and you are the best father. And by far the best grandfather that I've ever met. going to say that, and I mean that with all my heart. Don't for a second think otherwise, because I won't let you, because it's not the case. You and Mom have always done everything that you ever can to be the best parents, and especially the best grandparents. So,
the house, the house that you live at, she lives at, that's your guys' home.
And we're coming home. And we're all going to be back there. We're all going to be home together. You guys just need to have strong faith. Just
interesting. That's sort of like that fantastical thinking again, right? We're all going to be back home together. I mean, interesting. Just to keep in mind too, from earlier at the beginning of the stream, or well, not the beginning of the stream, but towards the beginning of the stream, when I was talking about how, like, to me, it seems like, because of the fact that, okay, keep in mind that, remember, if she wanted to just get rid of Kaylee so she could have some sort of party life or whatever, right? That she could have just given her parents custody and left Kaylee with them and gone and done whatever, right? Or even stay in the same city, right? That would have been, they would have been happy to have her to themselves, I think, if anything, especially Cindy. And again, also remember, Cindy was allowed to bring her to work and all this stuff, right? So going with the idea that either, it certainly was an accident, right? Or the other possibility, the one that I said was, I did a lot of speculation there, but the only other thing that would make sense is that she was also planning to kill her parents. So, but looking at these family dynamics, I mean, there's a lot of weirdness going on in terms of their going along with things they might know are not true, or hinting at her, culpability, or whatever the case may be. Well, weirdness going on, but there was a lot of weirdness before, right? This is not a norm. Their family communication style is very unique, let's just say. But I think it's clear that I think one thing that's clear is for sure she could have left Kaylee with them if she wanted to or needed to, and they would have been happy to have her. So, and that's just so important, because that really does invalidate the motive that the state has been attributing to her, and also the motive that the general public has been attributing to her. The only way you can say that she had to kill Kaylee so she could go and live a free life and not be a mom or whatever, the only way you can say that is to completely ignore that Cindy and George would have happily taken custody and taken care of Kaylee. So anyway, yeah.
Keep believing that, because it's going to happen. I can feel it. I was just telling Mom, I mean, I can feel it more every day. So I don't want, you guys not to eat or not to sleep. I want to take care of Mom, please. She needs to eat. She's talking about me getting too skinny. I've always been this way. She needs to take care of herself. I don't want to see anything happen to anybody, especially because of this.
It goes both ways. You're eating things that you've probably never ate before, never thought of. You still got to keep some nutrition. You got to keep your thoughts strong.
Oh, I have been, Dad.
You got to have faith in everything. That's all this is just going to work itself out. It's going to be hard. What I want you to realize is the way things are going. It's pictures are being painted. It's a little bit tough. So
I don't want to say it's par for the course, but again, I mean, it kind of is what it is at the moment. And there's only so much that we can all do. I just want you guys to keep your focus where it's been. It's where it's important.
That focus is more than 100%, not only from us, but people like us that we haven't even met before, just friends. It's just really something. The outpouring has just been fantastic.
Well, that just shows that the media, although they're portraying something, people within their own will, within their own strong mind, believe otherwise, know otherwise, and that's what's important.
Is there anyone you want us to contact that you want to talk to?
I'd really like to talk to Ryan, just because it was kind of brief. I want to talk to Annie. I want to talk to everyone, but again, I'd rather wait and do that when I can see everyone in person and not have other faces and other people's rights violated by being thrown all over the media. I mean, that's something very discerning to me. I mean, you guys are already in the media, so in a way, I mean, it still bothers me, but not quite as much. Because I know that if there's anyone to speak for me, it's the two of you and Lee. So that I'm more than okay with. I really want you both to thank Annie for me. I mean, I know how much she's always cared, but this shows that much more. And I missed 2 visits yesterday. I don't really know who they were for, who they were with, but I declined last night just because of court and things of that nature, and I kind of just needed to keep to myself. I'm glad I went to bed early.
Well, that's good. I'll speak to you again.
I love you. I know. I want you both home so bad. I'm trying to seem so strong for you.
And you've done such a great job, Mom. I want you to know that you have. Everybody's said that. Everybody tells me every day.
I'm trying so hard, but it's getting harder every day.
This is where
you have to stay as strong as you can.
This is where I'm going to back up to saying this is where the guilt tripping really starts. Good morning, Iowa. Backyard Cam.
I mean, you guys are already in the media, so in a way, I mean, it still bothers me, but not quite as much. Because I know that if there's anyone to speak for me, it's the two of you and Lee. So that I'm more than okay with. I really want you both to thank Annie for me. I mean, I know how much she's always cared, but this shows that much more. And I missed 2 visits yesterday. I don't really know who they were for, who they were with, but I declined last night just because of court and things of that nature, and I kind of just needed to keep to myself. I'm glad I went to bed early.
Well, that's good. I'll speak to you again.
Again with that whole thing where she never said she wanted to speak to her again. They just passed the phone. It's just so weird. But this is so interesting. Oops.
I love you. I know. I want you both home so bad. I'm trying to seem so strong for you.
And you've done such a great job, Mom. I want you to know that you have. Everybody's said that. Everybody tells me every day.
I'm trying so hard, but it's getting harder every day.
You have to stay as strong as you can, Mom.
I mean, this is wild to me. Because Casey is in custody, in protective custody, right? So she's completely alone all the time, isolated. I mean, in jail. And she's the one encouraging her mom. It's mind-blowing to me.
You have to. I know it's hard. Trust me. I know better than anyone right now.
I know you do.
You have to keep your strength as much as you can. You're doing so great.
You're gonna need us when she comes home, and then you're gonna need us when you get home.
I'll be fine. I'm fine now because I have you guys. I have you guys, even if it's not in physical form at the moment. I have your love.
It's wild. She's not feeling sorry for herself at all. And, and she's not only is she not feeling sorry for herself, but she's actually encouraging her mom. It's just really interesting. I mean, I don't even know what to call it. You don't really see people. I don't know that you don't see people in custody like this. I mean, it's insane. I know, right? Iowa says after her parents accused her of so much, stole the car, killed the baby. Yep. I know. She is. She has no resentment towards them. Even though these visits have been pretty harrowing a lot of the time, especially the first one, maybe when it was like going back and forth between like accusing her and then like, you didn't do it. It was just real weird. But yeah, I know it's really, I mean, I've never heard of or seen an individual in custody who's holding up so well, and is like, so she's not complained yet at all. about anything. She's even been like, even when they talk about the food, which everyone knows is, you know, we know what the food is like, right? I mean, covered in bugs and mold and whatever. And she's like, yeah, I had coleslaw and I'm even eating bologna, which I never used to like. And it's just like, what? You know, it's crazy.
Support. I have everything.
She has every right to complain about at least something, and she's not.
So. That
She doesn't see us. She doesn't see us.
She's gonna need all of us, so we all need to be strong. You need to take care of yourself. I was just telling Dad, like I told Lee, you need to eat, you need to sleep. You need to take care of yourself.
Hurt Kaylee, is she, Casey? She's not gonna hurt Kaylee, is she, honey?
Oh, I told you in my gut, I know she's still okay.
And see, there it is again. There it is again. Asking her these questions like as if you think she knows the answer. It's wild. She's not hurt, is she? And, you know, or other times it's like, she's coming home, isn't she? It's like, why are you asking? Dude, it's so manipulative, though. Because so the mom is like, I'm struggling. This is so hard. I'm not doing well. Casey's encouraging her. And then she follows it up with, you know, a question like that. It is so gaslighty, man.
I can feel it, Mom. I know she's still okay. We're going to get our little girl back. She's going to be just as she was.
Yeah, I
Never
agree.
let anybody outside of family.
No.
I agree.
Trust me, I've said the same thing. I'm going to be the crazy, overprotective mom at that point, but I don't care. I think it's well warranted, well deserved.
You've always been protective, Mommy.
Yeah, well, like I said, the crazy. I won't let her out of my sight. So I'll do whatever I have to. I know we'll figure all that out when it comes to it.
The other thing I will say is for all of the times where she seemed so like emotionless, like during the interview and the interrogation and some of the other stuff earlier, you know, just none of those were on video. First of all, they were just audio recordings, right? So I don't know if that makes a difference. Potentially, she could have been emotional, and we just couldn't tell in her voice. What I will say about these video calls is there's so much genuine emotion from her. That, you know, I think it's really interesting, right? Just because of the way she's been portrayed. So just saying.
We'll figure out. I mean, I've been thinking about jobs and schedules and what I could do, you know, how I can. Well, we'll figure all that stuff out. We'll figure everything out, but I want it to overlap to where we can all have our time. And I'll be with her because she's not just my little girl, and I know. I mean, she's my baby. She'll always be my baby, but she will always be your baby and Dad's baby and Lee's baby. She's our little girl. I've used Dad's hand analogy with a few people, and they've smiled, they've laughed, and they've said that that's very insightful, and it's very true. That we're all like a hand.
Oh, yeah.
I used that a couple different times and said that to a few ladies yesterday, and it made them smile. And, you know, it's funny from other...
Talk to the hand. Remember that saying?
Pretty much. We're stronger than we've ever been. And our strength will continue to grow.
What's interesting is look how quickly Cindy pulled out of being emotional, but Casey is still emotional. Cindy just made that joke that actually didn't really make any sense. And meanwhile, I mean, and I'm only saying this because people have judged her for her, you know, I don't necessarily agree with that because of course we know everybody reacts differently. But if you're going to look at people's emotions and judge them for it, not that I'm saying you should, you know, meanwhile, George hasn't showed any emotion at all. And none of these calls. And we heard from every first responder and every law enforcement officer that he was quiet and didn't say anything and showed no emotion, whatever, you know. Anyway, it's just interesting.
Tell Dad to breathe. It's okay. Remember, I can see you. I know.
It's very hard, Case.
I know it is, Mom.
Now she's back to that. It's very hard.
You guys are on the right side. You're trying to find Kaylee, and that's what's important. That's everyone's focus. That's what it should be.
And I know you're doing.
Here, I want to reiterate. It is so interesting that it's like she does want Kaylee found, and again, that came up in the opening statements. But that's the only explanation for every time when she says the things like, look in places that are familiar to us, look in places where our family would go, look in places that are familiar to us where I would go, things like that. That right there is the hugest hint, because if you think someone kidnapped her, that wouldn't make any sense, right? As I pointed out before, and that, again, considering that Kaylee was found a quarter of a mile from their home in the woods where Casey used to hang out and stuff, it's interesting. It does, if you go along with the idea of there was an accident, right? And then in the pool or whatever. And, I guess with her and her dad being there or whatever the case might have been, if anything, it shows, how do you say it? I don't know if you want to say remorse, but if anything, that one little thing about look in these places that are close to us. And she says a lot of times very emphatically, and it was true, it was accurate, right? That could have been a little bit of like her, maybe remorse is the right word. It's sort of like, if you consider that she couldn't say what happened, right? Or maybe she wasn't there. For all we know, if Kaylee did get into the pool and drown, it was an accident. She could have been alone when it happened, right? She could have been just alone. And anyway, whether Casey was there or not, but if she knows whatever happened after that, whatever, you could see that as a sign of like, especially if you're dealing with someone who's a pathological liar, right? And has this family enmeshment going on. And there's the issues with the dad. We aren't still entirely sure, but it sounds, and it's clear that there's been emotional abuse. Like that's evident. Like I can see that, and manipulation, gaslighting, if you look at all of that, you could see that as a sign. Like imagine like a little kid, right? Someone who maybe doesn't have a certain level of capability to deal with certain things or cope with certain things, right? Imagine a kid who's done something wrong. They don't know how to say it, but yet they want you to know because they feel bad or whatever, right? Like, and they would make like a hint to it, but they just don't come out outright and say it. I'm trying to, if that makes any type of sense. That's what the vibe I get of it, of like, she can't say what happened, or she doesn't know how, or she doesn't know what happened or whatever, or she was threatened by her dad, whatever the case might've been, right? If it was an accident, but she wants to be able to say something, but she can't. That's the best she can do. Maybe. That makes complete sense. Iowa says, I feel like her dad did it and told the ladies, this is what you're going to do. That to me resonates. I got goosebumps actually reading that, because that totally resonates with the family dynamic for sure. 100%. And there were so many red flags with him the whole time. The crazy thing is, like, as many red flags as if you look at Casey's lying as a red flag. Again, I have a totally different perspective on that now, knowing that these were stories she was telling for years prior. It's really different to me. It's really more of like, it had nothing to do with Kaylee, right? The lies were just these fantastical stories. But so when you look at, red flags, like, the number of red flags with George in terms of his actual behavior during this time when Kaylee was missing, there's so many, they're all over the place. To that end, one question we still don't have an answer to is what was going on with Lee, because that night that the cops were called, Lee coming and going, and the state has just completely just glossed right on over that Lee was coming and going. What was going on with that, man? His phone calls with her have been real weird. Really weird. So it's a lot. It's a lot.
Everything you can from your end to say what you can say to protect what you need to protect.
I'll continue to do whatever I have to, and try to say what I can when I can, as I can, as soon as I can get out of here. Yeah.
Did you ever get to write any letters? Because we haven't gotten
because of.
So the letters, that's such an interesting. So Lee, in that very first visit, her first visit was from Lee. Lee told her something that's not true, which is if she writes letters to her family, she can say whatever and it's confidential. And in other words, it's almost like trying to trick her into saying something that, could be incriminating, essentially, right? It's like, I know you can't tell us in this call, but like write it in a letter and then mail it. And all of the mail is read. It's completely not true. And he said it a lot of times to make sure she understood. And he referenced it time and time again. And now Cindy's referencing the letters. I want to just say too, while I have it paused, I just want to say big, huge shout out to every one of you guys who's here watching this, who has come in with an open mind, because I know it's hard with this case, and this case has such a reputation that it precedes itself, and I love that there are people out there who are willing to come in and have an open mind. I think it's such an important thing in life. It just goes to show you can't always just go with whatever the general consensus is, even when it seems like it might be correct, it might not be until you've actually taken a look, right? But I just appreciate that you guys are here and having an open mind and coming in objectively, and watching this like from that lens, like the way the jury would. I just appreciate it. So thank you for that.
The certain circumstance of which I am in here, I have a limited time. So that's why the note that I sent with Jose, that was really the first chance I'd gotten. So I'm going to try to do that whenever I get my time with him. Last night was kind of more of a business angle on things. But whenever I get time to, I'm absolutely going to. Even if it's just a little note here and there. I mean, I'll do what I can when I can. So my face is wet and I can't even wipe myself.
I still haven't had a chance to call. I've just remembered after our last conversation, you wanted me to talk to Amy and Brian, and I haven't had a chance to talk to them yet, so I will reach out to them today.
Yeah, I think Amy might have been one of those people that tried to come for a visit last night, which I was actually asleep. I want to apologize to whoever was scheduled to come. But again, just I kind of want to keep things.
The only one that I knew was scheduled was that William.
Yeah, well, there's someone else that was scheduled, I guess, after him at 9. I declined both. I'm declining any visits outside of family or obviously my time with Jose. So if you could kind of pass that along to people, I mean, not through the media, obviously, which this might do anyway. Just kind of let them know, hey, I mean, I know that they're all there. I know that they're all out there doing what they can for me and for our family, especially for Kaylee. But I need to just kind of keep things within our family at this point as much as possible. Keep my focus there. Although like I said, I'd like to talk to everyone. I'd rather just wait and do that when I can see everybody.
I know.
So I guess I'm kind of glad that I haven't been crying every single day. And I mean, inside, yeah, of course, but I'm keeping my wits about me, and I'm staying as strong as I possibly can. This is the strongest I think I've ever been, just because it's, even when I've wanted to break down, I mean, I've been able to calm myself quickly without doing much of that. I mean, it's hard considering where I am, considering the situation, but I just keep thinking about you guys, and actually that's the thing that makes it okay, that makes me feel okay about not crying and being so emotionally distraught that I can't even, think straight.
I know, that's the same way with me. I mean, I could curl up in a ball and just be so absorbed with her not being there, which there's moments that I'm like that, but I know that's not going to bring her home.
No, it's not.
Someone has to be her little voice out there.
Exactly, and you're not a little voice by any means.
Well, you know me.
Exactly. And you know what's funny? I'm going to say this and you're going to laugh, and I think it's hilarious. Everybody always says, you guys have always said that I'm the loudest one in our family. And then it's you, and then it's Lee, and then Dad, because Dad's the quiet and reserved one. We all know this. But I've been told otherwise from multiple sources that it's your son who's the loud one. Then it's you, then it's me. So, ha.
It's all right. I don't want to be the loud one. I don't want to be the one.
Oh, you're still the middle one, so you're still the moderator within that, so it's not too bad. We know that Dad will always process things thoroughly before having some sort of reaction, or really before saying anything. He's very choice with his words. He always has been, which is good, because I think within our family we kind of need someone like that. Little Kaylee is like you and I. So, oh man, it's so good to see you guys. You have no idea. I just want to keep saying that.
I know. I mean, that's all we were thinking about yesterday, since it got canceled, is at least we had today. We were going to do it last night, but we didn't know when there'd be an opportunity. So we played it safe to do it this morning.
Well, I'm glad that you waited, because, had you come at even 8 o'clock or, whenever I was already asleep. And at that point, I mean, I wasn't even really asking who was coming. I was like, look, if it's not my family, just let them know that I'm not taking any visits. Just because, for obviously multiple different reasons. It's just easier. I'd rather spend whatever time that I can with everyone, but again, especially with you guys. So,
do you want us to make another appointment as soon as we can?
Of course.
Okay.
I'll see you guys and talk to you guys whenever. I mean, all I'm doing is sitting around reading and, getting a chance to nap a little bit, so.
We'll make another one as soon as we can when we leave here today.
Okay. Now, can you just walk up and say, hey, I want an appointment in like an hour? Or do you have to do it ahead of time?
Whenever they have availability, and you're only
based off of other people.
Many,
yeah,
you're only allowed so many in a week, I guess.
Okay.
So,
all right.
As far as I know, you should have one more left this week, because Lee took one, and then this today, and no one else I don't think has gotten to see.
Because I declined those 2 others, yeah. So I'm wondering if that will throw a couple more back in the bank, or.
Well, the media said that Will canceled it. So.
Oh, well, hey, that's good. That's fine. God bless you, Dad.
Is there anything you want me to tell Lee? I'll be talking to him soon.
Just tell him, thank you for everything that he's doing. I know he's doing whatever he possibly can. When we had our conversation the other day, I know I helped him out as much as I could. We did our business, and then we got a chance to talk about the charities, and he told me everything that was going on. So I mean, I'm glad that the 3 of you are kind of doing 3 different things, but at the same time, I know everyone's efforts again are all focused on Kaylee, and that's what's important to me, and that's what I'm glad is happening. So, that's why when I found out you were going on Larry King, I was like, well, it's going to be a good visit, I think.
Well, I would have liked to have been afforded the opportunity to talk more about Kaylee's situation versus having to explain, the 911 tapes and
things like that.
Else, but,
well, you can defer other questions. You can defer questions.
But you know what? It's also important for people to understand.
Where I advise the audio cuts out. And at this point,
okay,
we would seek to publish 72 in evidence with the
I know, absolutely right. The whole thing, boy, I tell you what, it's crazy, right? It's just crazy. It really is. That was the impression that I had. So I had that impression. The other big thing, again, that I just to reiterate that the impression that I had was that she had made up all of these lies on the fly when confronted about what happened to Kaylee. Like, my impression of Zanny the nanny was like, when she was finally asked about what happened to Kaylee, she made up Zanny then. It's completely different to know Zanny had been around for like 2.5 years, and everybody else as well. And that they had extensive family systems and different hairdos and whatnot. It's just a completely different situation. That really changes at least how we can look at the lying, right? Because she wasn't lying to cover it up in terms of all the things that people, the thing in Universal, right? That was the other thing, again, where it was like, that she lied about working there at somehow connected to trying to cover up what happened to Kaylee. But again, she'd been lying about that for years. So anyway, but yeah, yeah, I'm sure there's other things, but those are definitely two big ones for sure.
Speculation.
Judge, may we approach on that?
Yes, sir. State may proceed.
Your Honor, at this point, we would seek to publish 72 in evidence, along with the stipulation regarding an 8/3/2008 visit by George Anthony.
Previous motions and objections, Judge.
So this, I think, is a visit with just her dad.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, here's the following stipulation between the state of Florida and the defense.
I believe there's a visit with just her dad, and it's the first time she will have had that, and this will be interesting to see if there's anything different.
George Anthony attended a video recorded visitation with Casey Anthony at the Orange County Jail on August 3rd, 2008 at 9.
One thing I wish we had was I wish we had one where all three were like Lee, Cindy, and George, because it's like the family had this enmeshment going on, but also there was not good communication, I guess, because there was, just only dysfunctional communication, right? It would be really interesting to see what would have happened if they were all together. But anyway, this is going to be interesting as well.
100 hours. The video recording is a true and accurate representation of the visitation. The parties have agreed to this fact, and it should be considered as true in your deliberations. You may publish.
Oh boy.
Hi. Hey, good morning, beautiful. How are you?
Good. How are you?
It's a bit creepy, no?
I'm doing better now. I got a chance to see you.
I mean, I don't know.
So, how did everything go?
I love you. I miss
I can see how there could be some dads that say that where it maybe wouldn't feel as creepy. Maybe it's just because coming from him, where there's just red flags all over the place. I don't know. Let me know what you guys think, if that seems creepy to you or not.
I know. I miss you too.
Mom loves you. Lee loves you. Oh, God, family, your grandparents, everyone loves you so much. Your aunts, uncles. Everyone just wants everything to work out here as quick as possible.
I know, so do I.
Interesting way of saying it. I mean, for those who, if this was the behavior panel, like I also put my behavior panel hat on. That's interesting language, though, right? Because it's the first time we've heard it. Okay, so far with everybody else present, right? It's been you coming home and Kaylee coming home, and this is and now that he's there and it's just the two of them, he says, we just want everything to work out. A little bit interesting.
The prayer, everything that everyone has reached out and talked to us, that I want to pass on to you, and hopefully you can get that energy just from my voice this morning to know that we want Kaylee back, my little girl.
I know. All I want is to see Kaylee.
Yeah. Do you know what today's date is?
We have a week until her birthday. I know.
Yeah, we have 6 days.
I know that.
So, I want to have that big party for her. We were first having just a little one, but we don't have a big one,
Well, I want to be home so we can do that, Dad.
I can tell you, on my way in here, I was just standing in line with a lot of other people here to see loved ones and friends, and a lady by the name of Angela said she used to work with you at Kodak.
Yeah.
Yeah, and she's a black lady. She was very, very nice, and she just says, "Oh my gosh, your daughter is a fantastic person."
Okay, interesting, because what are the odds, right? What are the odds? What are the odds of that? What are the odds of that? Interesting. Huh.
And I said, I know that. And she says, I know that some things are being portrayed by Case here are totally wrong. And I said, yeah, they are. Yeah, they definitely are. So she just sends her love and respect for you and a lot of prayers.
Either that happened and it's a really amazing coincidence, or he's making it up.
Has you been talking to Jose or anything at all the last couple days or today?
Great point, Iowa. Today is a big day because it's 6 days before baby's birthday. Right, I know. Great. Thank you for pointing that out. I totally missed that in the midst of all the other nonsense. But yeah, that is a good one. Also, big shout out to Squeaky, who finally climbed up the pole. I can't hate all the pictures because they are too cute. Squirrels are just the smartest and the best and the cutest. And congratulations to Squeaky for getting to the bird seed. Big day. Today is a big day. It's a big day for Squeaky. That's what I'll say.
I got a chance to see him last night. He was actually going to try to get a hold of you guys today. So, I mean, when you leave, even call him so you guys can get together.
Right.
Well,
early.
I arrived here at 8:25 this morning. I already reached out to him. I got his voicemail. I told him I need to talk to him. So, because we haven't talked to him for a couple of days.
Yeah, how did everything go with the charity this weekend?
Oh, that benefit was just unbelievable.
Well,
I mean,
remember,
the main focus.
let's talk about this benefit for a second here, because things happened. At this benefit, he met this younger lady who he cheated on his wife with and had an affair with or whatever. And there's text messages to prove it. And not only that, but he used the same duct tape. The same duct tape that was found on the gas can and the same duct tape that was found on CAYLEE. We don't actually know where yet, I don't think. I mean, I would assume her mouth, but I feel like we don't really even know that much yet. But it was the same duct tape, right? Because that was the only thing that had any connection to anybody in the family when they found her body was the duct tape. And just to refresh everyone's memory, it really doesn't connect to Casey. It connects to George, the duct tape, right? First of all. And second of all, even though duct tape is the easiest thing to have trace evidence of DNA and fingerprints and shit like that left behind on it, there was nothing left behind on this duct tape except for DNA left by the FBI analyst who accidentally, because it's that easy to do, fucked up and left DNA of their own on the duct tape, and that was the only DNA that ended up being there. And ask yourself then, too, if you think of it this way, George being a former detective, I mean, okay, let me just say, like, if an FBI analyst accidentally left their DNA or got their DNA on that duct tape, that speaks volumes about the lengths it would take to, for an average person to not leave it behind, right? Shall we say? So anyway, but yes, but it's interesting. So he's bringing up this fundraiser here, and a lot happened on this day, right? Because he used that same duct tape to put up the flyers, and he met his future girlfriend or whatever.
Was on CAYLEE.
As it should be anyway.
But there are so many other missing children out there, and I wish you could have saw some of the TV coverages and other stuff, how it was all handled very, very nicely.
Yeah. Very
compassionately, and just to know that everyone's working very hard to bring your daughter, to bring our granddaughter, to bring CAYLEE home. We're exhausting every avenue that we can. I mean, donations, foundations. This little girl, your daughter, my granddaughter, has captivated the world. Not just locally, but internationally. I got a call from a gentleman as I was coming here today that called me from Washington that wants to help. He made his own T-shirt up, and he's handing out his own pre-printed flyers that he got off the internet.
I mean, you guys, she's sitting there crying, okay? Which she's done on all these calls. And meanwhile, his demeanor is really interesting. I don't even know how we would call it. It's very unique. Wow.
That's just one. I had a guy yesterday call me from the Carolinas. Emails, you name it, it's just going on and on and on and on. Everyone wants to see her back home. They want to see you out of this. It's not going to be easy on you, but, we get CAYLEE home and every other stuff is going to be a little bit easier for you.
Dad, I don't care about all this other stuff. I mean, I don't care about the media. I don't care about what people have been saying about me. That doesn't matter.
Interesting, right?
Because I know it's not true, and everyone that knows me knows that it isn't true. All I want is Kaylee home, but I want to be there when she comes home.
I know you do. I know you do, sweetheart. I know. I mean, none of our lives are going to be what we used to know them as. Never again.
Look at him and look at her. Now, here's what's also interesting, because most parents, if they saw their child crying like this in this situation, the parent would have it's wild that he's just like completely indifferent to her emotions, right? It's really hard to even fathom.
I mean, all of us have joined a life club, and that's a club
He's just still talking about whatever he wants to fucking talk about. He's not listening to what she's saying.
of missing children. That's a club that I didn't want to join. I know you didn't want to join. We didn't want to see Kaylee being a member of that club, but we are. That's just the way it is anymore.
This is so crazy.
When you get out and Kaylee's with us, we're going to be more proactive finding missing children, no matter who it is. All of us are going to do that.
Absolutely.
Because that's what it's all about. All the material things in life and all these other things that we go through and we think we need to have and do, none of that matters. That's just objects. And just know that I know she's close. I can feel her every night.
Again, interesting. I know she's close. It is interesting because, again, one thing that's interesting, right, is like most people, by most people, I mean like the detectives and actually even Cindy, have been kind of like, where could she be? There was talk about potentially could she have been on a private jet to Puerto Rico or whatever. That came up on Cindy's cross-exam. All this other stuff. But two people have now referenced things close to home in reference to Kaylee. And that's Casey, which we pointed out, but now George saying it also. I feel that she's close is interesting. It's just especially interesting, right? Because no one would say that about a child that's been kidnapped. You would never assume they're close by. You would assume they're in another country being sold somewhere, right? So which is horrific. But because it only makes sense, right? Because if you kidnap a child, or if you commit any crime, really, a normal thing. I don't know what the normal thing. It would to get as far away as possible from where the crime happened seems like something that people would do, right? Like just logically. So, but especially if you've kidnapped a child, right? You would take them away where people aren't going to recognize them, right? So that it goes against common sense when you hear people say that they are sure she's close by. To me, anyway.
Before I go to bed, I go out and I say, Kaylee, the moon, the stars, and the sky, sweetheart. Mommy loves you. Jojo and Cece love you. Uncle E loves you. Maui. Everybody. So just know that we're doing everything we can, sweetheart. I'm doing everything I can. I'm everything I can to help you and help her. I wish there was more I could do. I would give my life right now for you and for her.
What's so interesting is he's just talking and talking, and he's not letting her say anything. And that's an interesting thing too, right? Because he knows these are recorded. It's like he came in with a plan and he's just going to talk about these things. And, could there be a reason for that potentially? He doesn't know what she might say. I don't know. But it's interesting.
Have you together? So would Mom. This is destroying your mother.
Great. Let's just go to her more.
She hurts so much. She feels so bad of maybe we've all been too domineering. Maybe we didn't let you be the best mom. You are.
No, it's a fucking fact. And honestly, I don't know why she's dude. She doesn't want them to feel guilty. It's so crazy, right? It's like she does not want them to have any guilt about their parenting, but yet the guilt tripping they put on her, right? It's bizarre to me. I can't even wrap my head around it.
Great
fault. It's nobody's fault.
Well, I just wish I could have opened more up to you, and I wish I could have done stuff, but I can't go back. There
No,
was
all we
times
could
I
do
know.
is move
There's
on.
times I know you wanted to talk to me. I wish I would have listened. I
And
wish
now
I.
is one of those times, dude.
But all that's going to change. I'm going to listen more.
Well, you have to stop talking.
I have one question that I need to ask you, and I know it's going to be a tough one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Would you speak to someone else about Kaylee?
I already answered that. I mean, I'll try to the best of my ability.
Well, we have met someone. All I can tell you, his name is Scott. We've met with him for a couple different days, and he's just a remarkable man. And
what the fuck?
His connection on this, yeah, he's of an authoritative figure. He's with an agency, but
Just a remarkable man.
he's very sympathetic, and I really believe that you could have a great connection with him.
Well,
I mean, I'd be willing to set that up with him. I mean, if you want to have, Jose there, that's fine. But, you can also talk to someone without
Dad,
Jose
I
being
understand all of that.
I mean,
I
this is
know
what's
I
so
can do
good.
all of that, but
If there's nothing else that's been made clear, what's been made clear, and it was clear honestly from her interviews, is she has said everything she can possibly say. And I think part of the reason why they got to so much extraneous stuff is because they keep asking her questions she doesn't know how to answer or doesn't have an answer. So what do? And we've seen this, right? It's how false confessions come around. We've seen this in interrogations, right? Where they keep pressing you, and you just end up like making something up. And in her case, she just relied upon all these old lies that she had been going on for so long. And it's wild, this whole thing from her family of just pressing her, I know. Let's talk to a total stranger, right? All I can tell you is the name is Scott, and he's a remarkable man. Excellent. Great plan. That's going to help somehow.
again, things would be so much easier if I wasn't still here, if I was home. I want you to understand that. I mean, I feel that more every day. All I want is Kaylee home. I want to be there when Kaylee comes home. I want to be there with our family when she comes home. I don't want to have to wait 3 days, 4 days after that happens to see her
believe
again.
me, Mom and I have done everything we can financially to help with this. If we could do more, we would. I've even reached out to some relatives and asked for help, and that's hard to ask.
Dad, I understand that.
I mean, I want you to realize everything that happened in your court stuff, that was already predetermined before you got there. I'm sure Jose told you.
I knew that going into it.
Because years ago when I did the thing that I did, I don't want to go into this too deep, but everything was already handled within a judge's chambers or within a conference area before you went into court. It's just the way it is.
What was that? Let me back that up. What was that? That is very interesting. What did he do? What did you do, George? What did you do?
I understand all of that. I know I could do all of that. But again, things would be so much easier if I wasn't still here, if I was home. I want you to understand that. I mean, I feel that more every day. All I want is Kaylee home. I want to be there when Kaylee comes home. I want to be there with our family when she comes home. I don't want to have to wait 3 days, 4 days after that happens to see her again.
Believe me, Mom and I have done everything we can financially to help with this. If we could do more, we would. I've even reached out to some relatives and asked for help, and that's hard to ask.
Dad, I understand that.
I mean, I want you to realize everything that happened in your court stuff, that was already predetermined before you got there. I'm sure Jose told you.
I knew that going into it.
Because years ago when I did the thing that I did, I don't want to go into this too deep, but everything was already handled within a judge's chambers or within a conference area before you went into court. It's just the way it is.
I want to know what that was. What did he do? Years ago. It could have been before they moved to Florida. The other thing too is depending on what it is, whatever he did, something. It sounds like he went to jail at least for something. If he's got some sort of criminal record, that could also explain the weirdness around being a cop. You know, because I pointed that out. So when the first time he took the stand and they were asking, okay, you know, getting his background, I was like, why is he so weird about everything? Like everything is so shady. And it was like, even when he was talking about being in law enforcement, it was so weird the way he talked about it. I was like, what? I've never heard anyone talk like this. And even when he was asked questions about like, so did you then continue being a cop in Florida? And he like contradicted himself 50 million ways. It was impressive. I've never seen anyone actually manage to do that well. And in like every way, but it was such a fucking mess. It was such a mess. That testimony was such a mess. And it was like, what is going on? And I wonder if maybe he was not allowed to be a cop anymore because he got convicted of a crime, maybe. But also, whatever the thing was that he's referencing here, if he's got some sort of a rap sheet or criminal history, it could also explain, potentially how someone, again, just working through it in my head, if it was an accident, and it could have been where no one was even around, right? Maybe he left the freaking latch open or the door open, right? We heard so much about that. Maybe he put the ladder up and forgot he did it, or whatever the case, you know, or even if he didn't, somehow, let's just say Kaylee was unsupervised, right? And got out there and drowned, whatever. Depending on what he had issues with in the past, it could also explain maybe, you know, covering it up, even though it was an accident, because it might look bad for you. Like if he's got some sort of past, depending on what the thing is, we don't know. I could see how, interesting. It might be like, oh, well, maybe they're not believable. Maybe it wasn't an accident. Maybe it was a murder or something, right? I don't know. It's interesting to think about. This really changes things. I wonder if we can find out what he did. I'm going to see if I can do some research on that.
It's usually how stuff is.
But just know that this is reality for us, for you, for our granddaughter, for your daughter. And I wish there was something more that I could say and do. And, you know, I would give everything.
It really does change things because you have to look at, right? If you look at, okay, let's say there is an accident, okay? Something happens in an accident, right? But, you know, like, but the state wants to charge, you know, any state, you know, but it's possible they might charge it as a homicide or think it's a homicide, right? It could go either way, whatever. And even though, let's say it actually was an accident, right? And let's say that there's two people that could have been present potentially for that accident who could then be on the hook for murder, even though it was an accident. And let's say between the two of those two people, one of them has a criminal background, has been convicted of a crime in the past, and the other one hasn't. Who do you think would be more likely to try to cover up that accident, knowing that it's going to probably look like they're the one responsible, potentially, right? And we all know in terms of coming in at trial, right, there's propensity and prior bad acts, and that stuff's, you know, usually not going to be let in. But that has nothing to do with them charging someone or arresting someone, right? When they're just trying to figure out who they think could have been a suspect. That is all relevant for that, right? That's one of the first things they do when they're looking into crime. Is they look and they see, does that person have a criminal background? And if so, they're like, well, that person's more likely. I mean, that's just how they do it, right? So very interesting.
For her, for you, I really would. Are you eating?
As much as I can.
Where you're at, I know it's not the best stuff. I know you like certain things, but I realize coleslaw and bologna and maybe coffee and a donut or something like that is not a lot. But you got to keep yourself up.
I have been, Dad. It's not easy, and it's not getting any easier. But I'm doing what I can.
Are you allowed to write? Do you have pen and paper and stuff? And
it has to be supervised. I did with Jose last night. That's another reason I want you guys to all get together today. That I even asked him last night. He left here. It was almost midnight. Okay. That's why I want you guys to get together as soon as possible.
Oh, we definitely will. Like I said, I reached out before I got here, or as soon as I pulled in, to talk to him. So I'll make sure. I got some stuff that I want to see that can get to you also. You know, a little letter and stuff that I'm writing to you, just to you.
Yeah.
And I know he's going to read it to you. And
No, he's been giving stuff to me to see, so.
Well, I think stuff from Annie, and I think...
Yeah, I saw Annie's letter.
I think there was something from Lauren.
And from Mandy. Yeah, I got their cards the other night when he came, so...
Well, we saw Lauren and Mandy Friday night. They drove all the way from, Orlando up to Daytona. And I'll tell you, that place we were at is just awesome. It's right across from the Speedway.
What the hell is wrong with him?
It was just really, really nice.
What is wrong with him? Let me talk about the fun vacation we had without you. What is wrong with you?
It's the outpouring.
For fuck's sake.
The nonprofit people that are helping, man, they're just unbelievable. I mean, that'd be something when we get you through all this stuff and Kaylee's home. I would love to see you work with them.
Oh, absolutely.
These people are just awesome. They're doing this for love, for compassion they have for all missing children. And it's just...
Well, because there's so many, and there's so many that people don't know about.
Yeah. Well, I'd say if you were to see the video that they had with Kaylee and songs that were sang, your heart would have broken. I can tell you that two different ones that they did, not only with Kaylee showing stuff about her, but the other missing children. And one thing they brought up is they played the song SpongeBob SquarePants. Because that's something they asked. They asked Grandpa, I asked JoJo, what's some of the songs that she loved to sing and or dance around to? And I said, well, you're happy to clap your hands. Oh, I just ran off a bunch of stuff. I said, but one thing that her and I always did was SpongeBob SquarePants, and
I guess so.
And I started that. I started to cry, but then I started to chuckle because, that special little combination of things that I had with her, So realize we love you. We love her. We want you both home. We want you home. Whatever you can do to help us.
And I've done everything that I can do from where I'm at. I'm sorry. I've done everything that I can.
Listen, we can go into protective custody. All of us can be placed in an area, and the agencies can come up with a plan to get Kaylee safely. Believe me, that can happen. That can happen within a matter of hours. So we just need all the cooperation we can get, sweetheart.
I've given you guys everything that I have and some. I mean, I've done everything that I can, whether it's been with Lee or with you and Mom, with Jose, with whoever. I can only do so much from where I'm at, and I want to do so much more, but I can't.
Okay. There's probably going to be another hearing, I guess, this week. Hopefully there's going to be something come up from, I don't know if it's going to be the Supreme Court of Florida. What about getting your bond reduced? Stuff like that. So hopefully Jose's going to have information about that.
Yeah.
I hope that the compassion he says that he has and stuff is being genuine. I know he's concentrating on what your rights are, but I also hope that he's not sacrificing your rights for Kaylee. I hope that's not. I hope he's not building a reputation for himself.
He's not, Dad. His concern is getting me back with our family and getting me home and proving to everyone that that everything that people have been saying about me isn't true.
Well,
that's his goal. That's what he's trying to do, and I know that.
Well, I want you to know everything that's happened up to this point from day one when all this stuff unfolded up till now, it was never out to cause you any pain, to cause our granddaughter pain, to cause our family any pain. Realize we want everyone back in our lives the way it's supposed to be, the way it should be.
I understand that, Dad. And it hasn't been because of you or Mom or Lee or anything that anyone in our family has done that's made things the way that they are. The media is going to spin things the way that they want, and other people are going to say what they want to say. I understand all of that.
Let me ask you, has anyone threatened you or threatened our family?
I can't talk to anyone, Dad. I haven't been able to talk to anybody. So if there's anything that's being said, I don't know what's going on until I see Jose or I talk to you guys. I don't know. I'm completely left in the dark about everything.
You don't get a chance to watch TV or read a paper or anything like that at all?
I don't even, Dad, why do I want to do any of that? Because all people are saying is bad things. Why do I want to see my face on TV when all I want to see is Kaylee? It should be Kaylee. I see a picture of Kaylee and then stuff about me. That article in People magazine that was supposed to be about missing children, I saw that last night. It was all about me. It's not... Nothing's being portrayed the way that it should be, when she should be everyone's focus.
Well, I'll tell you, when they came to the house, the 3.5, 4 hours they were there, that was the story. That's what it was supposed to have been. We understood, Kaylee's photo was going to be on the front cover, but then...
Yeah, well, so was mine right next to it.
And then again, we had no control over it. The article was supposed to be about Kaylee. It was not supposed to be about me or about Mom. Maybe a little information from Mom and I, or maybe something, in a general direction about how long she's been missing type stuff. But the way it's been spun, and
people have been lying to you guys to try to get information from you to spin it in their best interest, not for our best interest, not for our family, not for Kaylee. Kaylee should be everyone's concern, and that's not the case. And it breaks my heart. That's why I can't watch any of this. That's why I don't want to hear about it. I want to come home and be stuck in the house so no one can try to talk to me, because I don't want to say anything to anyone. What do I have to say? I want my daughter back. I want to be with my family. That's it. That's all they need to know, because that's all I have to say. And that's all it's going to be until it happens.
well, listen, you are a great mom. You're always going to be a great mom. I know that. Mom knows that. Lee knows that. Your good, closest, best friends know that. I mean, Holly, who's been on Nancy Gray's show, is so proactive for you, you wouldn't believe it, because this hits her home very hard, because, you know, her daughter's going to be 2 in October.
Oh, yeah.
You know, I mean, she...
This has been going on with the lawyer, yeah. No, it started out from the very beginning with these videos where it seems like Cindy, not so much. Cindy, I scored some points for me because at one point Casey was talking about talking with that one detective, Happy Wells, and Casey was like, I'd be happy to talk with him without an attorney, and Cindy was like, no, make sure you have your attorney there. And I was like, good for her. But Lee and George both have been trying to make her not trust her attorney and like do things without her attorney, and, you know, offer her horrible legal advice that will make sure you end up getting accused of a crime or convicted of a crime, usually. Yeah, it's pretty insane. It's very, and the reason it's so weird is because normally if you've got a family member in this situation, I mean, not that I've ever been in this situation, but I would imagine you wouldn't want them to do anything or go anywhere without their attorney, right? For obvious reasons, because their attorney has their best interests always, right? So it's weird. It's such a red flag to me when it's like, yeah, don't trust your attorney. Don't, you know, so,
Got a chance to watch Kaylee. She watched you grow up, you know, so realize everyone knows you. The people that care and love you, that's right. It's the other outside forces.
Exactly. And the other outside forces, again, they're going to feel dumb when all of this comes back and Kaylee's home.
Yes, and when you're home. And I mean, all of our lives are not going to be what we're used to. You know, people ask me, what's it going to be like to be normal again? None of us were ever. I don't think the word normal is ever something should come into someone's vocabulary. I mean, it's what we make of our lives. And
I've actually never seen SpongeBob, by the way.
Any and everything that we're going to do, our lives are going to change in so many different ways. I mean, our faith, our compassion, stuff we used to talk about doing, we're going to do it. You know, we're going to do it together, all of us. I'm not going to force it on you, but we're going to do it, you know?
Well, and you never have. It's always been of our own choice. And
I know. Mom and I have always talked to you as adults, I guess, in that way, even at a very young age, because I didn't want to sugarcoat anything in this world. I wanted you to realize that it's tough. This is the toughest thing that we're ever going to go through in our lives, right? This is the
what is happening? This is the weirdest conversation.
Ultimate for any of us. We can lose a car, we can lose a dog or a cat, but having you here and not having Kaylee right now, that's the ultimate. That's That's the ultimate.
I know that.
I tell you, I want you to know your brother has just, it's just a marketing genius of stuff that he's doing. I always knew he was very, very in tune with a lot of things, but stuff that he has done for you, for Kaylee, is just remarkable. It just goes without saying. Matter of fact, organizations we're working with right now want to hire him.
This is so
want to bring him on board because of his passion.
The bragging and the bragging and the bragging is insane.
And, you know, if that's what it's going to take for him, you know, we want to get Mallory involved with a couple different.
I mean, it's clear he's who will do anything to avoid talking about what really matters, right? And even just listening, he's also avoiding, you know, it's so funny, right? When he was like, I'm going to be a better listener. Like I commented on it at the beginning of the phone call, and he was like, I'm going to be a better listener. And I'm like, and then he just keeps running his mouth. And I'm like, dude, you have to stop talking to be a listener. He's not letting her talk at all. It's just wild. Still going on.
People and, you know, and even you. So realize there's a lot of doors that have opened up. Even though this is a tragedy, it's very sensitive in our lives. There's positive things that are happening from it. So
he's like, look, we're all going to benefit. Look, we're all getting new jobs. Your brother's a marketing genius. They're going to hire you on the spot. Like, what is happening? What is happening? What's happening? Help me.
Is there anything that I can try to get you? Is there? Do you have like a commissary type thing that you need money for to buy things?
What dude? Did he really just ask that question? Former detective or police officer, he said detective at one point on the stand. It also apparently was also in jail for something we don't know about yet. And he just asked if there's a commissary, if she has a commissary where they can put money on. Like what? How? Like this is so. This is just like too much for me. It just shows you how disconnected he is from the situation and from reality, to where he's saying things like that are just fucking stupid because everybody knows, like, dude.
Don't even worry about it. There's no point in getting extra stuff that I'm not going to be able to use. I mean,
look at that and say, this has got to be the first time ever in the history of the planet where someone who's in custody in jail has said no to someone putting money on their commissary. Very interesting. She's like, I don't want to take money from you. I mean, that's how I take it, because literally, I mean, that's commissary is your lifeline, right? Like literally your lifeline. People go to extreme lengths to get money on their commissary. Is he like wanting to bribe her? This is wild to me. Because it was first weird of like, do you have a commissary? When it's like, he knows she has one. And it's like, she's so far she's not had anyone put money on it. She's got to be the only person in there without any money on the commissary. This is insane. And meanwhile, she's not complaining about the food, which is wild. And also, again, first person ever to ever go to jail and not complain about the food. Has no money on her commissary, and she's not going to accept money from him on the commissary. Huh.
It's not a big deal. I have a Bible. I wasn't able to take that Bible from Mom.
I have the Bible. Wow. Let me replay that. This is incredible to hear this part.
For you, for Kaylee, is just remarkable. It just goes without saying. Matter of fact, organizations we're working with right now want to hire him. Want to bring him on board because of his passion. And, you know, if that's what it's going to take for him, you know, we want to get Mallory involved with a couple different people and, you know, and even you. So realize there's a lot of doors that have opened up. Even though this is a tragedy and it's very sensitive in our lives, there's positive things that are happening from it. So
wow.
Is there anything that I can try to get you? Is there?
Wow.
Do you have like a commissary type thing that you need money for to buy things, or?
Don't even worry about it. There's no point in getting extra stuff that I'm not going to be able to use. I mean, It's not a big deal. I have a Bible. I wasn't able to take that Bible from Mom. Stuff has to be inspected before I can take anything back. I can receive letters.
Okay. Well, that's understandable. Stuff has to be opened up and make sure there's no contraband and stuff. And I understand.
Yeah, they have to go through everything. So that's why I wasn't able to take that from her, but I did get one from here. So I have that. I mean,
well, when you get a chance, just read certain passages of it. You know, I'm not gonna go into particular areas, but
I know that's what I've been doing. It's right next to my bed. It's on my bed actually. I sleep with it there. I don't move it from that spot unless I'm reading it, and I put it right back to where it belongs because I know I need that.
What is happening? So she says, I don't need money on my commissary, declines money on the commissary, and says, because I have the Bible, which to me is saying, literally, I'm surviving off of the Bible, which would it would suggest that you're reading it all the time, right? Like it goes without saying. That's what that means. I'm reading the Bible all the time. I don't need commissary money, which again, first person has to be ever to decline money on the commissary, but whatever. Anyway, but so she's like, I have the Bible. And then he's like, well, make sure you're reading it. What? Do you think she's eating the Bible? What do you think she meant by that, dude? I can't.
My side at all times.
yes, you do. Yeah, we all certainly do. So, any stuff you want to talk to me about? Anything?
It's just nice hearing everything that's going on. I mean, I don't know what to say except I miss you guys. And I love you, and
I know you do. I love you too. I love you more than anything.
Person. I know, Dad. I want to see that little girl. I want to hear Kaylee laugh. I want to be with my baby. You know, that's my focus. Her birthday's in just a few days.
Yeah, it is. Just a few days away. And remember, we wanted to have that little one, just like taking her to a park or something, and just be the immediate family. But now we want to have this great big one. So I was asked outside by one of the reporters, for her birthday, what do you want to get her? I said, I want to get her this little red Mustang convertible and see her drive around. I said, but that's a material thing. I said, I would give her anything that she wanted. I want to have a big cake, ice cream, all this stuff little kids, even us as adults, we're still little kids inside.
Oh, boy.
I want us to have so much. But just know that the
important thing is being together as a family. That's all we need.
That's it. All this other stuff is just material.
What is happening? He's like, I want to get her a Mustang convertible and cake, but that's material. So let me swap that out with cake and ice cream. Well, that's still a material thing. He can't even not think it's very interesting. But then her response, all we need is to be together. Incredible.
The clothes we have, that's just material stuff. Our other things we have is just material. We just need to get all of our lives back in check and not hold anything back anymore. Be straight with each other. Just that's what we got to do. I mean, I've told things to your mom that I never thought I could really tell her because I was afraid of little things that how it might be taken. But I've opened up more to your mom in these last few weeks, more than I probably did in the last few years.
Yeah.
It was hard, but you know something? I feel better because I've done it. And that's what we got to do, sweetheart. We have to do that. We have to stay focused on our lives and being positive and not holding anything back anymore. If something bothers us, we need to talk about it.
Yeah.
That's what it's got to be.
Absolutely.
I got a different t-shirt on today.
Yeah, I see that. What's that one?
It's the same thing as that flyer that we've been handing out.
Yeah.
And it's just really, really, really nice. We got other ones being made. Other flyers, other posters, billboards that are out there. Not only mobile
Leah
ones,
told me about the mobile billboards.
I used to see the ones that are on I-Drive down in South Florida, Jacksonville, Gainesville, Tampa, Boca Raton. It's like 7 or 18 of them that are lit up all over.
Wow, that's great.
It's just remarkable. We got magnetic signs on our cars. You name it. There's no expense that is not being used.
Again, with this whole thing, let's not forget, just that I heard him talking about, he was saying about Cindy and his relationship. Well, remember, he's cheating on her right now, right? He's cheating on her. And just to refresh everyone's memory because of his whole situation. So we now know he went to jail for something. We don't know what. But just to refresh what we do know he has cheated on Cindy with more than one lady, younger women. We do know, because he said so on the stand, that he had a gambling addiction, and then also claimed that he was simultaneously a victim of a Nigerian bank scam at the same time as the gambling addiction. So there's that. We know he also like tried to commit suicide or something about that. We know he wrote a long note that has come up a little bit. I think it's going to come up more again later in the trial, but and this was after Kaylee was gone. I think this was in 2009 that happened. So, we don't know yet the ins and outs of that whole thing. But there's also the whole thing about how, again, he was not a cop anymore. And then he was working with his dad, I think in Ohio, and they had like a car dealership, whatever. And then, it was so weird because this came up. This was the first time he took the stand. They had some sort of big falling out. He left the car dealership and moved to Florida. It's interesting. It's interesting, right? It makes you wonder, like, what don't we know about him? Well, like, that's what we do know.
To help find her. She's beautiful. You know that, I know that. And I told
hear that
people
every day, I know.
I said, that the photos of her are beautiful, but when you see her in front of you, the eyes,
She's
the expression.
captivating. She's absolutely captivating.
She has a personality that's so remarkable. And I said, I owe that, to my daughter. I owe that to my wife, myself, my son, other family members that have made her so excitable because she's just a fantastic little girl. She
has the best in all of us, and that's something that I've been thinking about. This
is so weird because it's like how it doesn't make any sense that she would have. This came up another time, and I heard it, and I was like, "That's weird." Where they said they talk about Kaylee, and like everyone's a part of Kaylee or something, and they mention Lee, and that's what's so weird because yes, Kaylee's going to have his DNA, the mom's DNA, and Casey's DNA, but Lee's DNA. And I wonder, what's interesting? It just clicked. I wonder if this is where the idea came about that he could be the dad. I wonder if that's where that came from. We heard in opening statements, right, that the FBI did DNA test to see if he was the dad. A paternity test or whatever. I assume it was negative because, apparently they still don't know who the father is, but I wonder if that's where that came from. I would imagine they would have had to have more to go off of than just that. But that is interesting. As soon as I was like, this is so weird how they keep saying Lee. Huh. Yeah. It's weird, right? I wonder if that's interesting.
As the best that we all do, and she shows it all the time. I mean, she has little quirky things about her that you do, or that you have, and same thing with Mom. I mean, she is the best of the four of us. She's that top point in our star. You said that we're like a hand, we're also like a star.
Yeah, well, we can see so much. We see so much of her when you were small growing up. Parents give their children, the best of them. And I'm thankful that you have. I'm thankful that you have your mom good looks. And, I'm thankful you have the personality that, like your mom, that you don't let anything stand in your way. You're determined all the time. That's what you got to be.
The thing is this, like, I have a niece and a nephew, right? My brother has 2 kids. Like, think about any situation, right, where there's kids. And when people are like, oh, there's so much like blah, 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 who is it going to be? It's going to be the 2 parents and the grandparents, right? Because those are the people who contributed directly to the DNA of the child, right? Like, the first thing people are going to look at is the parents, right? But then those parents, and what's interesting, so whoever the father is, right, it would be the father's parents and the mother's parents, right? It's just so interesting. In this case, it's like Casey just even said it herself. She's the best of all 4 of us. So it's weird. It's it would never compute in my mind that when you're talking about where people get their characteristics from, whether it's their personality or their big eyes, like he was saying, you know, it's interesting. Like it would never even cross my mind to say about my niece or my nephew that, oh, they got that from me. It makes no sense. They didn't get anything from me, right? It just doesn't, it's weird. It's very weird. It's very weird.
I'm thankful that you're, maybe one thing about me, you're always consumed about making sure your car runs and some other little things that I've passed on to you. So the minimal little things I've done, but the maximum your mom has done, I think is just
making sure her car always runs. I am well confused right now because her car was always breaking down and running out of gas. I'm lost.
You're a fighter. And you got to keep on fighting.
I am every day.
I mean, no matter what it is. I mean, where you're at, yeah, it's a tough place you're in. I never ever realized.
Referencing the car though is interesting too, right? Because we do know we heard testimony from, what was it? There were two different sources that referenced that George had possession of that car during the time when Kaylee was missing. That came up. I know one of the people was Amy Heising. I can't remember who the second person was, but I know I pointed it out when it happened. And I was like, oh, that's the second time we've heard reference to George having the car. It might have been with Lee. Actually, I think it was with Lee. It was with Lee. But the first time was with Amy Heising. And I just get the feeling they're not finished with George. By they, I mean the defense. Like there's still so much more to get out of him, you know. Because he was never asked so far. He was never asked directly about if he had that car when Kaylee was missing. That needs to happen now that that's come out in testimony. And anyway, it's just interesting that he's alluding to the car here. So.
Realized or thought that anyone in my family would be going through what you're going through. If I could switch places with you this second, I'd do it.
Lies.
I would do it.
Lies.
I do that.
Believe me, I would.
No, stop.
But just know that you're loved, you're cared for, and any and everything that we're trying to do is for you and for Kaylee. That's it. That's what we're doing it for. I know you have an account. I guess you talk to Lee occasionally. Can I set up a separate account for you? Do you know how that works?
What, as far as for phones?
Yeah, for
phone
phones.
calls? I think I'd have to call you and do that, or maybe you can get information from Lee. I think he even called himself. I don't know.
Well, I find out about that because I'd like to talk to you. Besides waiting to see you, happening to see you instead of seeing you once a week. I mean, I'm seeing you today on Sunday. Mom's seeing you, I think, Monday or Tuesday. Tuesday, I'm sorry. And then Lee's not going to see you until Thursday because you get 3 visits a week. And, you know, it'd be nice if you could reach out a little bit more just to talk, you know.
Absolutely. I felt the same way. I tried to call the house a couple times this weekend and it just rang. I mean, I figured you guys were doing some for the charity, but
yeah, we've been out and about as much as we can.
Can you imagine you're in jail? Okay, so I don't know if it cut out, but can you imagine though being in jail and you're calling home and the phone just rings and rings and rings and nobody answers, and so you know that it means they're just not at home and they're out doing other things. Can you imagine? Wow. But she didn't even bring it up until he mentioned the phone call thing.
And sometimes it doesn't show anything. Like it might say a private number, and that might be what they're showing for you as a private number, and we're not picking up all the private numbers. So
yeah, I understand that.
How have
I mean,
they
too bad
not?
it can say like orange
How
OCC.
have they not worked worked this out already at this point, right? You think it would be the first thing they would have done is figured out what caller ID is going to show up when she calls from jail.
Or something like that, then we would know. So
Well, it's
I'll have
coming
to
from
find
a
out.
payphone and it is collect, so.
Yeah.
Right, it's collect.
So that could be what it is. Could be a private number showing through or something. Or just X's or O's or something. I'm not sure. I'll find out.
Weird. Yeah, this is all very weird. This
So
is
everyone
not
is being pretty good with you in there? Any?
people set this up all the time. People that did this is just.
Anyone screaming and hollering at you?
It was like that off and on. I mean, stuff like that's going to happen, but again, I'm in close quarters, and it's I guess the best that it could be for the situation for what it is. So
incredible.
It is what it is. I'm
really incredible. Honestly.
I'm just worried about Kaylee and about you guys.
He has every right.
Well, believe us, we're fine. I mean, we hurt inside. You know, we've lost weight through stress and other things. I mean, we're doing the best we can do, but we don't give up.
I know.
None of us
Wow.
do.
Wow.
I was asked before I came inside, are you guys getting rest? You doing?
I can't. I can't with this. She's just, dude.
And I said, when we can, when we feel that we can recharge, yeah, we do.
Yeah.
But we're going at it 24 hours a day as much as we can, so there's no stone unturned. None.
Yeah, absolutely.
Going into Kaylee's room today. You know, I wish I could have brought something with me to show you of hers, you know?
Look at this.
Wish I could have, but I wasn't allowed.
She's like smiling and she's crying her eyes out this entire time. Why would you say this? This is so manipulative. Like, you know, this is just going to make you. I just don't understand. This is like sadistic, and to me, like, this is like sadistic. Like, he's smiling. Like, he said something about going into her room. She starts crying harder. He smiled, dude. Let me back that up. This is. Oh man. Okay, let's see that again.
Going into Kaylee's room today. You know, I wish I could have brought something with me to show you of hers, you know? Wish I could have, but I wasn't allowed. So.
Yeah.
You know, I walked into your room last night and just looked around and...
Why do you think she would want to fucking see that, though? It's like torturing her. Just to talk about it is torture. Why would you bring... Dude, I can't.
Had a couple extra little prayers and just said, you know, you're coming home soon, sweetheart. Kaylee's going to be home soon, so we can be that family again. Because there's a lot of love in your heart for all of us, for your daughter. You can see that. That's evident in the house, you know.
I can't. Look at her. He doesn't even give a shit, dude. That she's just crying her eyes out. He just keeps running his mouth. I can't. I just don't know anymore.
I miss you, sweetie.
I miss you too.
I miss your hug. I miss that squeeze, that Papa Joe. I miss so much. I miss it.
We'll have that
I'm sorry I've been so tough sometimes. I'm sorry.
It's not your fault.
Or whatever it is.
It isn't. We all do things out of love, and sometimes...
You know, I wonder, I'm sorry I've been so tough. So this is the third time on this call, I think, that he's done this, where he's apologized for how he was as a father. But he had said it before in a different call earlier in this live stream. It's weird that it's coming up again, right? Because she's already done the whole thing of like, you don't have anything to apologize for, blah, blah. And it's weird that he's saying it again. Especially when, I don't know, maybe 20 minutes ago, he was actually bragging about the fact that they were raised like adults, he was saying. There was that weird part he was talking about how they raised her and her brother as little adults. And they always told them the truth and they were just always blunt with them, right? So it's weird that now it's like, you know, apologizing for being so hard. You know, it makes you wonder, right? You kind of think about it. Well, is he really not saying what he's really apologizing for, right? I mean, this would go right along with the defense theory of the case that, you know, the look what you've done and all that, right? Don't say anything. You don't want people to think you're a bad mom. Even, again, I'm paraphrasing here, or this is in parentheses, like, even if it was an accident, right? Anyway. Interesting.
It's some tough love, I know.
Exactly, and it's not a bad thing. I want you to know that. You know how much I love you, how much I've always loved you. You'll always be my buddy, even besides my dad.
And see, the thing is this, is that regardless of whatever his intentions are behind that, whether it's him trying to, he's referencing something else or whatever it is, no matter what, he knows that she can only respond like this for a variety of reasons. Like, A, that's what she's been trained to do, right? B, she wouldn't want to incriminate herself if that was even something that would be potentially happening. So all she can do is say, no, you're great, right? Which just like make, you know, it's really kind of fucked up, isn't it? Because she can't actually be honest, you know, with what she really thinks.
I know that. But I just had to say what I had to say to you. I just need to get that out.
I know.
It's about what
you know how much I love you.
I know you do. And I know how much you love your mom, and I know how much you love Lee, and I know how much you love your daughter. That's unconditional. I know that.
I love that little girl more than I ever thought I could love anything in this entire world, or anyone for that matter.
And I believe that.
Well, she's a split image of you in so many ways. The compassion.
The thing is, I believe that, and it's not just because she's saying it, it seems genuine here. I believe it because of the testimony we heard from, I don't know, the state paraded like 60 something witnesses. Maybe I'm exaggerating slightly, but all these witnesses, one after another, every single witness, and all of them said the same thing about her and Kaylee, that she was a great mom. She was nothing but amazing. They had the most incredible relationship. It was special to watch. I mean, on and on and on. Only amazing things. Only. You know? And again, this points to this whole thing. It really, the notion that she would want to get rid of Kaylee so she could go pray. Again, like I've said already several times, obviously, if she wanted to do that, she could have left her with her parents, given them custody. But, you know, again, when looking back on it, it's like, she wouldn't have wanted to do that, right? I mean, we heard, we know she did go out to Fusion and whatnot, but we heard equally as much testimony, or if not more, that she would come home early and drink light because she didn't want to be out late and she's a mom. I mean, and there were times too when like with her communications to Amy, where like Cindy had offered to babysit or whatever, and so that Casey could go out, but Casey didn't want to go out and she stayed home with Kaylee. So it's just, anyway, I believe her. I believe what she's saying here. You know, I think it's true.
The drive. How fast she can run. That's you. That's my daughter. That's my granddaughter. Oh, we got not postcard, but a small card just a few days ago. One of your teachers that had you and Lee in school.
It's incredible that she's still just crying her eyes out. It's a long time to be that emotional, and he's just still completely indifferent to it. Running his mouth, talking. I mean, it's this is. He's not even pausing to take in any emotion or show any emotion. It's really crazy. And when she starts talking, she gets in a couple words and then he just takes over.
Yeah.
I don't want to say her name because I don't want to get her bombarded, but she just says she remembers all the stuff that you guys did in elementary school, both of you. And, you know, how great students you were and compassionate and happy. And, you know, that says a lot for someone to reach out like that after all these years. To know.
Absolutely.
This teacher, it's a woman, I can tell you. She knows who you are.
I have an idea.
That was pretty awesome. I just didn't want to say her name because I don't want her to be
I don't want anyone else to be bombarded with anything.
I'll tell you, your friends and other people that you just might have met just briefly, their name has gotten brought up, and they're getting media phone calls, people showing up their home and at their business, and
yeah, it's not right. That's not what it should be whatsoever. That's why I made that notice. They made me file something that I know was on TV the other night about visitation.
Right.
You know, they made me be extremely specific about stuff, and I knew after I'd already filed it the night before.
Well,
what was going to happen with it. But
I mean, it's great to have friends come and show their support for you. You know, your closest friends. You know, that's very, very important.
It's not fair for other people.
Well, no,
to have
because
the media in their face and for other stuff to get thrown in different directions. I don't want anyone else being put through this. I hate that you guys are being put through this.
Well, you know something, we're a lot tougher than what people think that we are. You know,
you guys are so tough. That's where I get my strength from, is from all of you. And I don't think you guys ever realize that. You've said that I've been so strong, but again, I've got my strength from you, from Mom, from Lee, from Kaylee especially.
I know that. I know.
I'm so strong because of all of the love that I have from all of you, from the love that I'm able to give to you guys that I feel like I held back, but I don't want to hold back.
Well, realize that there's other mothers out there that have children that are Kaylee's age, and they've talked to us. I mean, people that have just had a child just a few weeks old that even came to that benefit Friday night. You had seen some of these little girls that Mom actually had a chance to dance with when the band was playing. Oh man, I cried. You wouldn't believe how much. There was one girl that had such curly brown hair, and you know, these people travel 2.5 hours to come to this thing, you know, to be there for support and to help. And that's just one of them. There's so many of them. It's just, wow, just remarkable. Just remarkable. Just remarkable.
I'm glad to know that there's so many people that are offering so much support for our family, for Kaylee. That means, you know, more than I could possibly say.
Well, there's people that have a big heart out there. There's a lot of people that have a big heart. There's people that never met you. They're just saying, hey,
good morning,
this young lady needs support. She needs some love. She needs some prayer. Her daughter needs some love, support, and some prayer. You know, they're doing it, and we're not asking them to. They're just doing it. It's
I know.
From all over the world, as a matter of fact, from the UK,
I've been getting
from Jamaica.
letters from all over the country from people that are just trying to offer support.
Yeah.
So
that's it. I mean, the emails and phone calls. It's just remarkable of all this stuff.
Remarkable.
Just worried about you. I just hope that you can keep eating and just stay strong, stay positive as much as you can. If something pops into your head that's going to help, bring her.
Trust me, I'll
fuck's sake,
I'll let you guys know as soon as possible. I mean, that's what I've told Dad. I've told Bert. I've told you. I've told Mom. I've told Lee. Even Jose. You know, if there's something that I can think of, that's why I called Lee yesterday. You know, to pass that message along. Which, you know, thank him for me for doing that. I mean, I was afraid last night. It was so late that, you know, maybe he wasn't going to get my message, but he got my message and came even at 11 o'clock last night. And again, stayed until almost 12 to hear what I had to say, to give me time to write you guys some little notes. So, I mean, it shows that his heart's in the right place, that he's doing whatever he can to help.
Right. Did you meet another gentleman that he brought in to assist him at all?
Yeah, I got a chance not only to see him that day in court, but they came later on that evening. I got a chance to speak with him. I have a copy of the initial appeal. His name is Mike Walsh.
Okay.
And for anyone who missed it too, one thing that was interesting is we learned that George, he referenced this in an earlier phone call, that he has been in jail for something. We don't know what, but he referenced having been in jail for something, and it sounds like whatever it was a situation where it was bad enough to where the bail amount was already set high ahead of time before he even had time to do anything. So whenever I do the timestamps, I'll make sure I timestamp that part, but it's interesting.
Well, I can tell you one thing. I've reached out to America's Most Wanted. And if this gets put out on the air, I don't care. But John Walsh, you know, he had his son come up missing like 18, 20 years ago.
Yeah.
I'm going to be meeting with him, hopefully not only Monday, but also one day this week.
Yeah. Wow.
So realize all stops are being pulled here. Everything. Whatever we can do, we're doing it.
Oh my God.
I'm not in it for the media exposure or anything like that, neither is your mom.
I know you're not. I know that's not your focus, and it hasn't been.
Just like I told you at the beginning, this is a club that all of us now have joined, you know, for missing children, and I didn't want to join. You didn't. I know our...
It's like, but now we're special. I mean, his attitude, like, normally people will say that, and it's so true, right? It's a club that no one wants to be in, but that's, his attitude is joyful, honestly. It's bizarre, right? He's like, this is a club no one wanted to join. He's already said this like 5 times, by the way, this phone call. It's like he's just a broken record with this nonsense. But he's like joyful, gleeful, proud, smile, like he's literally smiling. Look at his face. Look at his freaking face. And she's been crying this entire time. It's just...
Your granddaughter or your daughter didn't want to join. But you know something? We're in it for life now.
Absolutely.
Not only for Kaylee to bring her home, but other children. We're going to be very proactive with stuff.
Well, they didn't do any of
That's what we
that.
got to do.
They didn't do any of that. They didn't do any of that in the future.
There's thousands of kids that are missing that don't get any sort of exposure.
Yeah. Well, I mean, after a little while, the media sort of forgets about them. And this Kids Finders Network, this Never Lose Hope Foundation, other ones that have reached out to us, these people are so compassionate.
Of course.
It's
the best cause out there.
It's remarkable. That's it. It's just remarkable. Just remarkable.
Oh my God,
and
wow.
all of them have offered their support, not only with material things they're helping us supply with, but, you know, their love and their prayers. And you can't ask for too much more than that.
Oh my God. Thank God it's over. Wow. Look at his face, man.
Every single day I talk to them. Every single day.
Oh, it's not done yet.
Do you got any ideas besides posters, billboards, shirts? I've got a little bracelet on right now that says helpfindkaylee.com. It's a real light purple in a way. Is there anything that
have you been putting that on the t-shirts and the posters? Is that website to where people can see it with everything?
Helpfindkaylee.com.
That's
Yes,
a great
everything's
idea.
there.
That's a great idea. So it's weird because she already asked him about the bracelet earlier, and they already talked about that, and here he is mentioning it as if they never talked about it, which is just. But she had a good idea here, which is that there's the website. She's like, make sure the website's on the thing. Great idea. Great idea. Actually logical, like grounded in reality, believe it or not, weirdly.
There's a trust fund set aside for her.
That's what I had heard the other day. Jose said that.
The trust fund is just for Kaylee.
Good.
You know, everything that's being printed for her, all these funds that come in goes to this. You know, Mom and I are trying to do everything we can, you know, to get you out, our own personal stuff. And
I know.
So realize we're trying. We are trying.
I know you are.
You've made this abundantly
We are
clear.
trying. There's never a moment doesn't go by that we don't
He
try.
has portrayed him and his wife as both the heroes and the victims simultaneously, repeatedly. That's all this entire phone call has been, is him talking, portraying them as both the victims and the heroes at the same time. It's really bizarre.
Just a little bit harder. Your mom is,
Oh, here we go.
she's been through a lot. She sort of hit that barrier last night that she was sick last night. She's not feeling that great today, but you know something? You can't stop her.
Oh, of course not.
So
she'll keep going, and she'll keep going and do whatever she can.
yes, she does. She's tough. You can't tell her she can't do something. That's the same way as you. Don't tell me I can't do something, because you're going to do it. You're going to find a source or an answer for that. So that's compassion. And I'm glad you have that from your mom.
Compassion?
Glad you have that.
Wait. Did he just say that's compassion? What? Do you not know what compassion means? I guess that makes sense, wouldn't it, though?
Oh, no. Are you serious?
He's got to be so relieved. I know I am.
Come on, guys. It's not time here.
I
You still
mean-
there?
Yeah.
How many
Okay,
more
we just had what they call an
can he
encoder
repeat the same shit he's been saying for this entire time? It's very
disconnection.
Yeah, I
Generally,
saw that.
Generally it says 5 minutes or
5
1 minute.
minutes.
So,
Yeah.
but well, when I leave here, I got the media outside. I just want you to know, I'm just going to tell them I had a fantastic visit with you. I know I gave you all my extra support and love and energy that I have inside of me.
oh, so sweet.
And I want them to concentrate again on Kaylee being gone. That's what this is about.
Oh, I know, but we'll be seeing this on TV later, or other people will be seeing this on TV later.
Yeah, matter of fact, they already stopped me on my way in, and I told them, be compassionate for the people who are here seeing loved ones. Don't follow me inside. Don't come into the area we got to set in before we have to come in and see you, or they need to see their relatives. I says, give us a moment. I need some few moments to think of things that I try to want to talk to her about. And
Interesting, isn't it? Why? I don't even know where to begin with that. That's a lot. That's a lot right there. Wow. The list I could come up with of the way that is very, wow. Let's hear that again. This is wild. This is
on
insane.
Kaylee being gone. That's what this is about.
Oh, I know, but we'll be seeing this on TV later, or other people will be seeing this on TV later.
Yeah, matter of fact, they already stopped me on my way in, and I told them, be compassionate for the people who are here seeing loved ones. Don't follow me inside. Don't come into the area we got to set in before we have to come in and see you, or they need to see their relatives. I says, give us a moment. I need some few moments to think of things that I try to want to talk to her about. And they're asking me, what questions? I don't know. I didn't know what I was going to say to you today. Besides, I love you and I need you. I want you home. I love my granddaughter.
I have questions. I have so many questions. I have a lot of questions and a lot of comments about that. That is a lot.
No.
That's
Just
a
how
lot.
much all of it's missing. I didn't know what I was going to say. Nothing's scripted.
See that I think it came, well, one thing I'll say, I think it came out and now he's like, fuck, because this conversation has been many things, many things. But one word you could use to describe it is scripted. You know, that's one word you could use. I think it's actually like, that's even under an understatement, really.
Oh, and it never has been.
No, it never has been.
We all love that little girl more than anyone can imagine. I love that little girl again more than I ever thought possible.
Wait, did he say I need you? Let me back it up. I missed that because my brain has exploded, so it's hard.
Just a moment. I need some few moments to think of things that I try to want to talk to her about. And they're asking me, what questions? I don't know. I didn't know what I was going to say to you today. Besides, I love you and I need you. I want you home.
Yeah.
I love my granddaughter.
Wow.
No. Just how much all of it's missing. I didn't know what I was going to say. Nothing's scripted.
And you know what's weird is he didn't actually say that. He's saying that now that he's walking this back because that came out, that incredible thing he said about how he had to practice what he was going to say or think of things. I could do a whole I could do an entire stream on the implications I think that has. But anyway, but that came out of his mouth and now he's just word salading. And it's really funny because he didn't actually come in and say, I need you, right? Which would have been weird. But this is almost weirder in a way because he's like indirectly saying it. It just shows how detached he is. This is all very weird and it's kind of scary, honestly.
No, it never has been.
No, it never has been.
We all love that little girl more than anyone can imagine. I love that little girl again more than I ever thought possible.
It's true.
To love,
I know
to
that.
love anyone.
It's true. I'm just hoping wherever she's at, that she's being fed well. She's getting some love. She's getting a chance to watch her videos or stuff that she likes to do because you know how formidable she is right now. She's absorbing everything.
I do.
And I just hope this person or persons that has her is, I wish they would just realize, oh my God, I got to get her back to her family. I wish that could happen.
All right. What person on any planet, anywhere in any galaxy would think that if a child, any child, their child, their grandchild, the neighbors, any child is kidnapped, who on this planet or any other planet would think to themselves, yeah, I just hope she's getting fed well and she's well taken care of and she's getting to do her thing. What? I'm sorry. But like that for me might even get first prize of all the things. You'll note that no one else has said that. Not Casey, not her mom. No one has said that of what their hope is. No one has said that. Only him. Let me back that up. I don't even know anymore, y'all. This is...
Say nothing's scripted.
No, it never has been.
No, it never has been.
We all love that little girl more than anyone could imagine. I love that little girl again more than I ever thought possible.
I know.
It's true.
To love,
I know
to
that.
love anyone.
It's like he's describing her being in heaven, honestly. It's like he's describing her being in heaven. And how many people would use that if you've got a kid and you imagine what's that kid's version of heaven? How many people would think that's what the kid is having if they're being kidnapped? And that's what their life is like, unless you actually think they're in heaven.
It's true. I'm just hoping wherever she's at, that she's being fed well. She's getting some love. She's getting a chance to watch her videos or stuff
She's getting some love?
she likes to do, because you know how formidable she is right now. She's absorbing everything.
I do.
And I just hope this person or persons that has her is, I wish they would just realize, oh,
Treating her just as good as her mom would? I don't understand this. This is insane. This to me, guys, this to me is consciousness of guilt right here. There is no explanation for this. There's literally no explanation for this. This is consciousness of, this is no normal person would ever say this. I mean, I don't think we've ever heard anything like this, even with all the other crazy people and cases where there's been kids that are quote unquote kidnapped, but they're not really kidnapped. And they do the, Madeline Soto case, and just to name one that comes to mind recently, with the boyfriend and the mom. I'm not even gonna say their names. My brain is so fried right now because of what I'm witnessing here with him. But like even that disaster of an interview and whatnot, they didn't even say anything like that. Like, this is insane. Let's hear it one more time. This is like, honestly, this is like him wanting, like, this is like an admission, honest. It's not even consciousness of guilt. This is like an admission.
wherever she's at, that she's being fed well. She's getting some love. She's getting a chance to watch her videos or stuff that she likes to do, because you know how formidable she is right now. She's absorbing everything.
At this point, they should have stopped what they were doing and let her go and put him in fucking handcuffs, in my opinion. This is insane.
I do.
And she's crying.
I just hope this person or persons that has her is, I wish they would just realize, oh my God, I got to get her back to her family. I wish that could happen. But then again, I don't know a lot of specifics, and I'm just trying to do everything I can to find her. I'm trying.
I know you are, Dad.
But you know what? And she's having a great life where she's loved and fed and treated well and can watch her freaking videos and learn and absorb things. Like, why do you just let her be, right? Sounds like she's having a great life wherever she is. I can't.
I'm driving places, asking questions to people. People are calling out. I'm trying to do my own little thing. I can't be everywhere.
What he's describing,
That's the reason why we need to know everything.
What he's describing is like she's in a better place. That's what he's fucking describing.
Any and everything we can to get her. Everything.
I know. I've told you guys what I can, what I know, what I'm what I'm able to say. I mean, I've done what I can, and I wish I could do more. I want to do everything that I can. I want to be out there doing what I can.
I'm hoping that Jose has painted some other pictures for you of what things might happen. I'm hoping he's painted that picture for you. Has he?
Trust me, Dad. I know everything.
Okay, I don't want to get in
the bad,
specifics
the otherwise.
because
No, I know.
honestly, they have not released any of the phone conversations about Mom and I with you yet. They have not.
Okay.
They have released stuff about you talking to Lee.
Okay.
They think we're speaking in code or we're sending some kind of signals to each other. We're not.
We're not.
I can see talking to you, you know, what your feelings are and stuff. I mean, but you're not dropping addresses and names and other stuff like that. I know that.
I'm giving whatever information I can anyway, whether it's through this or through another outlet. I mean, I'm doing what I can when I can.
I know.
People are seeing things for what they want to see. They're only pulling bits and pieces of the conversations. And
I know, because
and for anyone who missed it, meanwhile, earlier in other calls, you know, with Cindy, when Cindy's there, she's the one comforting. Cindy comes in and is like, Casey, I'm not doing well. I can't do this anymore. This is so hard, blah, blah. And she's in jail, Casey, and she comes in and she's like, it's so fucked up. It's so fucked up. And she's like, encourage, you know, dude, you know, I don't even have words. It's just something you just have to see. It's hard to, it's a lot. So like, not only would this be torture, but she is supporting her mom, who is coming in and guilt tripping the fuck out of her and has her own dysfunctional dynamic going. But she's also listening to her dad babble on and on. And again, thinking if she's innocent, right? She would know that her dad was involved, right? Whether it was an accident or whatever the case was, but he would be, I mean, dude, again, that admission from him, I'm calling it admission, like that thing about her being in a better place, as just to paraphrase, imagine this, right? You can't go look for your child. Your mom is coming in and guilt tripping the fuck out of you, and you're having to be strong for her and support her. And then you've got this going on with your dad when you know what really happened, maybe, or maybe you don't know what really happened, but you know whatever happened, you weren't there and he was, you know? But all of this is being filmed and recorded, so you can't actually say, I mean, you know, and meanwhile, she's not even complained once about being in jail.
you can't put 45 minutes of conversation out there. They're just taking points that they want to put across, and that's being released by the sheriff's department.
Literally, even when she's given opportunity to complain about food or whatever, all she wants to do is find Kaylee. She said this a bazillion times at this point. She doesn't even care. She's not even complaining about any of the jail conditions. It's unheard of.
The corrections department, stuff that they want to release. Everything's already... Come on. Okay, still there.
Yeah, we have our minute left, obviously. Just know how much I love you guys and how much I miss you. And God, I love Kaylee and I miss her and just want to be home with you guys. And I know that we're going to see her soon. I know she's going to be okay. I can feel it. I know you can feel it. We'll all be back together like we want to be, like we should be.
Yeah, because I want to hear her say JoJo. JoJo swim, JoJo walk, JoJo go to meal. You know, I want that. She wants to take a ride in the wagon. I'm going to do any and everything that I can. More so than I ever did before.
Well, we'll get to do all of that, Dad. Just keep your head up, and I want you to be strong. God. Give Mom my love. Give Lee my love.
It's really clear how she was trained, if anything, right? To live in this world where it's multiple realities, right? There's so much going on behind the scenes, and it's just wild.
Give everyone my love. Just know how much I love you and how much I miss you, and I can't wait to see you, Dad.
There's a lot of gaslighting.
Well, listen, I love you.
I think that this could really be an example of what extreme gaslighting looks like, to where maybe that's what it is. Maybe it's not even a pathological liar. This is just now dawning on me, just having seen all these videos, that maybe it's the gaslighting, right? That she's been so gaslit the fuck out of that she really thought these people existed. It's possible. It's entirely fucking possible. And That would also explain, I pointed it out many, many times before, but I didn't have a reason for it. But now it would make sense when all the times I pointed out how people came in and they encouraged her quote unquote lies, or they supported it, like coming in and saying, like Lee coming in and saying, yeah, I found evidence that Juliette Lewis exists and works about lies. It's all lies. It's gaslighting.
72 in evidence at this time. We would seek to introduce the last recording, which is 73
Okay.
in evidence.
It's time for recess. Any objections to the instruction?
The only amendment we would make is that the statements in the should read statements in the videos related to opinions of counsel should not be considered, because certainly things that she says that she's relating to other individuals, including her lawyer, can be considered.
I think there's one jail video left after they do their housekeeping, and I believe it's with George and Cindy.
By the jurors.
Last one.
Mr. Mason, Mr. Baez?
It's the last one, which would make me think it's the last one that happened. Maybe after it was after this that I wonder if it was after this last video call that they charged her with the murder, and then she was not allowed those privileges anymore, maybe, potentially.
I would argue,
Or she was advised not to do it, which also could be the case.
relevance and prejudice, Judge. An attorney is in charge of strategy in a case, and these statements that are made in a vacuum and do not fully disclose any intents or strategies behind any concepts that my client may be repeating as it relates to statements by counsel. None of it is relevant, and none of it pertains to, none of it is relevant, and it's highly prejudicial under 403, Judge. And
First of all, these tapes have been out there since the beginning of almost time, except for the last. All the state has asked is that the statements in the video related to the opinions of Mrs. Anthony's attorneys must not be considered as in.
So what we know is what's going to happen is they're going to say bad things or whatever about her attorneys again, which is all just very weird, right? It's like whether it's don't trust your attorneys or whatever it is. I can't remember specifically because it was a while ago that I edited this video, but we're going to hear it.
Anyway, related to the proof of any issue of the charges and the indictment of this case. I thought the gist of what you had a problem with was, quote, the opinions that were being expressed or concerns about the opinions that were being expressed by the Anthony family concerning you.
it's not just the opinions, it's the statements of my actions by the Anthony family as
Then
well.
we don't have an agreement now, and then y'all can wade through it, and then I will do it at some other time, but I'm not going to go back and forth, not at this time. So y'all can dicker with language some more, and if not, I can craft something over the lunch hour, but I'm not going to do it now. So let's return to jury. Okay, state recognized presence of jury.
Yes, Your Honor.
Does the defense? Okay, members of the jury, did you heed my previous admonition? Okay, I think I have the hamburger issue worked out. Okay.
Restaurant.
And I am working on the other two issues. It's a matter of cost, and but I think I will be able to work that out, but it may not be until next week to take care of that. I gotta figure out the difference between what was originally budgeted and then how I will, what I want to do, I can do. And I have to make sure that what I'm proposing to do is proper. And if I can do that, then that will be worked out, but it will take me a few days to take care of that. But maybe not both, but maybe one, but I will see. If you had a preference,
Yeah.
I don't want to call, there's an Italian, there's a steak. You know what I'm talking about?
So it sounds like he's got hamburgers. They're working on more food for the jury or different options. So it sounds like there's the hamburgers, but now he doesn't want to say the names of the actual restaurants, right? But Italian restaurant, a steak restaurant, I guess, right? And he's saying, if I can't get both of them, do you guys want to take a vote and pick your top one? I think he ends up being able to get both of them. By the way, the squirrels in my backyard are being so cute right now. I think he's able to get both of them. I think we find that out maybe on the next video. So I don't want to have a spoiler alert, but it's okay. It's a good thing for the jury, right? They should have their options. They're being sequestered for this entire trial. So,
okay, let me know which one. Rank them in the order of preference, just in case I cannot do both. Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Miss Burdick. You may proceed.
Your Honor, at this point, we would seek.
It's a good exercise, though, right? Because the jury is getting to practice their voting skills in terms of as a jury and coming up with a verdict, if you will.
To gain the court's permission to publish 73 in evidence and read the stipulation as well.
Okay, we'll publish 73, noting the previous objections that have been raised by the defense. And this is the August 14th one, Ms. Burdick?
Yes, it is, sir.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is the following stipulation between the state and the defense. George and Cindy Anthony attended a video recorded visitation with Casey Anthony's attorney at the Orange County Jail on August 14, 2008 at 900 hours. The video recording is a true and accurate representation of the visitation. The parties have agreed to this fact, and it should be considered as true in your deliberations. Okay, you may publish the exhibit.
I'm getting sick though. I can feel it.
Did you hear what she said? I'm getting sick now. I can feel it, Cindy.
Good morning.
Good morning, beautiful. I love you.
Hi, I love you too. Why is she
She starts every single phone call with hello beautiful or hello gorgeous. Everyone.
crying already?
Because we haven't seen you.
I know. Hey, hold on one second. Miss Baker. Oh, where'd she go? I'm gonna try to get them to turn this up a little bit. Go ahead.
So how's your day starting out so far?
I was asleep.
Well,
So it's all right. I woke up at 5, stayed up for about an hour, and then went back to bed for a little bit. So my eyes are red. I'm tired.
okay.
I have to say, I just have to say, she looks great considering in jail you don't have access to hair stuff and makeup, and she just woke up. I mean, she looks great. It's really, you wouldn't know that she didn't have makeup on and have, hair products and that she just woke up. It's pretty crazy.
So what else is going on with you?
People don't look like that. That's me.
Nothing. The usual.
It's the same, right?
I guess waiting around. Those are new shirts. I like those.
Yes, those are. The Never Lose Hope Foundation did these for us, so.
I like those a lot. Those are really nice.
Yeah, those are really sweet. Really, really sweet.
What do you guys make of them wearing these t-shirts when they come to visit? Every time a different t-shirt. I mean, again, the jury's still out on Cindy and what she knows or whatever, but for anything of me being on the fence with George before and what he knew, that last phone call has completely changed my mind from what he said to Casey, and now it just makes it extra gross that he's wearing the t-shirt to me.
Can you read what they say?
Fly home, baby, and I don't see the bottom.
Interesting. Fly home? Like she's an angel? It's weird, right? Because isn't that even a saying that people will say when someone passes away, like fly away home is like a way of saying they're going to heaven?
This is fly home, baby. We miss you.
Those are nice shirts. I like those.
That's very weird.
Well, let me have you speak to Mom, okay? Now she's right here. She's pulling at the phone. Hold on.
All right.
I mean, that really.
Hi, Mom. Well, I lasted a minute. How are you feeling? Not. We're not doing well, kids.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
None of us. Lee's been sick. Dad's blown up at the media. Yeah, I heard. Well, someone just said that Kaylee was dead this morning, that she drowned in the pool. That's the newest story out there. Surprise, surprise. It's very hard. Well, yeah,
Compression. Hold on, let me back that up. So there's a reason this is interesting for a number of reasons. First of all, remember, Cindy Anthony called Detective Melich that same day that she was reported missing, right? They were there overnight and went straight into the whole thing where they had that interrogation at Universal Studios. So it's really like as if it's the same day, right? Had only been a number of hours since the whole thing with the 911 call, right? Casey is brought into Orlando or Universal Studios, and it's during that time that Cindy realizes the ladder and the Laddergate, right? And she calls Detective Melich. His phone apparently was ringing off the hook. She was calling him repeatedly to tell him this information. And that's when he stepped out of the room to answer those calls, and she told him about Laddergate. And that's where the story originated with the pool. And then, and also she had also told her coworkers about it, right? So that too. In other words, it's verified, and we heard her testify about it, right? So this statement from her is interesting, but we also know that if she did think that maybe she did leave the ladder up or the gate open or whatever, and was responsible for something, that there would be with her especially, right? We've only seen it anyway, the amount of denial, right? And then, projecting and displacing the guilt onto somebody else and all the other things, right? Blame somebody else. I mean, it's almost like, honestly, it's almost like anyone could have done it except for Casey. Like it could have been either of her parents, right? I mean, this is hypothetical. We know Cindy wasn't actually home at the time, but had either of them done it, it seems like the first thing they would do is blame Casey and throw her under the bus, honestly, just based on their relationship and the dysfunction and what we're seeing. It's wild. But let me back that up because Casey does a lip compression. And I don't normally notice shit like that, even though I love watching the behavior panel. I don't normally notice it, but it was obvious. There was a pause. It was obvious enough that I noticed it.
Those are really sweet. Really, really sweet. Can you read what they say?
Fly home, baby, and I don't see the bottom.
This is fly home, baby. We miss you.
Those are nice shirts. I like those.
Well, let me have you speak to Mom, okay? Now she's right here. She's pulling at the phone. Hold on.
All right. Hi, sweetie. Hi, Mom. Well, I lasted a minute. How are you feeling? Not. We're not doing well, kids. None of us. Lee's been sick. Dad's blown up at the media. Yeah, I heard. Well, someone just said that Kaylee was dead this morning, that she drowned in the pool. That's the newest story out there. Surprise, surprise. So, it's very hard. Well, yeah.
The thing is that the enmeshment in this family, okay. The enmeshment in this family, and none of them are telling the truth to each other. It would make sense, okay. Let's just say, I think this makes sense. Okay, let's just say Cindy leaves the ladder up on accident or whatever, right? And the gate gets left open. I can't recall if they said she could reach the gate or not, but whatever. The gate, Laddergate, right? let's just say that happens. Cindy goes to work, and let's just say Kaylee gets out because we know she could, right? And she gets over there and she gets into the pool. And then let's say George finds her. It would make sense. All that we're seeing here with this dysfunction and this weirdness and all this, it would make sense that everyone's got these big secrets, right? It's like George blames him. Right, okay. So Cindy might be carrying guilt around because she might think to herself, it was my fault, right? I don't know. This is just thinking about what we're seeing here. And then meanwhile, George potentially could have found her drowned. And especially now that we know he has some sort of criminal background, didn't want to be found liable, right? And George might not know Cindy's secret, and Cindy might not know George's secret, but both of them are motivated to throw Casey under the bus to deflect the responsibility and put the tension away from themselves. That, to me, tracks 100% with literally what we're seeing here in their behavior. And then in terms of the body, I think George knows, obviously. I mean, that became really clear to me again in that last call. Cindy, I think, might have that feeling of like, did she drown in the pool? But then again, I think it's so clear that she's not able to cope with reality that she's in denial and not thinking it through, like what would have happened next, I don't think. Or maybe she is, but again, I think that where this gets really messy is because none of them are communicating with each other. Like, if she thought George had anything to do with it, I guarantee you she's not said that to him. It's just this is a very interesting example of a complicated and dysfunctional family, among many things.
Trust me, I know that. Someone just sent me some of the stuff that's been online, comments that people have been leaving off of certain articles, I guess, that have been written. And
I meant to point out the lip compression, but my brain was working overtime and I missed it. So hold on, let me back it up just one more time here.
Hi, sweetie. Hi, Mom.
And then again, see, this is where it's like all three of them know something happened, but none of them are telling each other what they know. It's like Cindy might have that secret with Laddergate, right? But it's not really a secret. And that's where, that's the thing. And that's why because as soon as she notices Laddergate, she calls the detective and she tells everybody about it, right? Interesting. But then you've got, yeah, okay.
Oh, well, I lasted a minute. How are you feeling?
Like, here's, I guess, what I was going to say. So if the whole thing, the way the defense pointed it out, or their theory of the case in opening statements, right, about how George finds Kaylee's already been drowned, and he comes over to Casey and says, look what you did. Your mother's going to hate you for the rest of your life. Don't ever tell anybody, or whatever it was, right? And then he takes and buries the body and then later puts it in the woods, or whatever it is, right? This would explain how awkward this moment would be, because you've got Cindy, who Laddergate, but doesn't know anything other than, what's the deal? The ladder and the gate. Was this my fault, right? Or whatever. But that's it. That's all she knows, potentially. Then you've got what George knows and what Casey knows, and they've not, and it's like, that's a secret between the two of them. But then George would have his own secret prior to Casey, before coming over to her. But Casey would know the pool was involved if this is what happened. Anyway, but Cindy's just saying this without actually knowing, like, if that's what happened, she wouldn't know that that's what actually happened, if that's making any sense. It's like if you picture the game Clue or like a movie like that, where it's like everybody's in the same room and one of you guys is and one person's the murderer, but no one knows who did it or whatever kind of thing. But everyone's a suspect and everyone's got their own different secrets going on. I guess like Clue, right? And you're trying to figure out whose secret belongs to which person, and does the secret matter to the murder, and whatever it is. Anyway, but everyone knows that everybody's got something to hide. And then you've got alliances forming within that group. So-and-so's talking to so-and-so, and these two are married, but what do they know? And blah, blah. That's what this is like to me, if that makes any type of sense.
We're not doing well, kids. None of us. Lee's been sick. Dad's blown up at the media. Yeah, I heard.
And we're going to watch for the lip compression.
Well, someone just said that Kaylee was dead this morning, that she drowned in the pool. That's the newest story out there. Surprise, surprise. So, it's very hard.
There. I don't think I've seen her. Again, I don't look for these things. So if I notice them, usually it means in my mind that it must have been kind of a big deal. I haven't noticed her do that before. It doesn't mean she hasn't, but I haven't noticed it before. So now I'll be looking for it and see if it happens again. But that was kind of a weird pause and then a lip compression. And again, I actually need to watch it again one more time just to see what George does, because I was not looking at him. Hold on.
So, it's very hard. Oh, yeah.
Interesting. Hold on, let me go back a little bit further. What was he doing?
Hi, sweetie. Hi, Mom. Well, I lasted a minute. How are you feeling? Not. We're not doing well, kids. None of us. Lee's been sick. Dad's blown up at the media. Yeah, I heard. Well, someone just said that Kaylee was dead this morning, that she drowned in the pool. That's the newest story out.
Interesting. Did you guys see what he did with his face? He kind of like looks there.
Surprise, surprise.
He kind of looks like he's seen a ghost. Am I just maybe... Is that my imagination? I mean, it could be. Let me play it one more time. Sorry.
Hi, sweetie.
I don't want it to be my imagination.
Well, I lasted a minute.
So let's look at how he's acting now, okay? He's fine. He's fine.
How are you feeling? Not. We're not doing well, kids. None of us. Lee's been sick. Dad's blown up at the media. Yeah, I heard. Well, someone just said that Kaylee was dead this morning, that she drowned in the pool.
Look at his face. Dude, his face. No, he's making a face there. So here's what I think is going on here, right? Remember, the reason this is a story in the media is because it originated with her, because of Laddergate, right? She called the detective. She told all the people. But remember, like I was just explaining, all these layers of subterfuge and all the secrets. George's face says to me, does she know? That's what that face says to me. Does she know? Referring to his secret of finding Kaylee, potentially, right? Meanwhile, all she knows is she saw the ladder and the gate, Laddergate, and is maybe blaming herself, but hasn't really come to grips with what could have. She's not in, real world. But his face is really interesting there. Dude, he looks like he's seen a fucking ghost. So Cindy is saying this without, okay, if Kaylee drowned in the pool, and George and Casey know it, and they're they had again hiding the accident or whatever, and Cindy doesn't know, and I think this is what's going on here, and Cindy doesn't know. All she knows is she saw Laddergate, and she's like, "Oh no, did I do something wrong here?" Right? And she dude, imagine this moment though, right? And she says this, As in, like, how crazy is that? And then them two sitting there. Oh my God, man. Wild. That's wild to think about.
Do a story.
Yeah, I don't know if I can zoom in on it. I don't think I can zoom in on it. I can do it. I can do that while it's not streaming. Don't have a way to zoom in though, because this is a video file. I'll back it up just another sec. Yeah, this is really crazy. This is really crazy. This is really crazy. I'm glad I went back again because initially, again, I was just looking at Casey's face, but his face is way better. And her face, again, her face is the lip compression, which is like she knows information she's not saying. His face is like, dude, guilty as fucking charged. Like, it's very interesting, the difference. His face is immediately like that, like, and then hers is like, she's like, oh, crazy stories these days, and the lip compression.
Oh. Well, I lasted a minute.
Wow.
How are you feeling? Not. We're not doing well, Case. None of us. Lee's been sick. Dad's blown up at the media.
Yeah, I heard.
Wow.
Well, someone just said that Kaylee was dead this morning, that she drowned in the pool. That's the newest story out there.
Surprise, surprise.
Wow. And do you see, look at her gaze, look at Casey's gaze. Casey is looking, her gaze shifts. She's looking at her dad, and look at him, he's looking away. Holy fuck. And Cindy has no idea. She's just in her own world. It looks like her eyes are closed this whole time. Look at this right here. I'm going to take a screenshot of this. This is lip compression, and she looks at her dad, and he's looking down like that. Holy fuck. This right here says it all to me. This is crazy. This is crazy. This is crazy. Wow. Wow. Wow.
It's very hard.
Whoa.
Oh, yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah, trust me, I know that. Someone just sent me.
Dude, his face right now. Oh my God.
Some of the stuff that's been online.
Oh, look. And now he's got to feel a little bit relieved because they're changing the subject. Casey's doing a good job. She's keeping his lie. She's keeping his secret. And Cindy's just oblivious.
Comments that people have been leaving off of certain articles.
And how crazy is it too that it really could be all Cindy's fault though, Laddergate?
Yes, that have been written, and
that makes it a family affair, right? Laddergate. It's her fault. If it's actually her fault, it's because of Laddergate. But George finds her, and then they all throw, and then, well, I guess if the mom doesn't know, but he throws Casey under the bus. It's just.
It was very upsetting last night to see that.
Oh yes, but, it's terrible, Casey. Getting hate mail, threatening letters.
Well, I haven't gotten anything like that, thankfully. All of the letters that I've gotten have been positive. Even the letter that she had attached was still very positive. Everyone's certain that she's okay, offering help. A couple people have said that they've called and talked to Dad or have left him messages.
Yeah, and it's wild because just keeping it in mind, guys, the only thing that has been presented that shows that she did anything or whatever, like, it doesn't even show that she did anything. All it is based on she lied. That's it. But the lies, again, aren't even, they were going on for so long and they had nothing to do with Kaylee. And, as I've pointed out a bazillion times. So, but that's like it, right? There is actually there's no evidence. There's no evidence. It's just the lying. Such a shame, right? Such a shame.
So
we need to have something to go on.
Mom, I don't have anything. I'm sorry. Okay. I've been here a month. I've been here a month today. Do you understand how I feel? I mean, do you really understand how I feel in this?
Her saying that is so long overdue. I don't know how she's even held it in. With her mom, again, with the, what else can, anything else? It's like, what the fuck is, dude, stop.
I'm completely out of the loop with everything. The only information I get is when I see my attorney. That's it.
It's like, Mom, have you ever heard of jail? Look it up.
Yeah, outside of that, I have nothing to go on.
Google jail.
Every day I have to sit here and wait and wonder.
I wonder if something's going on. Wondering if there's something new.
Did Jose ask you about which one of us you'd want to meet with?
Yeah, I wanted to see Dad. I mean, I want to see everybody, but I had to choose, and I wanted to see.
The thing is now, when she's saying something new and Casey's saying something new, that something new could be that they find evidence that she drowned in the pool. I think she wants the truth to come out. Here's where I'm at now with watching all this. I think she wants the truth to come out. And another thing is that I pointed out earlier, the whole point about how she says, when she's telling people to look nearby, look at places where we go as a family. I think she wants the truth to come out. Because she wants the truth to come out. And I think George is like, nah, bitch. That's what this looks like to me.
Dad.
All right. Well, then here, talk to your dad.
Hey, sweetheart.
Hey.
Hey, listen, I want you to know, you are the boss through this whole thing, okay?
Well, no, I'm not anymore, Dad. I haven't been.
Interesting timing, right? Also the gaslighting, though. You're the boss through this whole thing. What? She's in jail. She's in jail. And even before she was in jail, you were always the boss. Or Cindy. Honestly, it's tough to even say because both of them would want to be in control in different ways. Anyway, she was never the boss of anything. That's for fucking sure. We know that. She was trying to get out of the house. She was trying to get away from them with Kaylee. Because she wanted to be with Kaylee, but she needed to get away from them. It's clear, right? Not to mention that's what normal adults do. They wanted to keep her at home. Oh my God. But now she's in jail. And he's like, you're the boss through all this. I can't, dude.
Since I got here.
Yes. Oh, yes, you are. You are the... think of this for a second.
Pardon you, sir.
Dad,
Pardon you, sir. She's the boss? She's in jail. What is... I don't even know anymore, man. Talk about... this is just... It's like up is down and down is up type talk, right? This is why.
Listen. Listen. No, just listen to me for just for 1 moment.
Oh my God.
Okay, just listen to me for 1 second, okay? Listen. Think of you owning this conglomerate, this huge business. Jose is one of your employees. So is the sheriff's department. So is the FBI. So am I. So is Lee. So is Mom. We're all working with you. And if for some reason,
I wonder if after that bit about the pool, he's now like, this could be bad for me, right? I wonder if he's getting a little bit nervous and he's now like, I need to talk her into confessing. And in this case, honestly, it would be confessing to something she didn't do. It would be confessing to a murder that she didn't do. I need her to confess to keep his secret. I wonder if that's what's going on here.
something's not being said or being done, you can make a change. You're the one that
Dad,
can say, listen.
I've told Jose. No, I've given him the
reason I'm saying that is because the way he said he referenced her attorney, to me, this almost sounds like I'm going to confess and strike a plea deal. That's where I was going with that. Like he's going to try to convince her. He's like hinting at take a plea deal, which would mean confessing to a crime that she didn't commit. And at this point, Kaylee's not been found. And the only way he would even know that that she's deceased is if he was involved, right? So there's that as well.
Information to give you guys. We've given the information. You guys have given everything to the police. They're not helping us. It's obvious. We know their intentions. So I'm sorry. I've helped in every way that I possibly can since the day I got here.
Okay,
they didn't even give me 24 hours to help them, the police, without putting me here. So it's obvious where everybody's intentions lie. I know you guys want Kaylee. I want Kaylee more than anybody can understand, but I can't do anything. I can't do anything from where I'm at.
Okay, let me ask you this. If I can make some arrangements just to meet with you just one-on-one, just you and I, or Lee or Mom, would you be open to that? Because I can do it within a matter of just a few hours.
Dad, this was already discussed, and I already said yes.
Okay.
This was something that we had already discussed. Supposedly it was supposed to have already happened.
Well, there's been some
I understand
there's to change that. There's nothing been on my part to change that, or Mom's part, or your brother's part.
No, I understand that. It's not you guys.
I told these guys within an hour I can be ready. I want to hug you. I want to talk to you. Just you and I. You know.
Jose is making sure that I'm well aware of everything that's going on. He's keeping me completely updated on stuff, which I in every way appreciate because that's all I have to go off of with stuff.
I want you to realize something. Number one, or at least number 1.1 and number 1 should be you and Kaylee. That's the way it should be. It shouldn't be
it's split,
Jose,
Dad.
then you, then Kaylee, and everything else is falling in line. It's you know, it has to be you two. You know, you and your daughter. It's got to be the ones that's got to be focused on you.
Well, he's focusing on Kaylee and I. You guys are focusing on Kaylee. I know I'm still part of your focus, but she's your main focus, and I understand that. Dad, I know where everybody's priorities lie. I knew that the day that I got here.
Well, you know, I bring up. Then again, I want to bring up this thing about you know, you being the boss. You're the one that can control everything. You're the one.
No,
that can make the
Dad.
decision.
Please.
Sweetie. Okay,
I'm
sweetie.
completely.
I'm not trying to get you upset. I'm trying to
No,
talk to
but
you.
I am upset now. I'm completely upset. One, the media's gonna have a freaking field day with this.
No,
I wasn't even supposed to take this. Let me speak for a second. Dad, I let everybody talk.
Okay.
They're not releasing it. Well, I hope not. I'll keep saying whatever I have to about the police,
here's
so
Mom.
they
Hold
don't
on
let
one
it go.
second.
Can someone let me? Come on.
Casey, hold on, sweetheart. Settle down, baby.
Nobody's letting me speak. You want me to talk? Then
It's so true. It's so true. Every call, it's been them talking.
All right, I'll listen to you.
3 seconds to see
Go,
something.
sweetheart.
I'm not in control over any of this because I don't know what the hell's going on. I don't know what's going on. My entire life is.
He's trying to convince her to like confess and take a plea deal or something. That's what's going on here, I think. And she's doesn't even know what to say. This is not part of the plan, right? I mean, at least between the two of them. Just thinking back to like the 911 calls and George being so silent, you know, it's like, man. Huh. It's really crazy, like thinking about the implications of all this stuff, like, and she's, I mean, imagine what this would be like though, right? Because it's like how do you say the right thing in this situation? Ugh.
Been taken from me. Everything has been taken
I'm
from me.
gonna back it up just a second because of this. This is an important part here.
Dad, I know where everybody's priorities lie. I knew that the day that I got here.
Well, you know, I bring up. Then again, I want to bring up this thing about you know, you being the boss. You're the one that can control everything. You're the one.
No,
that can make the
Dad.
decision.
Please.
Sweetie. Okay,
I'm
sweetie.
completely.
I'm not trying to get you upset. I'm trying to talk to you.
But I am upset now. I'm completely upset. One, the media's gonna have a freaking field day with this.
No,
I wasn't even supposed to take this. Let me speak for a second. Dad, I let everybody talk.
Okay.
They're not releasing it. Well, I hope not. I'll keep saying whatever I have to about the police,
here's
so
Mom.
they
Hold
don't
on
let
one
it go.
second.
Can someone let me? Come on.
Casey, hold on, sweetheart. Settle down, baby.
Nobody's letting me speak. You want me to talk? Then.
All right, I'll listen to you.
3 seconds to see
Go,
something.
sweetheart.
I'm not in control over any of this because I don't know what the hell's going on. I don't know what's going on. My entire life has been taken from me.
Right.
Everything has been.
Like the gaslighting again with the gaslighting, because like she's right. Everything's been taken from her. She's in jail. And then you've got someone telling you you're in charge, you're in control of everything. I don't even know how she's keeping it together as well as she is, to be honest with that. That's sick. That's sick to say to somebody, honestly.
Taken from me. You don't understand. Everybody wants me to have answers. I don't have any answers because I don't know what's going on. I have no one to talk to except Jose when he comes. It's the only person that I can talk to right now because I can't even say anything to you guys besides telling you that I love you. I want Kaylee. Things like that. And that's not even getting put on the air, which it should be.
I'm going to play that part again. I'm just thinking too about Cindy, right? So again, even if Cindy doesn't know about a drowning accident, right? She just saw Laddergate. again, this is where it's like you could have George who finds her. Like, again, this is how they're all get tied up. And okay. So that in terms of maybe is George trying to get her to confess to something, you know, I was just thinking about, well, Cindy might also have that same motivation, again, for a different reason, and not knowing that George has that motivation because, okay, so let's just say that Cindy's like, oh shit, Laddergate, I left that open. I could be on the hook for a death. You know, then it would behoove her if she's selfish, you know, not nice person, bad mom, whatever. It could behoove her, given what we've seen with this family, right? I wouldn't be surprised if she would throw her daughter under the bus to protect her own skin. And then same thing with George, right? He finds Kaylee drowned in the pool, maybe, and then same thing. Throw Casey under the bus to protect your own skin. And then you have both parents doing that to her, right?
It's everything else.
I was going to back it up just a second.
Casey, hold on, sweetheart. Settle down, baby.
Nobody's letting me speak. You want me to talk? Then
all right, I'll listen to you.
3 seconds to see
Go,
something.
Sweetheart.
I'm not in control over any of this because I don't know what the hell's going on. I don't know what's going on. My entire life has been taken from me. Everything has been taken from me. You don't understand. Everybody wants me.
And meanwhile, she's being gaslit the fuck out of, guilt tripped the fuck out of, potentially thrown under the bus for something she didn't do, blasted all over the media with shit that's not even true. It's like, and then to tell her she's the one in control. Oh my God, it's sick. It's so sick. It's so sick and so twisted and so sadistic. Honestly.
I have answers. I don't have any answers because I don't know what's
really
going on.
What that's saying is this is your own fault when it's not potentially her, right? It's like, again, that would be something that he could be implying because it was his fault, right? Same with the mom though, right? Again, it's like they all contributed in a way, right? If she did Laddergate and then he found, anyway, all right.
Going on. I have no one to talk to except Jose when he comes. It's the only person that I can talk to right now because I can't even say anything to you guys besides telling you that I love you. I want Kaylee. Things like that. And that's not even getting put on the air, which it should be. It's everything else, everything that I'm not saying. That's why I haven't been calling. That's why I haven't been taking calls because him and I said that we weren't going to do that because I'm trying to make sure that I'm not going to give anybody anything else to throw against me. Even with me giving them nothing, they're still doing it. So,
well, everything's going to go away with you. You'll be fine once Kaylee's found.
Mom, I understand that. Do you understand my position on this? You guys expect me to have 1,000 answers, and I have nothing. I've been here a month, out of contact with everybody except you guys on the rare occasion that I get to see you and my attorney. Do you understand? What am I supposed to learn from that? What am I supposed to learn from that? The first week and a half. Yeah, I tried to help you guys backtrack. Again, that's all I could do was backtrack. I can't backtrack on anything. A month I've been removed from the situation. You guys are not understanding my side on this, and I'm sorry.
No, I understand.
No, you don't, because you're still asking me if there's anything that I can tell you that's going to help. That I'm the one that can do this. I can't. The opportunity was there that I probably could have helped. I'm trying. I was trying. There's nothing more that I can say or do until I'm home. And even then, I don't know what I can do from that point, but I can.
All right, here's what I'm just thinking more. So here's what I think it is. I think the Jose Baez Responds. I think she knows Kaylee's dead. I think she knows where Kaylee is. Again, going back to like the places close to home, places nearby, or she just knows that Kaylee is close to home, right? But I don't think she knows what happened to Kaylee, potentially. Maybe she knows something involving the pool. It could even be that in her mind, she's not sure if it was an accident or if her dad drowned her. But the pool might be involved and she wasn't there, right? But here's the thing, because I'm thinking back to this whole thing of her wanting the body to be found. if you imagine that if you didn't commit a crime, let's say you didn't commit a crime, right? But you're being thrown under the bus for a crime you didn't commit. And you know there's a body nearby, or maybe you know exactly where it is, either way. And you don't know what happened to the person, but you know the body is out there. This whole thing about, and this is consistent with what she said to her attorney from day one. We already heard this, that she said, once CAYLEE'S found, everything will be fine. Once CAYLEE'S found, everything will be fine. Her mom just echoed that again there. Once CAYLEE'S found, everything will be fine. Now that sounds like normally you could be thinking all along, like I was thinking that she meant that as in, oh, when she's found alive, will be fine. But see, now I'm thinking things differently after watching all these videos, where what if she meant by that? Okay, so again, going back to this idea, if you're innocent of a crime, okay, and the way I could, it makes sense logically that you would want that body to be found, because you'd be like, no matter what they find, it's going to show I didn't do it, right? Because there's going to be evidence, and it's not going to involve me because I wasn't there, right? It's like the idea, like whatever evidence is found, it's going to be good for me because I wasn't there. I didn't do it. I wasn't there, right? That would be logical and normal to think, like as a rational person, like, yeah, I want her body to be found. And once they find it, they'll know I didn't have anything to do with it. And I wonder if she's almost hoping the truth will come out, right? Like, she doesn't have to say anything about her dad's involvement because she's being like, you know, threatened and under his control and all that, gaslit. But that once the body is found, the truth will come out. And then she'll get to come home. And that would explain a lot, wouldn't it? It's like she's not allowed to say it, but she figures the truth will come out when the body is found. That's what it is. That's what it is. That makes total sense, doesn't it? At least to me. And that would explain all this weirdness about, you know, the body's nearby, once the body's found, all this stuff. And it seems like she knows more than she's saying because she can't say the truth. But she made a very normal assumption that once the body's found, it's going to show I didn't do it because she didn't do it, right? She didn't do anything. And this is where you need a good attorney. This is why it matters, right? Because unluckily for her, the evidence, there wasn't any forensic evidence except for the freaking duct tape. And this also makes sense though, right? Like if you think about the investigators had zeroed in on her from the beginning, they could have tied that and should have connected that duct tape to George, but instead they connected it to her. And that's all they have though. Wow. It's like, imagine any of you guys that are listening, imagine there's a crime that's committed. You don't have nothing to do with it, right? Blah, blah. But somehow they think you're a suspect. Your normal thing would be, well, once they find the evidence, I'll be free to go because they'll know I didn't do it. Because no matter what the evidence is, it's going to show I didn't do it, right? That's the normal train of thought. That makes perfect sense that that's what she's thinking. If it's almost like I almost could go back and watch a lot of this trial again now. And I bet there's going to be, okay. There's been a lot of statements from her that didn't make sense hearing them at the time, but I think that I hadn't thought of the reason why she was saying them. And like, that's what it is. It's like she's trying to hint at it the best she can without spelling it out. CAYLEE'S right here. Once you find her, you'll know I didn't do anything. And then the repercussion of that, maybe her dad gets charged or whatever, but like it's interesting, isn't it? And that hope would explain how you would have the ability to fake it with them like this for so long, especially with the dad, to fake it, right? Because you're like, any day now, any day now, any day now, any day now. I'm giving them all the hints I can without completely saying what happened or, you know, what my dad told me not to say or whatever it is, you know? Okay. Hopefully that makes sense.
At least do something other than sit on my butt all day and read or just look up stuff for my case, because that has to be my focus right now. That has to be my focus because it's the only thing that I can focus on. Mom, if that's my focus, which it is, I can't do anything from here. I don't have access to the internet. I can't make phone calls. I can't go anywhere. I've already told you, Mom. I've told you
everything
I've
you
thought
can
about
do.
everything that you told me
Well,
over the last
you've
month.
thought about stuff and you've done what you can. I'm sorry, that's all I can do from only knowledge that I have.
I was in Lake County 2 days ago.
Okay.
Is there anything there?
Mom, jeez. I'm sorry. I love you guys. I miss
All
you.
right, sweetheart. Here's Dad. Hold on.
No, I'm gonna hang up and just walk away right now because
please don't.
I'm frustrated and I'm angry and I don't want to be angry. This is the first time I've truly been angry this entire time. But I'm so beyond frustrated with.
And honestly, like I said, this is long overdue, and she's allowed. She's allowed. This is
all of this. But I can't even swallow right now. It hurts.
You just understand we're all going in so many different directions. We just want to go in the right one.
Well, I can't point you in that direction when I'm literally at a standstill. I am just as removed from the situation as somebody who has no clue what's going on. At least even random people that we've never met have more of an outlook on this than I do right now.
Her dad still looks shell-shocked. I mean, that would be a hell of a thing, right? When he hears Cindy say that, and it's like, oh my God, does she know? I mean, he's probably still got adrenaline going. His stomach probably turned, and he's probably really worried that now something's going to come out. Is she going to be able to keep the secret long enough? And now she's being put under more pressure from her mom. Oof.
It's really sad. It's really, really sad that I literally have nothing right now.
Well,
nothing.
None of us have anything right now, Casey.
You guys have each other. You're sitting next to Dad. You still have Lee. You have access to our community tour.
And you're not in custody. This is so gross. I'm sorry, the mom. None of us have anything right now. Dude.
Our family and friends to our house. You're taking for granted the fact that.
And she's not saying it, but she would be totally allowed, and it would be appropriate and warranted for her to say, you still have your freedom. Totally allowed. Totally justified if she said it. Well, she hasn't said it yet, but she totally could. You have your freedom. You have everything still. You have each other. You have your freedom. You have the ability to use the internet. But I mean, anyway.
I have no one to comfort me but myself. And the occasional visit, which has to be business, for the sake of finding Kaylee. So yeah, I may look like I'm in charge. Wrong. I'm completely pushed away from everything.
No. All he's telling you is that you can tell they have to honor your wishes when you say something. That's all Dad's trying to tell you. Jose has to honor
And
your
he
wishes.
has been, Mom.
Okay.
He has been with everything. Everything.
Well, he's in New York now for a couple days.
He's doing stuff for business for me.
I know.
Well, Mom, you're not telling me anything that I don't know. Please, I don't want to get frustrated or upset with you, but...
Well, in his absence, Dominic's a good person if you want to talk to anybody.
Mom, Thank you.
Wow. Look at this. Well, since he's gone, if you want to talk to this other dude, whoever this is, I don't even know who he is, but he's not going to have attorney-client privilege. He's not your attorney. I don't even know. Let me play that again.
Kaylee.
The way she says thank you. I don't even know how she's got the ability to do this with this lady, honestly.
So yeah, I may look like I'm in charge.
It just shows how well trained she is to comply. Her response is incredible.
I'm completely pushed away from everything.
No. All he's telling you is that you can tell they have to honor your wishes when you say something. That's all Dad's trying to tell you. Jose has to honor
And
your
he
wishes.
has been, Mom.
Okay.
He has been with everything. Everything.
Well, he's in New York now for a couple days.
He's doing stuff for business for me.
I know.
Well, Mom, you're not telling me anything that I don't know. Please, I don't want to get frustrated or upset with you, but...
Well, in his absence, Dominic's a good person if you want to talk to anybody.
Mom, Thank you. I've already talked to everybody. I know who I'm allowed to talk to, who I'm not allowed to talk to, who I can see, who I can't see, who's going to see me, who's not going to see me. We've arranged all of this. It's already been set up. Again, he's the one person that's keeping me in the loop because he's the only person that can. And he's making sure that he's doing that in every way possible.
Well, I just hope he's telling you honestly what you're up against.
Mom, I know what I'm honestly up against. You guys understand what I'm honestly up against. And with keeping me here, you're not helping me help myself. I'm sorry to say that. Huh?
You're safe, honey. We don't have the means to get you out anyway, sweetheart. We don't.
I understand that, but the opportunity was there, and it wasn't taken advantage of, and
we didn't have an opportunity. I don't know where you're hearing that.
Just give Dad the phone, please. I'm sorry. I don't want to get frustrated. Just give Dad the phone.
It's really.
You know what's weird is how she said, we don't have the means to get you out anyway. It's as if there's some other reason that they're wanting her to stay in custody besides not having bail money. Isn't that supposed to be the only reason? Like, she's like, we don't have the means to get you out anyway. It's like, there's this, it's like there was an initial reason why they didn't want to get her out. But then even if they wanted to, they don't have the money. It's just, that was weird. That was a very weird thing.
This is seriously the first time that I've been angry, that I've been this frustrated to where I can't even think straight at this moment. Throughout this entire thing, I was pissed off that day at the police station. I was mad when all of that happened, but I tried to look at things objectively. And this entire time, I haven't sat in my room for the entire month and been mad. Not once, not one time. But right now, this is the most agitated and frustrated that I've been, even when I've sat with Jose and I watched that episode of Nancy Grace and stuff that was being said about Mom and being said about me and him and everybody else and stuff that I've heard. It's frustrated me, but I've let it go. Right now, I'm so hurt by everything. I don't even know what to say. And I hate to say that.
Well, I'm not trying to upset you. Neither are Mom. We're not trying to. And if we are, I'm sorry.
Them have the ability to empathize. She's like, I'll back it up just a second because I don't know if the stream cut out, but they don't have the ability to empathize. I mean, that's just one of many issues that are going on here. Yeah.
And this entire time, I haven't sat in my room for the entire month and been mad. Not once, not one time. But right now, this is the most agitated and frustrated that I've been, even when I've sat with Jose and I watched that episode of Nancy Grace and stuff that was being said about Mom and being said about me and him and everybody else and stuff that I've heard. It's frustrated me, but I've let it go. Right now, I'm so hurt by everything. I don't even know what to say. And I hate to say that.
Well, I'm not trying to upset you. Neither are Mom. We're not trying to. And if we are, I'm sorry for that.
I know that's not your intention. You have to understand where I'm coming from in this, and obviously none of.
So that's why I was pausing it, because she's like, you have to understand where I'm coming from all this. It's like any normal person would. It's wild that they don't. They're coming in saying she's the boss, she's in control. They're coming in and wanting her to be the support for them. It's all very weird, and it's like not understanding what jail is and all this stuff. I mean, she's right. Yeah, any normal person would understand where she's coming from. Again, I think she's been, I mean, had a demeanor like I've never seen anybody having in custody, not even complaining and all that, right? But again, there's so many issues going on here with this family, but I think that this also just shows the problem is like Cindy and George don't have the ability to empathize. And she's totally right. That's very valid for her to say that to them.
You are, by still expecting me a month, literally out of the loop, to have some sort of new insight on stuff. I mean, really?
Okay, I realize this is really hard for you to talk about,
And
especially.
the only new insight, see, now it makes sense, because it is a dumb question. The only new insight would be him. He's hinting at, I mean, that's what it is. It's like, that's how it's all being phrased. Like, do you have any new ideas or other thoughts or new insight? It's hinting at her, in my opinion, falsely confessing and taking a plea deal. And that's part of why, too, it makes sense to come in and complain and complain and complain. And this is just so hard on us, right? It's like her fault that it's hard on them. And if she were to take a plea deal and confess, it would all be over. And, you know, then they can go on working for the charity organizations. I don't know. This is all very surreal. Like, put us out of our misery and just go ahead and confess, and then we can all move on and you can go to jail. You know, something like that. Because she's right. It doesn't make any sense. It's been driving me crazy every time they've been asking her, do you have new information? It's been driving me crazy. And the only thing that makes any sense behind that is what he's really asking is, have you changed your mind? And I mean, that's what it is, right? It's not actually new information.
Because I can't do anything. Because I've done everything. I've said everything. I've thought about everything. That's all I can do is sit and think every day. And that's what I've done. Any information that I've given has been passed on. I know that.
Okay. You know, it's just hard. I know for you, it's hard for us because none of us have ever been through any of this kind of stuff before. None of us, you know.
Well, obviously not. And we need to stick together in this, and it's hard for us to at this point.
Well, we are sticking together. We are.
Well, for Mom to say that you guys have nothing, what I told her, you guys still have each other to lean on. I don't have anybody. I have myself and the occasions that I can see my attorneys who are trying to do whatever they can for myself and for Kaylee. So you guys at least have a crutch or multiple crutches throughout the community with everybody.
Well, even that is waning at the moment, believe me. Even your mom and I are having our issues every single day, so just realize it's
Dad, I know it's
really,
going to take
really
a toll on everybody, but understand again where I'm coming from in this. You have to see everybody's side. I've looked at everybody's side about this. I've been praying every single day for insight and everybody's thoughts and everybody's feelings. So I know where you stand and where you're coming from. And I know where you're sitting right now, and Mom and Lee and Joe Schmo walking down the block that's seen this every day on the media for the last month. I can understand everybody else's side.
I know exactly what she's saying. She has looked at it from everyone's side, and no one has looked at it from her side. And you know what? I'm happy to say that we are doing that now. I hope that is what I feel like we can say. You know, I think that it started out, and it still is, right? How would the jury be interpreting this? And maybe that's the answer to the question, right? Maybe the answer to the question is the way that I've gone through this process and been trying to assess it. There's still these different questions, and then having these like moments where it's like, oh my God, like that, did he just say that? You know, and maybe the jury's at where I'm at, where they're like, you know, like you've looked at it from everybody else's side and no one has looked at it from your side, but we're going to look at it from your side, you know? Not that they have to do that to find her not guilty, but that's the response that I'm having right now is like, you know, I'm looking at it from her side now, especially just because of these calls. These calls have really changed things a lot because you see the difference. You see her and her demeanor and what she's saying and her behavior, and then you see her parents and her brother too. You know, and it's like, it's just a lot. Because again, it's like if what is gleaned from this, which this is my opinion, if what is gleaned from this is like she really didn't have anything to do with it. She was thrown under the bus, you know. Maybe her dad told her where the body, whatever it is, but she didn't do any, she didn't commit the crimes she's charged with, right? Apart from lying to law enforcement. And again, like it was pointed out earlier from Super Planet Girl, and here she is, and she's sitting in here, you know, being thrown under the bus by her family and all the rest. You know, I wonder how many people have actually gone and looked at it from her side, right? Because everyone was so quick to jump to conclusions, you know? And I feel like, I don't know, it's just interesting. But again, if you go with this thought of like, well, she couldn't have had anything to do with it, and then you look at it from her side, this is a huge tragedy in a whole other set of ways from what we already knew, you know? And then it's an even bigger tragedy that literally everyone, literally, including myself, I mean, literally everyone, the general consensus is she's guilty, right? Even though she was acquitted. Okay.
But the worst part is that nobody can see my side, and I have to keep my mouth shut. I have to keep my mouth shut about how I feel and with everything else, because all I need to do is give the media more stuff for then the detectives and whoever else to throw back in my face when this goes to trial.
Well, all I know is I'm trying to do everything I can to get a chance to see you. You know, just you and I. I mean, I'm trying, and so is, you know, your brother.
Interesting, that was his response, because that's actually not really on topic, but it is for him. I'm trying to do everything I can to get a chance to see you just one-on-one. Interesting. They need to have another chat, I guess, right? Now that Cindy mentioned the pool. Fucking hell.
And I know your mom would, you know, like to do that. So
I know that, and when I had that choice and they told me that they were initially setting it up with Lee, God, I would do anything to see any of you right now. Absolutely anything. But I mean, I wanted to see Lee and I wanted to talk to Lee, but I knew most of that would be an interrogation with him. He'd have a whole list of questions that he'd ask me. With Mom,
honestly, no. Honestly, no. He really doesn't.
Well, that's how it's been, Dad. I'm just thinking of how it's been with everything. With Mom would dominate a lot of the conversation, which is how it's been. I mean, you and I, we've been separated for a while. And we were just... I want to see all of you, but I wanted to see the one person that I've been so far disconnected from the longest, and that's been you.
I'm thankful for that. Thank you.
It was hard for me to make my choice. I sat there for a half hour with Jose trying to think about this, and he told me it's up to me who I wanted to see, how I wanted to do this.
Very interesting. Interesting.
How we wanted to figure it out, and it was hard. Because I don't want to have to choose between the three of you, you know, who I want to see or talk to, but I made a choice. I'm going to stand behind that.
Well, that's good. I'm glad you made that choice, you know, on your own. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you.
What a weird fucking response. As if he's flattered. What she's saying is she expected only her dad to show up. And she wanted to talk to him and then her dad, but instead her mom also shows up. She wanted to talk to him one-on-one. That's what she's saying.
I know it's a tough decision for you. I know that.
Everything's a tough...
He's missing the fucking point.
Decision just because I'm so limited on the decisions that I can actually make now.
I know. Well, let me see if I can handle it a different way to get in to see you even sooner. Would that be okay with you?
Do what you have to do. I mean, I'm not obviously going anywhere right now, so I'm here. I'm biding my time. So.
Okay. Well, you know, you could always just here's a thought for you. Just a second. The people that are with you right now inside where you're at, you can expedite this very quickly if you want to. Okay?
How?
Just mention to the people that are there with, you know, the corrections people, you know, that, hey, I want to see my dad, I want to see my dad now, and they can expedite that through Mr. Barry and stuff like that. They can do everything with just in a matter of hours. They really can.
Yeah, I tried that. Negative. there's only so much that they can do. I can make phone calls, I can take these visits. There's only so much that I can actually do. It's going to have to come from the outside, from someone else. I can't. I've asked those questions. I've tried that already. I've been asking every question that I can possibly think of.
Okay. Well, I'll do what I'm going to do this on my own. I'm going to make sure that you and I can get together here just very quickly. Okay.
Okay.
I'm gonna do that. I really am. So how did you get through last Saturday?
I didn't. I spent the day almost completely by myself, with my head under the covers. I read my Bible almost the entire day. I was miserable. I was completely and utterly miserable. Just like I have been the entire time. That was the first time outside of our visits that I've really shown any emotion, and I was open and I didn't care just because I couldn't hold anything back. I broke down. It was the first time that I truly, truly broke down. And it hurt, and I'm still recovering from that. Hearing about the fact that Mom was making chili and there was probably a bunch of people at the house.
No, there wasn't. There was just your brother and I and your mom, and Mallory came over a little bit after work.
Oh,
so
this part is crazy. So first of all, she's finally telling them, hey, just so you guys know, it breaks my heart when you guys talk about all the fun shit you're doing, which normal people would be considerate of that anyway and wouldn't just brag about how great whatever the fuck they're doing is. Again, while simultaneously trying to be like, it's terrible and it's all your fault, right? Anyway, so she's saying, I broke down. The mom was saying she was making chili and you guys had people over. But here's the other thing. So that's all one thing, right? But now listen to what he says. This is where it gets really fucking weird when he tells the story trying to say that there weren't that many people around.
that was it. So whatever else you heard like that was totally wrong.
Well, I was just told that Mom was making food. I'm just going off of what people were telling me, what they were relaying from the media. So I was just speculating myself.
Well, Mom did made her great chili. We had some bread and corn and bread, and just little things like that. It was just us. There wasn't no one else, and there was I'm sorry, Mom did remember there was a young guy who just called, who was alone and just wanted to have a little bit of a family. He came over and we just talked for about an hour. We never met the man before.
So a stranger, I don't know if there was some holiday. Anyway, some stranger calls them. I don't know how he gets their phone. Some stranger calls them and comes over for dinner. Hold on. This is the weirdest fucking thing I've ever fucking heard. I mean, I've heard a lot of weird shit from him.
So whatever else you heard like that was totally wrong.
Well, I was just told that Mom was making food. I'm just going off of what people were telling me, what they were relaying from the media. So I was just speculating myself.
Well, Mom did made her great chili. We had some bread and corn and bread, and just little things like that. It was just us. There wasn't no one else, and there was I'm sorry, Mom did remember there was a young guy who just called, who was alone and just wanted to have a little bit of a family. He came over and we just talked for about an hour. We never met the man before. He was alone, so we opened our heart.
What the fuck type of craziness is this, though? This is actually one of those things where I could see people being like, they referenced this in an earlier call about talking in code. This sounds like it could be construed that way because this makes literally no sense. But they don't say anything directly. Honestly, it's so wild. It's like, here's where I'm at. Despite all of her lies, or all the things she said, again, it really kind of seems like at this point she was just gaslit into believing that shit was actually true. But anyway, despite all that, I think she's the most direct and honest person in the fucking family at this juncture. Because while she's saying stuff like that, that's not true. That was stuff that didn't matter, right? It was completely irrelevant whether Annabelle existed or not, up until Kaylee went missing, right? But here's the difference. She's direct and open and honest about how she feels, and she communicates
in a like intelligent manner, like she's not like when it in the things that count, right? But again, the only thing is like she can't be honest about what happened to Kaylee, you know, or what she knows, but she wants to be, and that's why she wants Kaylee to be found. Anyway, I guess my point is like what he could be saying could all be he has some other meaning behind it, right? Because this story doesn't make any fucking sense about this dude coming over.
To him, just to
Let me know what you guys think. If you guys have any theories about it. I'll back it up one more time because this is bizarre, really bizarre.
there was no one else, and there was I'm sorry, Mom did remember, there was a young guy who just called who was alone and just wanted to have a little bit of a family. He came over and we just talked for about an hour. We never met the man before. You know, he was alone, so we went up in our heart to him just to come in and talk a little bit.
Well,
and that was something that he needed, and truthfully, I think we needed also.
The Bible says to love thy neighbor.
Yeah.
To share the things that you have,
right,
to give unto others. So you did exactly what you should do, and
right,
by all means, I know that meant more to him than any of you guys could possibly imagine.
Well, it certainly is. I mean, he was a really nice guy. He was really nice.
Why? So it's weird that she's not. There's got to be something behind this, because the normal response would be to ask questions like, "What? Who? What?" Because that makes no sense. But she's like, "Yep, that was the right thing to do." It makes like something's up here, though. Something's up here. Maybe they do have a code, and maybe I don't know. Like, this is all a way for them to discuss what happened with the pool without anyone knowing. I don't know. It's weird. This is weird.
Talk to him, get the chance to know him a little bit. So how about you? Are you eating and stuff? You getting a chance to enjoy more?
I'm eating so they leave me alone.
And coleslaw?
It's a little bit more than that.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, I'm eating just so I'm not being bothered with, are you eating? Because if I don't eat, then they'll say something. I'm sleeping or trying to sleep when I can. So I'm not getting bothered about that. I'm just trying to do whatever I can do so I'm not being stared at all day, every day. So they're not worrying about me too.
Well, just to let you know, the area that you're in,
she doesn't want the prison people to worry about her. Incredible.
there's not too many people that have an opportunity to stay like where you're at. So realize you're sort of what they consider
I'm not really. Trust me. There's other
well,
people in similar situations to myself that aren't the focus of the media, but that are under similar custody that are here.
Okay.
There are other people. I know a lot about all of this, surprisingly now.
Okay. Well,
I didn't want to upset Mom, but I mean, for once, I've let you guys talk. I've wanted to hear everything that you guys have had to say and more. But at this point, I mean, I can only hold so much back now.
Yes,
and hold so much in and
so
not show
valid
my
for
little
her,
bit of
Yes.
frustration with stuff. Because I've been very good about not doing that.
Good for you.
And about staying calm.
well, I know. I'm very thankful you took the time to talk to us today. I mean, I really am. When we first got here, I thought, well, maybe we might be turned away. I'm glad you talked to us. I really am. I'm glad. Got a chance to see you.
I'm glad that I got a chance to see you guys too, even if it's only like this, and to talk to you and all. I'm praying that it doesn't go out on the media, because some of it has, some of it hasn't. I guess they're picking and choosing.
No, the only stuff that went out is when you talked to Lee, and that's been a couple weeks ago. Nothing's been said about Mom
because
and
I haven't talked.
Just realize that everything that we've talked about is staying where it's staying. It's not going out anywhere else.
Well, and these are the conversations when, I am an emotional wreck, which is fine. I don't want anybody to see this stuff. I'd rather.
Was that him reminding her that she can't say anything, like they have a secret? Maybe.
It be between us, so it is personal, so we can keep things personal, so it doesn't feel like it's just another business transaction like with other stuff.
Absolutely.
I didn't want to upset Mom. I'm running low on steam too. If it wasn't for the fact that I'm sitting by myself all day, sleeping, I'd probably I'm getting sick right now. I could feel it. I felt it when I got up. My eyes were still red. It wasn't from sleeping.
Okay.
I'm getting a cold.
Your mom wants to talk to you. 1 second. Hold on.
Go ahead. Hey.
Hey.
I'm sorry I upset you. I didn't want to upset you. I was just telling Dad that. That wasn't my intention, but I've let everybody talk. I haven't gotten to say anything. I haven't wanted to say anything. I haven't wanted to be frustrated or show that, but I can't hold that in all the time. It's getting harder.
She deserves to have a mother who validates her emotions instead of what she has, which is a lot of things. I'm not even going to go into it, but this is just really sad to me.
I know each day is getting harder on everybody.
Like,
you don't know.
Cindy should be apologizing. She should have been apologizing a long time ago.
Casey, how hard it is.
Oh, I don't know. Being the one that's completely secluded and I don't know anything that's going on.
That's actually a good thing because if you were
it's a good thing because I've put myself away from all of that. I haven't watched the media. I don't really want to hear anything.
No, I know. And you don't because
she's like, you're the lucky one. I can't.
It's just obscene. Everything that's going on out there.
Well, Cindy, why don't you commit a crime and get put into jail and then you can be the lucky one too?
That people are saying, but you know what? Again, they're ignorant and we have to look at it like that. I'm trying to look at things objectively and to stay as calm as I can about stuff, especially the things that I'm hearing. I know the most negative stuff that's being said and it's sickening. It's disgusting and people really need to get a life. And if they have nothing positive to say, need to shut up. But it's not
totally right. She's totally right.
Not going to happen. Life's not fair. People aren't always going to be nice. And they're not going to look at things from other people's perspectives. And it's sad. It's unfortunate. They're going to judge people. They're going to pass judgments about.
This is so true. And that's exactly why I wanted to cover this trial.
Something that they don't know.
That at least if the judgments are correct, we can say, yep, the jury got it wrong, judgments were right, blah, blah. But if not, we can at least be informed and have the information to make our own decisions about what happened here and, and how that might differ from the media.
Stuff that's being said has been completely fabricated and twisted and everything else, and it's ridiculous. But you know what, Mom? Again, that's going to blow over. I'm not going to give the media anything when I get out of here. It sucks for them because I have nothing to say. All I want is my kid back.
The other thing I will note is she's not even being defensive. And that's an indication that she didn't do anything wrong, right? Like, she's not getting defensive in terms of even here just talking about all the shit that's been happening in the media, that she knows what they're saying. She's not getting defensive,
Back with my family. That's all I want. That's all I'm asking. But I'm not going to ask any of them for it because they're not going to give that to me. They're not. I'll do whatever the hell I have to get my family back together. That's it. That's all I want to do. I will continue to
still think she's okay.
I know in my heart, Mom. I know in my gut she's all right. I can feel it every day. That gets stronger. And I still know that she's coming home. I can still feel that she's coming home.
Do you think she's going to change her mind and let her? I mean, what can I say to her on the air? Because I can get one person to let me say what I need to say or what you want me to say to Zanny. What do you want me to tell her that's going to make her bring her back?
Just tell her that we forgive her. That all we want is our Kaylee. That's it.
I said that yesterday.
Well, Mom, that's all I can think of. That's all I can say because that's all I would say.
And I wonder if that's her in a way saying she forgives her dad. I don't know, maybe. Although it's hard to imagine, though, with this situation. She would have every right not to forgive him.
Is that I forgive whoever has her. And that I just want her to come home. I just want my baby back. That's it.
So that kind of confirms that, right? Because there she's whoever has her. It's not Zanny anymore. It's whoever.
I think mean, you think that they would actually do that?
I don't know what I can think anymore, Mom. You just keep saying it because it's the truth. That's all we want.
I know.
Our family's broken. We want to have that fixed. We know what that means to have our family broken apart by something now. By tragedy. We don't want this to any longer be a tragedy. I don't want to be one of those thousands of parents that has to deal with the possibility of never seeing their child again. With the potential of knowing that their child's alive and that they're with someone else. The thought of that every day makes me sick.
Do you think that she could be out of the country or anywhere?
Mom, I don't want to have this go into the same thing that it's always been, so please stop it. This is why I chose, this is one of the main reasons that I chose Dad. Is because he won't sit there and keep asking me the same questions 500 times over like you and Lee have done. I want to see each and every one of you, but at least with Dad, then honestly, the true main reason that I want to see him is because him and I have had a broken relationship for such a long time. And we were just finally starting to talk. The day that this unfolded, the day that I was brought here. It was impossible for me to make a decision like that, and I want you to understand where I was coming from. I also want Lee to understand where I was coming from. I said I wanted to see all three of you. You can't. You can only see one. Who do you want to see? And I sat there for a half hour and thought about it, deliberated, and had to figure that out. And I hate having to do that, to have to make decisions like that of who in my family do I want to see more. It's not who I want to see more, it's just, I don't know. I don't know anymore.
It's hard going into Kaylee's room now.
Yeah, I saw your picture in People magazine.
I love you, honey.
I love you too.
I want both my girls back. At least I know you're okay. I don't know about Kaylee. That's what makes it so hard every day.
I know that. But I'm really not okay. I may be in a place where you know that I'm at. But besides that, besides me being here physically...
At least you're safe. And we know where you're at. We don't know where Kaylee's at. We don't know if they're feeding her. They're hugging her.
Her mom is not validating a single thing she's saying.
I know everything that they're saying. I know she's... I just know she's okay. I can feel it. I absolutely can feel it. Even on her birthday, that entire day, that was... it was completely miserable, like I told Dad. It's all I can think of to say. I mean, there's every adjective that I can think of that's bad that would have described how I felt, but honestly, nothing can describe what I was feeling. Nothing.
She's got a lot of nice stuff.
I bet.
A lot of people, most of the people we don't even know, brought her flowers, balloons, little stuffed animals. Some stuff we haven't opened up. Just waiting for her to come home.
I'm glad that you guys have had so much support from the community, and even I have, from out of state, from all over the country. People have been sending me letters and stuff, telling me to keep my head up.
Good.
Yeah, I'm getting stuff that's being sent through the mail. I mean, Michelle Murphy sent me a book I hope one of you guys can tell her that I got it, and thank you.
You can have that book. Why can't you have your Bible?
Because nothing can be physically brought in from the outside. She bought me a book and had it sent to me. They sent me a Bible as soon as you said that I refused it. I didn't refuse it. I can't be given anything. You can't just bring stuff in and say, here you go. They have to check through stuff.
Well, I don't know. I gave it to Jose. I don't know why.
Yeah, I know. And he showed it to me, and I was like, well, I'd love to have that, but I don't think you can just give it to me. And he asked one of the officers when we were leaving that day. We split from our meeting. And she said, probably not. I mean, he could ask someone else, but...
Well, if we can get it back, maybe I can send it to you.
Yeah, if you can send it through the mail, they'll check through it just to make sure.
Though I'm not sure where it's at. I think they have it.
No, I think Jose has it.
I don't think so. He would have given it back to me. I'll find out, though.
Jose probably still has it because he wouldn't have just given it to somebody because he asked right off the bat. I know if he couldn't have gotten that taken care of right away, that was, a couple weeks ago. He probably still has it.
All right, well, Dad wants to talk to you some more.
Okay.
Hey, sweetheart.
Hey.
Can you ask for something to write with so that you can send a note to the sheriff himself? Attention Kevin Barry. Just listen to me for a second.
Yeah,
tell him that, and tell him that you want to speak to me, or Lee or Mom, and you want it to be done today. He can do it. He can.
Dad, how am I going to get any? I'm listening to you. How am I going to get anything to him? How can I get stuff to
Just
him?
ask someone corrections to give you paper and pen, whatever it's going to take, or pencil, just to write it, and you put attention to him and just say, "I need this to be delivered to him now." They will do that. Believe me. I've already discussed that with a lot of other people. That they says if you request that, they can do it. Believe me.
Okay, well then I'll do that.
Okay, and listen. It can be at a location that is not going to be recorded. It's going to be at a place that just you and I, or you and Lee, or just you and Mom can sit down and just talk. That's what it's about. It's not going to be over a phone. It's not going to be like we're doing right now. It's going to be face to face.
No, I understood the arrangements.
But I just want you to know it can be done without anyone else being there except just us. Just like you and me, you and Lee, or you and Mom. It can be done, sweetie.
I understand that. That was...
And I'm trusting the people who told me that because they want us to have that time. Okay?
Well, if that's coming directly from the sheriff's department, I don't really trust anything that they've said, to be completely honest.
No, honestly, it didn't come directly from them, but they're the one that can.
I figured it wouldn't have. I know they're trying to put together a visit for us, which I appreciate very much.
Honestly, I'm telling you, it can be done quicker than even what you've been told. Believe me. Okay? There's going to be nothing going to be recorded. There's nothing. Like I said, just write it down. Say this has to be delivered to Mr. Kevin Barry, the sheriff, and he'll do it. He's already been talked to already, and he's willing to do anything he can for you, for us, especially for Kaylee. He'll do anything he can. Okay.
All right, I'll do that this morning.
All right, sweetie. Once that's all done,
early enough.
And once we get all that done, we can get together and get a chance to hug you and talk to you. Okay? Like I said, there's no recordings or nothing's going to be done.
I know. Well, even then, I mean, all I want to do is just tell you guys that I love you. Be able to actually do that in person.
Yeah. I mean, doing this stuff is great, but having a chance to see you face to face, or being in the same room with you, going to be a lot better.
Yeah, that's what I said. Well, we've been in the same room, but to actually be able to communicate, because we haven't been able to do that yet. So.
Well, just like it says, they can set it up, and we can go forward. Okay. All right, sweetie. Listen, I love you. I love you. I love you so much.
I know. I love you too. Tell Lee that I love him and that I miss him, and I'm sorry I missed my visit with him. I felt so bad after I missed his visit, and then I missed your visit.
Okay, we just got that 5-minute notice.
Yeah. I
I'll
know that
talk
he's
to you.
been running himself ragged, and I feel so bad that Lee got sick out of all of this, but I understand. I mean, I know why. I've been feeling the same way.
Well, just realize that what we're doing is this is our 24-hour day job. You know, this
I know it is. I want to be right there with you guys. I really do, and I know that eventually I will be, but it can't happen fast enough.
That's very true. It's very true.
The only reason that I don't want to be here is so that I can be at home, so I can get Kaylee back faster.
Well,
That's
I
the
know
only
that.
reason. It's all I care about.
Well, if you can do that stuff, you know, today, do it this morning, it can be expedited a lot faster, believe me.
Yeah.
So, like I said, you're the boss. You know, you do what you need to do to get all this stuff going in that direction, okay? All right.
Well, as far as that's concerned, that one thing, yeah, I pretty much am. But with everything else, no. I'm being told what to do, when to do it, and everything else, Dad. No, you don't understand. I may have been the boss walking in here, but the roles have surely changed.
Okay. Well,
Because everything's out of my control.
I'm just leaving that information for you because it can be done, sweetheart.
I'll get that done.
Okay. I'm gonna let you talk to Mom for the last couple minutes or so, okay? And know that I love you and I want you home. I want
I
Kaylee
love you too. I know.
Okay, so here's Mom.
I only got a minute.
Yeah. Well, we'll get that 1 minute warning, so we probably have about 3 minutes altogether. I know it's hard on everybody. And I wish there was something that I could do to make it easier. I really do.
Do you want us to set up more visits?
Yeah, set up more visits. If they're not releasing stuff with you guys, I'll see you as many times as I can.
Okay. I'll have Lee set up his...
God, I want to see Lee, but if they're throwing his stuff out on the air, I don't know.
No, it's only the phone calls.
Oh, it's only been phone calls. It hasn't
only
been
phone calls, none of the video stuff.
No, I told that there was that first video that went on
That
TV.
was just with Pat.
Yeah.
They haven't released any of ours because the sheriff's department doesn't want it released. They can pick and choose what they
Well,
want.
then why
Casey.
the hell didn't they say that the first time?
Because the sheriff's department is going to pick and choose.
Well, yeah, I know they're going to pick and choose about stuff, or they had been before.
Yeah.
So
Well,
the more we say about them, the less likely they're going to want to put stuff on the media anyway, so...
Thank you very much. Exactly.
Well, hey, I've made sure that I've made a comment every single time. It's not me poking things on purpose, but I've kind of figured out what I can and can't say, pretty much, but what I can say to keep stuff off the TV, so... Unfortunately, most of that is my keeping my mouth shut, but again...
Yeah. Well, they're finally trying to be nice to us again, so...
Good. They need to be nice to you, because if they're not, don't talk to them.
Yeah.
I'm serious.
Yeah.
I mean, I want their help as much as we can get it, but they need to help us too.
I know.
It needs to go both ways. It can't be one-sided.
I know.
I'll try to help them in whatever way that I can, but if they come in here attacking me, they're not getting shit. I'm sorry.
No.
I need to be looked at as a victim because I'm just as much of a victim. Okay, we have a minute.
There's your 1 minute.
Yeah. But I'm just as much of a victim as the rest of you. And it hasn't been portrayed that way, and it probably won't be, but I know that, and at least there are other people that know that and understand that.
I know.
So,
I know.
please give Lee my love, give Mallory my love, tell everyone how much I miss them, and I'll see everyone soon.
I hope so. Okay, Dad wants to say goodbye. Bye,
I love you, Mom.
Love you.
Listen, know that you can trust me, you can trust Mom, and you can trust Lee.
Oh, I know that.
Just know that.
Absolutely.
Okay, may the attorneys approach sidebar, please. Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the statements in the video related to the opinions expressed by others concerning Ms. Anthony's counsel must not be considered by you in any way as proof of any issues in this case. You are to disregard those opinions concerning Miss Anthony's counsel. All right, who's the state's next witness?
Charity Beasley.
All right.
And that's it for this one, guys. So that was a very interesting episode. And on the next one, we're going to hear from CSI, FBI. We're going to hear all about air samples, hair banding, and get into some of that forensic evidence that we haven't heard anything about yet. So we have that to look forward to. But other than that, thanks so much, everyone, for being here. Thank you for being a squirrel. And we'll see you guys on the next one.